Alright, mic check, green bar. We are live on this Saturday. Couple minutes late, we were just getting everything all set and situated over on our side. How is everybody doing? Welcome to Saturday. Alrighty. So, it's tier listing time, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't have anything we, really needed to get done today, and we fought everything in the game a number of times at this point, so we felt pretty comfortable. Also, the title updates are going to start rolling out fairly soon, so we wanted to do a base game tier list before Mizu and whatever else starts dropping. And we'll probably come back and do this again when the title updates are done. For tonight, it's looking like it's going to be just Austin and I. Nate's out of town, Sam's busy, Kerry's busy. Matt could be in another dimension for all I fucking know. I have no idea about that one. So yeah, Austin and I are going to tier list the monsters of Monster Hunter Wilds. He's going to do a little bit of a size adjustment on the OBS right here. Alright, that should be pretty good. I still hate all the ads on this fucking website, but beggars can't be fucking choosers. Cool, alright.
Austin isn't here. I'm here. They're in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, Austin, you just can't hear him on the other screen. Alright. So, we wanted to do two separate lists, so we didn't have to come to a consensus, so we can just have our own individual opinions. So this is going to be a replacement for myself doing my own video on this. So I'm going to do my own tier list, and Austin is going to do his own tier list. When we do all the title updates, and probably with whatever the expansion is, and expansion title updates and all that jazz, maybe we'll bring in the other Bone Boys if they want to, but this is who we have for tonight. This is what we can do. So we're just going to go. So we are going to go in order of this tier list that is provided. All of the bosses found in base game.
Share your screen on Discord.
Sure thing.
I like seeing the list too.
Alrighty. Let me... share... peep the quality real quick.
Getting a lot of non-quack hate here already, and I haven't even said anything.
Do 30. Yeah. And
now I hear music all of a sudden.
yeah, I have the main menu
music on
theme of the game going. Yep.
Gotcha.
All right, minimize and bring forward. All right, that should take care of that. Bring us back up. I just got a message real quick. All right. So, 125 people already. Nice to see everybody. Go ahead and leave a like on the stream if you enjoy what we do. All right. Mr. Austin, any opening thoughts before we get this show on the road, or do you think we should just kind of get right into it?
No, I mean, I'll just say, you know how I rank. I really only look at three things, man. I look at the monster itself, the fight, and then I look at the armor and weapons. And the armor and weapons are just kind of like gravy. I don't really take them as seriously as I take the fight. So, I've spoken loosely about my opinion on the roster in the Discord, but yeah, I mean, everyone knows how I tier list by now. I mean, so nothing new on my end.
Do a slight audio bump there. Alrighty. We'll do our nice, classical, super in-depth. Doc Dino, nice to see you, bud. What's the best dino in Wild so far, at least?
Like, that's a spoiler coming up. Unless you mean, like, small monster.
There are some cool-ass small monster dinosaurs.
There are.
We just call them the dinosaur. I like the big fucking pangolin dinosaurs who are just running around out in the desert. I love those guys.
I love them.
The Ceratnoth or Keratnoth, whatever the fuck. I love those dudes. Alright. Let's just fucking jumpstart this shit. So I got number 1. Our opening boy. Chatak Cabra. Do you want to take the lead on all of them, and I'll go second?
No, it's your page, brother. You go first. I'll go second.
Okay, cool. All right, so Chatak Cabra is the opener of Wilds. So there's a little bit of judgment on that respect and what he does, what he tries to communicate, and what he tries to introduce. As that the really, really good intro monsters try to do that kind of thing. So, Chata, I think, is the monster who's trying to kind of ingratiate you mostly into, like, the perfect blocks, the offsets, and the perfect dodges and all that, as he's got, like, these nice, big, chunky haymaker fist attacks, and the kind of quicker tongue attacks, and the big body flops, and all these kinds of things. He's trying to get you to use those perfect engagement moves. So he gives you these nice, big, hefty wind-ups and all that kind of stuff. And it makes for a pretty good practice dummy. In terms of, like, what he has to say about Wilds, I think that he is more interesting of a battle than Great Jagras. I think Great Jagras is more interesting of having something to say about World. I think that one leaves a little bit of a bigger impact on the game itself. Chata, I don't think, leaves a tremendous impact, but I think he's a good opener and a good monster. The other thing I like about him quite a bit is, if you know anything about me, I really, really like it when a monster category kind of breaks its own design conventions and really goes out there and pushes what it can do. So they've had a pretty standard frog-like design for the amphibians that they've had so far. They bring in a new amphibian, and instead of using the typical frog skeleton, they use Garangolm's gorilla rig from Sunbreak, which is really interesting that they swapped that around like that, and yet it still kind of fits. He's all, like, big and hunched over, super broad shoulders, he's kind of bulldoggy with a big scrunched up face and everything. He's got a good color palette with the green and the black on him. The thing that I will say is that he's supposed to have a gimmick where he can adhesive stones and rocks and whatnot to his arms with his own saliva, and I don't think that
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
Literally anything.
Yeah. Literally doesn't do a damn thing.
I don't think I've ever seen it do anything. His gear is good. It's nice and simple. It's got his textures on it. It's nothing too crazy, but again, you do kind of have to rank him on being an opener. Like, the opening monster's never going to be too crazy in terms of the gear department, but it's better than a lot of the world stuff with the slap-on weapons. He's charming. I like that he breaks design convention. I think he's a pretty good introduction to the core mechanics that Wilds has to offer. He's very punching baggy, but at least he can punch. Great Jagras, I feel like, exists a little bit more to die than Chata does. Chata's at least gonna, like, try and punch you and lick you and charge you and rush you and all that kind of stuff. So I like him quite a bit for what he is and what he tries to achieve. I don't think he's gonna break too high out of higher. Yeah, he's not gonna go to high. This is my list, yeah? Yep. But higher mid is fine. I like the design convention break. I like the core design in and of itself. And I think he's a decent enough introduction into what Wilds wants you to be doing with its combats.
Yeah. I like this guy. And when we played him last night as like a refresher, I kind of said, like, he does his job very well. I do wish, as someone who's obviously played Monster Hunter before, like I do wish he was a little more challenging, but he's the very first monster you touch. They're not going to do that. They're going to make the very first monster easy because they want as many new people to play as possible and not get discouraged. So I like this guy. He's fine. He, like you said, Jagras is just there, man. Jagras, I think I fought Jagras once and never went back and fought him again. If you want a training monster who's gonna make you move, make you, not think necessarily, but he's gonna make you move. This guy is so much better than Jagras. It's not even close. I think I like how they, like you said, Bulldog. I like how they shaped him. Frog is a stretch. He's more of a monkey, but I know he's supposed to be a frog. He has a couple frog jumps, very cool. Usually I don't like big chunky guys, but this guy's really good, and he kind of helped me learn a lot of weapons I've never used before because he's really fun to dodge, which I think they kind of nailed that with a lot of monsters in this game. He's super fun to dodge, super predictable, really good just training fight. And even if it's not necessarily a challenging first fight, when I'm trying to learn a new weapon, I go to this guy. And I think, he serves that purpose extremely well. Armor, it's whatever. I don't really like the leather look. Colors are cool. I like the colors. And yeah, like you said, the impact, Jagras is more grand and wow, what a new world we're stepping into. This is crazy, weird life. He's more, this guy is just more there, which is fine. It's not, again, that's not his role. His role is to beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
So I like him. I like him a lot. But again, mid is not bad. Mid is good. Mid means they are tolerable and we like them enough.
We use the word mid properly.
Yeah, mid means it's in the middle. It's fine. He's a sea monster. I like him more in the mid category. He just doesn't do much. But that's the point, and I appreciate that. But yeah, he's just fine. He's fine. He's perfectly fine. Middle of the road, fine. It's not supposed to knock your socks off, and it doesn't, and I'm okay with that. But he's all right.
I think it wouldn't get much higher, but I think the only way I would bump him up into low high is if his the rock gauntlets actually fucking did anything. If they did something, I'd bump him up one.
If he punched, if he punched something and the rocks flew off, or a noticeable damage difference when he,
does bleed or something.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just a guy who's there. I mean, which is not a problem. Someone has to be the guy who's there. They can't all be, S tier. So, he's perfectly fine. I love his hammer. I love his weapons are cool. His weapons are very cool. And yeah, I think he's a perfect punching bag training monster because I don't use the training area. I go fight monsters.
Sure.
So he's perfect for that. Perfect.
Cool. All right. Number 2, Quamatrice. Big Chicken Rooster Brute Wyvern. Go over, again, there's a couple of design convention breaks. We don't have a lot of really kind of big, beefy, dinosaur-y dinosaurs in Wilds. We have weirdo dinosaurs, and making... They've done this a couple of times, where they kind of go a little bit more avian with some more, feathers and whatnot, Anjanath is a little bit built like a vulture in the neck department with the mane going down his back. This one, they just took a rooster and put it on a dinosaur, and I think that's kind of sick. Again, really nice colors with the kind of blue-grays mixed with a very, very vibrant reds, so that he's not dull anywhere, but it still lets the red really pop on him. I like the kind of mask design he's got in his face. The crest looks really neat. I like the physics on his tail a lot and how the kind of tendrils off of the end of him will kind of wriggle around.
Yes, dude. So, it's just so appealing, that they don't just sit there. They actually
yeah.
Physics to them.
Thank you for the 5 Angry Alien. Been hyped for this one. The roster is kind of wild.
I'm gonna mute that guy.
So, again, I kind of like to compare them to the world monsters a little bit, especially in the early placement. This is where Kulu Yaku was. I don't like fighting Kulu Yaku very much. I like fighting this guy. This is... whereas you kind of go against Chata to practice, I go to Quamatrice to practice a little bit, because he's got, the big, flipping around, swirly fire tail attacks, which they don't hurt that much because he's monster number 2, but they'll still like light you on fire and they'll knock you on your ass. So it's preferable to not get knocked by him. I do wish he did a little bit more. He's got maybe like 2 or 3 tail attacks, and they're good, but they're nothing fancy. It's like one big downward hit, and then kind of like a sweep spin, and another just kind of flailing attack. And then the only other thing he really kind of does is some pecking attacks and whatnot. That's really kind of the bulk of it. It's not a super insane move kit, but again, it's like, it's enough that's like, ooh, there's this really kind of big, hefty projectile tail coming at me. I kind of want to swat at that or block that or what. It's nice for block training, I think. He does that pretty neat. He's another monster that's just like, I like seeing him. He's out there in the Windward Plains, he's running around, he's out in the savannas, not really bothering anybody. He's just kind of out there being an animal. And, you know, I like having a couple of monsters that are just running around being an animal in some of these more modern, naturalistic Monster Hunter games where the environments are so open. Not all of the bosses have to be like these crazy dudes and I'm like, oh my god, but some of them are just like, that's just wildlife. He's just running around being an animal. I dig that. So I'm fond of him. I don't think he's anything too crazy. He's a neat little beat stick to kind of practice my dodges and my blocks on. He's got a design convention that I like. He's got a gear. Okay, the best thing about Quamatrice, I think, is the gear. First of all, some of the stats on some of his weapons are sneaky crazy. Like, he has one of the best lances in the game, and I don't know why he has one of the best lances in the game. That lance is good. And again, it's got a lot of his really nice color scheme with the very kind of sharp reds mixed with the kind of lighter, more understated blues. Those all look really good. And both sets of his armor, the male and the female, look really good. They have some of the tail physics on them. Really nice looking gear, which makes it a monster that I want to hunt more because I want to just make his stuff to have his stuff. So there's a lot of stuff around him. The fight needs to be more, I think, for me to put it into high, but I really like him. I think he's still kind of in higher mid. I think there's a good chance he might gatekeep higher mid for me. I quite like him a lot.
Nice. Yeah, the fight is limited. I think he literally has 6 attacks.
If that.
You know, if that, and then some of them are just repeats. Some of them are just the same attack, but fire shoots out this time. You know what I mean? And again, that's fine. I think the monster itself is definitely cooler than the fight. I
think that's a good way to put it.
It's a chicken. I mean, that can't complain too much about the chicken. And the generic chicken baka in there is really funny when you fight him. He has a super satisfying tail cut. His tail cut is way bigger than it should be. I wore his armor. I actually wore the female armor because I think it's cooler. I wore it for a long time, and I used his longsword for a long time. His like match, stick looking ass sword that like his nail file looking ass sword. Like that shit's super cool. I used his dual blades for a wicked long time, and so did Connor, and it was very loud. Because every time you hit something with a fire weapon, it like explodes. Yeah, I think he's a fine little dude bumbling around, and like you said, Kulu, so yeah. He's in bad company being a bird, but he's definitely better than Kulu. I like him. He's fine. Again, I like him. The armor takes him up higher than Chata. I think he's he's flashier than Chata, that's for sure. So I'm going to put him a tier ahead of Chatak Cabra. I'm going to put him in the same place you did. I'm going to put him in high mid. Again, he's fine. He's perfectly fine. He's a great little monster who is interesting enough, but isn't like, holy shit, it's the chicken. It's just a guy. and that's fine. And yeah, I like him. He's good. But Chata is a little less interesting. But Chata serves his purpose better, I will say, but the fight itself is just slightly better, and then everything else is just better about Quamatrice.
All right. Next up, we have Lala Barina, the original Temnoceran or spider monster of Wilds. And I am happy to say that I think Lala Barina has continued the tradition of the Temnoceran, The Temnocerans being one of the best categories that Monster Hunter has. Now, you kind of need to get to Tempered Lala Barina to have that opinion, because when we fought her in this story, and we tried to do it in multiplayer, the bitch was made out of paper mache. She folded and exploded, and her normal high rank fight is not that nuts. When you get to Tempered, and she can actually hit, and she can do some damage, and she lives for like more than 36 seconds, I like Lala Barina a lot. She differentiates herself from her cousins pretty darn well, I would say. The core design is excellent. White, black, and red is a very tried and true and exceptional color palette. I just adore the design. I like the Freddy Krueger claws on her hands. I like the very sharp, very triangular legs that she has. I love the big kind of opening black or back rows coming off of her to kind of emulate that flower feel to her. I like the red eyes that she has and the red mandibles. I think, like, color and design wise, border for what she's going for, I think perfect. Like, perfect looking monster. Really cool soundscape too. She is kind of interesting. I like how she does paralysis. It's not the most threatening. I think if I would change something about her for sure, I think her petals need slightly faster paralysis proc. Only slightly, though, because what she wants to do, which I think is a really neat game plan, because I was fighting her deliberately last night to really kind of solidify it, is she'll go into the rows, and she'll kind of flick up the petals everywhere, and she'll go spinning around and dancing around and casting them around and whatnot, and they're supposed to just kind of like passively waft over you and do like a little bit of paralysis build up and a little bit, and then she'll get you at a good angle, and she'll go right for the stinger shot off of her back with her abdomen to try and get like the full paralysis, because none of her stuff by itself can do the full paralysis, but what she's tried to do is she'll try to set herself up for the full thing. I think her paralysis buildup needs to be a little bit better, because even when she successfully pulls off her combo, her paralysis isn't quite strong enough that it's a super consistent knock, and then she's not always the best at being hyper aggressive with a follow-up. So I think that's something I would like for them to change with her. I think her paralysis needs to be a little bit faster, and I think her punishment, if she paralyzes you, needs to be a little bit more effectively aggressive. If you do that, I think she's extremely good. As is, I like her setup. I like it in concept, and I like it sometimes in execution when it works, because she was able to nab me once or twice if I'm not playing particularly crazy. Pretty satisfying to fight attacking at her big abdomen. It's like a nice big crunchy soft spot, which is always really satisfying. I like how she changes up the movement from the other two spiders, where she's kind of doing these pirouette ballerina spins to kind of gain distance and strafe off to the side of you and clear aggro. I think that's a really neat way to clear aggro. Again, I think we're going to talk about it a lot. Aesthetics of the gear, beautiful.
Some of the best. Some of the best.
Exceptionally good male armor. And then, speaking of gear that we ran a lot, I'm still using Lala Barina stuff. I mean, granted, she's like the only paralysis monster in the game, but those weapons are so damn fun.
I have her longsword, I have her dual blades, I have her friggin' chest, I have so much I have her I have so much of her gear. Mm-hmm. And it's insane how good it looks, dude. Both the spiders really look really good.
Yeah, so I am a big fan. I think if you just improve her setup and make it a little bit more lethal in the setup and the payoff, I think she's fucking, like, really good. As is, very solid. Very solid. I think I can confidently say I'm going to put her in medium high.
Okay. I don't feel as strongly. So I'll get the good out of the way first. I think the gear is amazing. Obviously. I mean, it's insane. I don't think I'll ever switch off of the Lala Barina chest. The nest, amazing. It's one of the best in the game. The actual fight is questionable. And she falls victim. What I've noticed when I fight her, she really is one of the victims of the wounds. If you can get a couple wounds on her, you can easily, because when you wound her, she flips up onto her back, you know. So if you can just keep spamming her, which you can, those legs get wounded really fast. And she's pretty predictable, man. I mean, I don't think she's ever hit me with that butt attack where she turns around, jumps around, and tries to get you with the big sting. And that big stinger, if you do dodge it, oh my god, dude, it's just sitting there, begging you to hit it. I wish she was a little more just aggressive. I like the monster itself is very good. I like how it moves like a robot. It's not, it's not like not like Nurila at all, and not even, like it's totally different. I just want more in my experience. Spamming the flower attack, and it's not hard to dodge. They rain down so slow. I mean, she's like a cakewalk, and the fight is really not. Maybe it's because every time I fought her, she's never been able to run away. I smack her within seconds. But yeah, she's super predictable. There's nothing that I can't dodge. It's super easy. And even the tempered one, I fought the tempered one probably more than I fought the regular one. It's just fine. The monster is good. The fight is meh at best. I don't, it's not the best fighter in the game, I'll tell you that. Spoiler alert. Gear wise, insane. So yeah, a lot of people were saying, let's get the chat involved here. A lot of people were saying Black Widow variant, sick. That'd be super cool. I just want one that's more aggressive. I want one, like you said, punish me, do something, hit me. I don't like when this monster just feels a little too forgiving.
That's fair.
I wish there were different pedal attacks. I don't like how it's all the same, and she just kind of ruffles them up and they fly in the air and they rain down. Shoot them at me, do something, like Congalala's farts or whatever, do like a straight attack rather than just like a raining attack. So yeah, it's not, it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't feel as strongly as mid-high. I'm not even mad that she doesn't do a lot of damage. I'm mad that she doesn't do a lot at all. Like, I just want her to do more, like
a little bit more with her gimmick.
Yeah, because, it's fine. I don't care that every monster hits me and I go flying across the forest and I'm I'm taking my last breath and I have to call my bird to save me. I don't need that. I understand that she's an early game monster. But holy crap, some of her attacks, she attacks you and then she sits there and then she does like a robot spin and then you hit her twice and there's a wound and you flip her on her ass. And then from you hitting her while she's on her ass, you open up another wound. Gets back up, knock her on her ass. I mean, she's victim to the wounds pretty bad. Those legs are really weak, and she just kind of dies. So, I want more. Still, she's the highest monster on my list thus far, just because the monster is the coolest, the gear is just unbeatable. So, she's still in mid, but she's above Quamatrice.
All right. Cool. I will say, just... Not to push anyone anywhere, but one thing I did forget is this was something I picked up on for the first time when I was fighting her yesterday, is you can smack her petals out of the sky and they'll break apart. And I think that's a neat little interaction. I think that's kind of cool. And yeah, Dan, I think I was looking away when you sent it, but I did just see the message. Thank you for the 2. And yeah, Bloodborne cosplay. Really, really fucking cool.
Shout out almost 200 people.
Oh yeah, dude, we're doing great. I mean, these tier lists always fucking pop, but
they
we're
always
doing great
do.
tonight.
They always do. Yeah, again, high mid is really respectable. High mid is perfectly fine. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but do something. I just want more. And I understand. Someone said it. Not every monster can hit like a truck. Blah 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 blah. That's not the problem. I want her to just hit more. I don't care about hitting harder. I just want her to hit more. She's a little too easy. And I mean that not like easy as in like Jaguars just fall, rolls over and dies.
Yep.
She just doesn't do anything to threaten me at all. And she's not supposed to be the training monster. That's not her purpose. So yeah. I'm with that.
You know what? I think I'm not going to go as low as you, but I think you've convinced me to just knock her down to lower high.
You know, that's my specialty. So yeah,
Making me hate bugs.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I mean, we'll get to Nurila in a minute, Dino, obviously coming up, but yeah, no, I've this is not the best. I don't think so. I think Nurila is the better spider, personally. Not again, gear unparalleled. So yes.
I sent a super for Quamatrice. Yes, Doc Dino, I saw that. I think Austin was just in the midst of talking and didn't want to interrupt him. But thank you for the 2.
Thank you, Crowbrained. Low, high, that area is good. What Connor moved him is perfectly fine. There's not that big of a difference between us and him right now.
Yep. All right, let's move into our first returning monster on the roster, this being Congalala. So Congalala debuts all the way back in Monster Hunter DOS in like 2006. He is the original monkey monster, and he's back in this game. So, couple of things I like a little bit more about the modern Conga. Couple of things I like a little bit less. Just a little bit, though. I think he's still pretty good. Part of it is that just kind of like comparing damage values and whatnot. He just like hits a little bit softer. And again, kind of this is kind of exactly what you were just talking about with Lala Barina kind of just folding. I wound out and like deliberately went fighting some tempered Congas last night just to kind of get a little bit of a feel for it, and I made him explode. He's not a ton of health and kind of big bodied, and whereas Barina can kind of at least like spread the wounds out because they're on like the legs, which are all spattered out. He's got ones on like his really kind of tough, close together arms and like his back and his shoulders and his head and whatnot. I could kind of just make him explode. And the other thing is, he keeps a lot of his classical physical attacks, but they're a little less, I want to say, tight and a little less fast. So it's a little bit tougher for him to catch you with some of his physical attacks, and I think than the classical one. The classical one felt like a little bit more threatening just from like damage values and from the fact that he was just like a little bit tighter and a little bit faster and a little bit more explosive with how his physical attacks worked. This one's a little bit more chunky and a little bit more flaily. What I do like about the modern Congalala is I think they have leaned more into him being a status monster than the classic, and I think they've balanced that pretty damn well. So the thing about Conga is he goes around in the jungles, and he goes looking for mushrooms, and he finds different mushrooms, and he eats those, and he attains the status properties of whatever he's eating. So he can get blast, and he can get paralysis, and he can get poison, and he's also got stench on his fart clouds and on his poop. So I found that the classic Congalala very rarely used his statuses, minus stench every once in a while, but the whole breath attack was really kind of barely a factor. It was something I always wanted him to do more, and lo and behold, he uses it quite a bit more in this game, while also sprucing in the physical attack, so he doesn't feel like he's particularly spammy. So I think that he is a much more dangerous paralysis monster than Barina is. He's able to kind of one-tap you with the paralysis breath, which is also just a straight down shot. He's got a sweeping poison breath, and he's got a straightforward blast breath, which I think is also cool, is that each different status has their own kind of direction to them and their own pathing, so you kind of have to pay attention to what he's eating to understand what he is capable of, and then what that capable status can actually then do. So I think that's kind of neat. I like his redesign quite a bit, where they added the kind of like the fur curtains coming off of his arms. They really kind of fluffed him up and made him cool. He's got a neat little interaction with him where if you can collect the mushrooms that he's eating, he can actually dig up like a special truffle, and you can use that as an ingredient in your cooking. So it actually makes it worthwhile to hunt him a little bit more because it ties into your food, which is it's just, for the novelty of it, a really neat interaction. Every once in a while, he'll bring in the little congas with him. They're not as responsive. They kind of just need to be there at the right place, right time. But every once in a while, you might get the swarm of like 6 other like little monkeys kind of fighting with you. I like his nest in the giant honeycomb. I like that he's still the same very high personality goofball, where if you get him in a pitfall trapper in the vines, he's got his ass sticking out. He still like scratches his belly, and he's farting all over the place, and he's fucking pooping. He's just they kept his personality intact, and I think they bumped that up, which is really nice. I like how they altered up his statuses, but the classic one felt like a little bit more of a threat, as he was just a little bit more explosive with his physical hits. And I think this is probably one of the bigger wound victims for me, is because he's not very big, but he's very compact, and you can kind of just blow him up. But I like him. I do. And then the gear looks pretty cool. They retooled the gear. They made it a little bit more barbarian-y, which is kind of nice. Yeah, Congalala's not bad. He's not bad. There's a little bit of give and take with this version of him. I think I'm gonna put him right between Quamatrice and Chatak. I think I like Conga's fight a little bit more, and I think he obviously does a little bit more. Quamatrice, I think, definitely wins out in the gear department, and his fight feels a little bit more threatening physically, whereas Conga, I think, is a little bit more threatening status-wise. But yeah, no, they put a whole bunch of statuses on Conga, and I think they executed that pretty well without it feeling too spammy. If you can get, like, a really, really dangerous one, maybe, like, again, if they can figure out how to kind of, like, plump up the health pools and figure out how to kind of get rid of the chain stunning, you get like a 5-star tempered Conga. I could see that guy being pretty capable of kind of bashing you if you can get a paralysis off or something like that. But as is, he doesn't do quite enough damage to feel super threatening, but I do like what he does. Toss that over to you.
Yeah, no, he's fine. I've said this before. If a monkey doesn't have a shit attack, it ain't a monkey. This is a monkey. He was shitting all over us last night. Not threateningly, but he was attempting. He's fine. Start with the gear. The gear, I didn't think I'd like his gear because, like if you look at like his weapons, if you know me, his weapons are not up my alley. His Palico gear, not up my alley. I kind of liked the direction they took with like the mail armor, especially like a Mad Max kind of a vibe to it. I like that. And his gear does provide value past just the looks. Sometimes I'll just make shit for the looks. You know what I mean? Like I don't give a shit about skills sometimes. But speed eating, it's a good one. I'll take speed eating in my gear. Speed eating, free meal. I like that, that's good. And Mushroom Answer, not so much. But it does fit the vibe. So, I mean, he's fine. I do like, for me, being the first time I've ever fought this guy, I do like the gimmick. I like it a lot. I like, it's different. I like monsters that can do different things. I don't like how, like, especially in World, like a Wrath, say, and I know I've said it before, Wrath, that's the point. Wrath is supposed to be middle of the line, but, they fireball, and they spin, and they poison you with the tail. I like how this guy has options, and I don't feel like he spams them like he could, like Lala Barina spams that stupid raining paralysis attack. Conga got me like twice last night with the fight, in a fight with you where he paralyzed me.
Yeah.
It's not nothing. It's not, it's not like I don't think the Lala Barina feather raining has ever got me. Literally ever. I like how he interacts with the world. I think they fit him in really nicely. And I think a goofball fighting goofballs is very cool. The Wudwuds, that this guy being like the enemy. The Winnie the Pooh-esque, honey obsession, which I'm sure he's had for a long time, but Winnie the Pooh's probably had it longer. I like it. I think this guy's fun. I think this guy's fine. Gear doesn't do it for me necessarily, but like I do see some value in it. Not super threatening his physical attacks. He's a very flashy, more fun than flashy, but the poop attack, but like then there's attacks where like he rears up on his back legs and lifts his stomach up and tries to like crush you. If it didn't take 10 seconds for him to do it, might be something, but he do be a monkey. I like this guy. I'm not gonna say a lot, but I do like this guy. So let's go. Is he better So really what where I am right now, is the gear is not as good as Lala Barina, but I think the fight is. So I'm just trying to see what I like more. I think I'm gonna put him between Quamatrice and Lala Barina. Am I though? Am I? No, I'm gonna put him down with Chatak Cabra, but above Chatak Cabra. Quamatrice's gear is better. I find myself fighting Quamatrice out of need more than I do. I think I fought Congalala twice. Lala Barina again, like the gear makes me want to fight him. I haven't fought Congalala enough. His little congas are funny, but they don't do too much.
No.
So I'm gonna go where he is. I think that's totally fine. Low mid is a little disrespectful. I saw a lot of low mids in there in the chat. I think that's a tad disrespectful.
Yeah, I couldn't go that low.
But I mean, if the gear was a tad more interesting and he was a little tougher, because the Woodwoods were ready to like go fist fight Uth Duna, and they're scared of Congalala. So I mean, he should be I think he should be. I think all the monsters in this game should be a tad tougher.
Yeah.
But I definitely think the floor of this game should go higher. But regardless, he's fine. He definitely interacts with the world way more than Chatak Cabra. Gear's probably a little better. Fight's a little better. But I think the two above them, the gear is just so good. So good.
Alrighty. Moving on to Balahara. So the first of a lot of Leviathans that are in Wilds, and a fucking weirdo of a Leviathan. This is like the third or fourth monster we ever saw for this game, and really set an early precedent that, like, yeah, dude, the monsters in this game are going to be kind of fucking nutty. So he is a small tremors worm with a tri-jaw, a corkscrew body, a drill tail, clam eyes in his mouth, and he pukes like watery bile at you. I will say, I feel a little oversold on Balahara. From the way that they show him off in the trailers and in the cinematics and everything, you kind of get the feeling that this guy is this fucking pack hunter who's dipping and ducking and diving and lunging out of the sand all over the place. And it's usually just one that you're fighting. Every once in a while when I'm out in the dunes, a second one will rock up and it'll help his buddy out. He's one of those monsters where, like, you might kind of get an inorganic pack because, like, a bro's helping a bro. But they're not quite the swarm I was really kind of thinking that they were gonna be. And they don't have an alpha or anything. He does have some really cool story presence. I do like his story presence because you get two big chases with him, and they're pretty cool chases. I do like the presence that they has, kind of create some good danger. But yeah, no, just fighting one Balahara out in the desert isn't quite the craziness that I was hoping. Even just for the one, I wish he did his digging stuff more. Now, historically, sometimes the digging monsters get a little bit annoying because they stay down underground too long and they just kind of charge you over and over again. But I like how Balahara does it because he makes, like, the sand vortexes to try and drag you down. And he, like, kills the dinosaurs and, like, the other large monsters with it, which is a really cool trap. And he might do that, like, twice a fight. And then if he does go underground, he doesn't just, like, meander down there. He goes lunging straight for you and diving at you. I would really like to be in a scenario where there's like 3 Balaharas and they're like dipping and they're diving and they're clawing at me and they're drilling at me, and like I know the sonic bomb trick works where you can like force them out of the ground. Make me use it. Like, get them in a pattern where they're lunging at me. Like it's disorienting. Like, it's all over the place. I think you could really kind of spruce these guys up if they dig more and if they fight in groups more. I think that would be really, really sick, honestly. Like, make me use the item counter. I think would be awesome. And then when he's on the ground, he's okay. He's fine. He's got some unconventional attacks. I like that. He's got a lot of animations that are just his. That's cool. He fights with his tail a lot, so he'll kind of stab it at the ground and drag it around. I do like that he does kind of like a reverse lunge where he'll go tail first at you, and that can kind of catch you. And then he's got just a lot of projectiles with the bile that he spits up at you, and that can give water blight, which is probably the least effective blight in the game. I will say, gear-wise is where Balahara really kind of saves himself for me. First of all, I think all of his stuff looks fantastic. With, like, the gunmetal gray coloration that he has, that looks really good. They work his dorsal spines into pretty much everything. That looks nice. His designs are super duper clean. They're not over complex, but they're also nice and unique and interesting. And the best thing ever is that pretty much every single weapon of his that has a shield, and he's got a gun lance and a lance, comes with full free offensive guard. That is enough. That's enough for me to bump him up a little bit. I love offensive guard that much. I love offensive guard that much. That, like, ooh, Balahara's out in the environment. All right, I gotta go kill some to make I gotta work on his lance or whatnot. Like, I'll go fight him because, like, I want that gear. I want that armor. That armor's sick. I want that offensive guard bad. And yeah, I think the design is really, really sick. Again, talking about just big design change conventions. What a fucking weirdo this dude is. The drill stuff, the clam eyes, the tri-jaw. I like looking at this guy a lot. I think his fight is, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's disappointing because it was oversold to me what he was going to be doing. When he does do his cool stuff, I like his cool stuff. I like the big sand vortex. I like when he's diving at you. I think that's fun. I want to fight more of them at the same time because they're pretty bullyable. They're not super difficult. You can throw 3 of these at a time. The other thing, I like when he does like the turf wars and like brand new ones will spawn out of nowhere to fight Doshaguma. That's kind of tough. He's got a lot of really good story presence. I love the gear. I love the design. He was oversold and the fight's disappointing. That has to knock him for me. So...
Kevin asked if we could pause for a few minutes while he goes and poops.
Bring your phone with you, Kev. Balahara used the offensive guard 3 trump card to save himself from... Dude, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I picked up his, went look, because I ran Gunlance for the whole story, and it came with max offensive guard. I'm like, and I ran that Gunlance the entire story after I got it. And I still use that Gunlance. I don't give a fuck if it's good. It looks sick, and it's got max off guard on it. His lance looks even better, and it has max off guard on it. To be fair, I think Guardian Dosha's lance is a little bit better and also has max off guard, and I'm working on making that one. But, like, that was... So, I adore the gear. It is built for Connor. Offensive guard is my second favorite skill in Monster Hunter behind Evade Window. Like, that's how much this is impactful to me. It's my second... It's my second favorite skill in Monster Hunter. So... The turf wars are sick. The design is awesome. The fight is fine. The fight's just fine. It's disappointing. It was over. This is contentious for me because there's so much stuff around him that I really like.
There's a lot.
Fuck.
What about Mushroom Mancer?
Where do you go? Is it one above Quamatrice or is it one below Lala Barina? Because I think the fight is mid.
You guys are brutal in that shit. Every single monster that's come up, they're like low mid at best. Have to go to work now. Have a good stream. Bye, Alpha Trout.
Nice to see you, Alpha Trout. Thank you for the 7 Canadian. I appreciate it. High mid above Quamatrice. The fight disappoints me.
Okay. Yeah. So I tried to judge him on what is and not what was said. So I like this guy a lot. I fight this guy a lot. I think his drill tail attack, where he like coils up like a snake, but he launches at you with the drill tail instead, I think is one of the coolest attacks in the game. I really like this guy. I like what they did with his gear. It's really interesting how they leaned into like the classic Metal Knight kind of vibe, like for
Yeah, the
especially
armor looks fucking sick.
Yeah, the regular armor is super cool. Plus, I think he also, then again, this game is so easy that I don't really think you need to really play into like, oh, who's weak to what, blah 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 blah. I used blast and fire for like the whole game and never had a problem. So like I don't think you need to lean into it, but water weapons, and you know, from playing World, water weapons are a rare thing, and I think, is it just him and Uth Duna? I think it might. Or does Uth Duna even make water weapons? I haven't checked.
Yes, he does. Oh, so it's him, Uth Duna, for some reason, Zuwu, and then of course the Ardian weapons. So
I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna say, you know, my opinions on the other water weapon monsters, but I like this guy. I think this guy's fine. The armor is cool. The weapons are really cool. The hammer is interesting. Everything else kind of leans into like the knight aspect. And then all of a sudden you get to his hammer and it's like this weird Nikola Tesla ball, and it's fine. I used it for a while. What I will say is not even, again, what was kind of sold to us more about just the facts. Him spinning around and making the whirlpool should be way harder to get out of.
Yes, I agree.
I think that would spice his fight up a lot. I think if you could not, because maybe I am going back to the trailer. In the trailer, an alpha Doshaguma cannot escape. Again, he was being mugged by like 4 of them, but he couldn't get out of the whirlpool. If you call your friggin' 90-pound bird, he can pull you out of the whirlpool. I think once you get caught in that thing, I think it should be you are underground. And that's when I think that when you get pulled into like the Viper's nest, that's when there should be multiple of them. I don't mind that there's not 4 or 5 of them, 3 or 4, even 2 of them in a fight. Because that's for another video. You know, taking a deep dive into the, you know, the game itself, but the monster itself is cool. I think he sets an interesting precedent along with Doshaguma that this is not World. The monsters are not pretty. And I think that is really nice. So I like what he does for the game. I like the sand, you know, with the sand mechanics, with the graphics, with the sand kicking up everywhere. Very nice. Weapons are very nice. Armor is very nice. I really like this fight, just on like a base level. No, you know, not comparing it to, you know, what I expected. But again, he is just fine. So, but he is my highest monster so far. But he's just low high. I just think he's fine. I have fun fighting him. The armor is really cool. I like fighting him around when it's like the fallow and everything's lightning and stuff. Yeah, he's just cool. I do wish, you know, I think when it pulled you under the ground, there should be like 2 other ones waiting for you down there. Like, I think like if he pulls you into his nest, like that's when he should get you. I like some of the moves where he like, you know, the spit is whatever. It's pretty easy to dodge, but I love that like drill attack, man. I mean, that drill attack is sick. So I like him. I like him a lot. Not comparing him to what I expected, but I like him a lot.
Cool. Alrighty. Doshaguma, however you want to pronounce it. I have always liked this man. This big, ugly, fugly, barbarian, savage, lion, bear, dog thing. I like them a lot, actually. I like them when they were revealed. I like fighting them in the beta. I like them more now, like fighting them in the game. So they are far and away the best pack in the game. They are the whole thing that the pack...
Like the only pack.
Borderline, yeah. You can kind of fight here, Bomber. You can kind of fight Cut.
Okay, all right, here, Bomber.
Kind of. This dude, like, has a pack alpha with different fur and whatnot. He's this big fucking bruiser dude. So, yeah. I like the design. I like the design a lot. It's simple. It's weird because it's very simple. It's not very flashy, and it's really ugly. But it's just this fucking hulk of fur and muscle and fat and slobber, and I just like it. I just do. He's charming to me in how just fucking butt ugly beastie he is. I really do. And then this is the Anjanath of the game. This is like the very heavily mid-section monster, kind of like the very imposing boss that is supposed to kind of be like, oh, we're in like the game now. We're past like the little baby boy monsters. We're in like the dudes who can hit. So Anja does that. Dosha does that. I think Dosha is a better teacher than so Anja's there to be like, hey, you didn't make armor? You're dead. Go make armor, you fucking idiot. Dosha, again, because while it doesn't hit quite as hard, doesn't quite do that. But I made a video on this about, like, the focus mode in general, and I think Dosha really shows off how cool focus mode is, barring its issues with, like, the chain flinches and the wound system and the issues that can make up. The actual thing with, like, the more dynamic focus mode auto aiming camera is, I think, very, very well highlighted with Dosha. Because his moveset, though it's a lot of just big, hefty physical attacks, it's the way that he's animated that's so interesting. Because how he works is it's a lot of cross-ups, and it's a lot of blow past your guard, and a lot of big follow-throughs, and big crashes, and big, hefty, chunky little bits of delays on the attack to really kind of make you learn the moves so you can pull off the perfect guards better, and the perfect dodges better. And it's a lot of movement, and it's a lot of kineticism, and it's a lot of trying to get around you and get off to the side and go back at you and that kind of stuff, and it makes you want to use the focus so that you can shift over to where he's moving and follow up with his cross through. And the later game monsters start to do this really, really well, and it starts, I think, with Dosha the best. I think he really starts to highlight the benefit that focus mode can provide to the kits of the monsters of Wilds and anything that's kind of going beyond that if they want to keep bringing back focus, which if it's retooled, I think they probably should, because this makes for, I think, some of the most intelligent and most aggressive monster kits that they have. It starts with this guy. So I think this is an excellent model for how good this system can be if it's ironed out. And then you just pair it with, I think, a very simple, solid design, a kit that, again, he's not doing anything particularly crazy. It's how he does it. It's how the paw slams work and how the bites work and the charges and how the big kind of rock rips work and the small animal tossing where he's chucking the dinosaurs at you. That's really cool. And let's see. The gear's really sick. I like the armor a little bit more than the weapons. He's kind of got like very kind of like scrap metal, loose put together, rough ensemble weapons and whatnot, and armor with like a lot of just like rivets of metal that's kind of like shoddily stitched together, which I think sells what just a fucking ugly savage this dude is. So it doesn't always look quite like him, but it sells his personality really well. I think it communicates what Dosha's all about. Super cool. Presence in the story. He's got like two of the coolest cutscenes in the fucking game. Some of them, like the alpha who's just out there bullying the shit out of the lesser doshas and making them do whatever. Like when they come crashing in the village, you get two of them pushing in, and then the giant one comes up over the other two and like crushes their heads down to the ground. That's sick. And then he gets swept up into the Balahara sand pit, gets himself out of there. The balls are trying to kill him. Then the lightning strikes and he fucking King Kong breaks its jaw open. It's so cool. He's sick. I love Doshaguma a lot. He is such a cool training monster. I think he showcases how focus mode can really benefit these guys. I think he showcases how underutilized the pack stuff is, because he does the pack stuff pretty damn well. I fucking love this guy. I really, really, really do. And I'm gonna put him I'm gonna put him... He's either gonna be really low and high or high, or he's gonna be really high and medium high. I reserve the...
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to play chess, man. I mean, if you can move, you can think. Because sometimes it takes bringing up another monster to realize something about another monster.
Yeah. I think a very distinguished medium high. I am a big fan of Doshaguma.
The Dean's List medium high. I mean, that's... Yeah.
Alright, toss it over to you.
Yeah, he's good. I just want to point out that Quack just eviscerated you with one of her insults. I mean, just go scroll up and read that. Someone asked you, but I'm going to answer it. Where would you rank Sacrets here? Are they better than Palmoots? That's Dr. Dino again. I think Dog is very nice. Dog is very cool. But I think the Sacred benefits from the significantly less cringy cats in this game, and I think the relationship between the Sacred, the Palico, and the Hunter is just amazing in this game. All those like end of hunt animations, just wow. I mean, so adorable. So I put Sacreds ahead of the Palamutes, even though the Palamutes actually fight. You know, I like Sacreds a little more. I don't know if you agree.
Dog. I like Dog.
Yeah, Dog's nice. I like my dogs. But I like the Sacreds a lot. That scene where the Sacred takes your book or the Sacred takes the saucer out of the cat's hand. Oh my, that's so adorable.
Yeah.
The little pictures you can change like your calling card to, like your hunter card. So cool. I love the Sacreds. Yeah, I like Sacreds a lot. But back to the business. The gear, not necessarily up my armor. I don't up my alley. I don't love like Mad Max type gear. Same with Congalala. I think it's cool, but like it's not me. You know, I don't like it a lot. But it is undeniably like the best low rank gear you can get. I mean, it is so damn good in such high defense. I like it a lot. I wore it for a while, but I covered it up with other gear. You know, with some layered armor. I think I like how they made his gear just kind of bunk, you know, they didn't bury it with skills, you know, that do other weird things. It's just about doing the damage, which I like, and I think that fits this guy really well. I like the pack aspect. Again, it's the only real pack. The other Hirobami aren't really a pack. They're just a bunch of Hirobamis hanging out.
They're just solicitors.
A pack entails that someone is in charge. Obviously, someone is in charge. I think the fight was made for Lance. It's so fun to dodge step. He's really easy to dodge, but at the same time, someone said it really good. He's awkwardly slow, but awkwardly fast at the same time. The way he like gets up on his back legs by like slinking almost. He like does like this weird like snake left and right as he backs up, and then he like stares you down as he like when he knocks you over. Come on now. That's sick. Again, I think they set a great precedence with Balahara of ugly. This game is ugly. And that's the point. And I think that's really cool. I hope he gets in, and I don't necessarily agree with this. Someone said Anja was like the second flagship next to Nurg, and that Dosha is that second flagship. I think Raydao kind of holds that spot down. I think Raydau's more of the flagship than Arkveld in some cases.
In some way,
we'll get to that man. I don't want to just repeat, but you were pretty on it. I mean, the way he attacks is just not normal. Like the way he's like, the way he attacks and the way it's animated is just not what you would expect. And although he doesn't do any elements or he doesn't do anything crazy and he just kind of attacks you, this guy's sick, and I have found myself fighting him just for the fun. But so he's probably going to go over Balahara. I'm in the same kind of area as you. I think just looking ahead, I think he's either gonna go with Balahara or where he is now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking ahead to see what I like. I'll tell you what, the armor is not as good as pretty much anybody else coming up, but the fight is generally better than some of the other guys coming up.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he fits his role really well of being the man to knock you down. So I'm gonna keep him in high, mid. I like mid.
You mean medium high?
Yeah, sorry. Medium high. He's definitely not mid. Sorry, my bad.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Okay, so this goes in order of appearance from the story. So we're going to be jumping around with the apexes a little bit. But first, you go into Uth Duna and her repel quest after Doshaguma. So, second Leviathan, again, pretty different for a Leviathan. Giant river, Arapaima, dolphin, water, whale thing. Cool fucking design. Really cool design. It's simultaneously, like, ferocious and chunky and beautiful, all like put together. Like, it's a really weird mismatch of ideas that, like, somehow kind of works. Like, it's really weird because she's got like the big, really fierce mouth full of teeth, and then she's got like the very beautiful kind of like strands of her water veil going everywhere, and then she's just a fucking chongus, and it's different. But it's pretty fucking cool. I have to fight her in the plenty more because I want to actually fucking see her colors. Because when it rains, holy shit, that fucking forest is gray. I think it undersells her colors a little bit. Uth Duna is the weakest of the apexes, but that doesn't make her bad. She just needs more stuff because it's really just kind of a lot of flopping. She doesn't have any elemental properties of her own, so her entire thing about water is her water veil and the water currents that she creates from slamming her body into the water. I do like the water manipulation from her. I think that's pretty neat. What I like about it is that it kicks up with some of her really biggest, like, end laggiest attacks. So if you do get hit by the wave, you're not really getting, like, sometimes you get smacked around a lot with some of her really big ones. Other times, what it does is it covers for, I think it's an interesting cover for her blind spots. So, like, if she goes for those big slams, like, obviously, yeah, you have a bunch of opportunity to kind of smack her in the head when she's trying to pick herself up. Those waves get kicked up, and it's a neat little cover for her blind spots, and is able to kind of protect her if you're not being aware of the fact that she can do that. I think that's kind of neat. And then the water veil is also pretty interesting, because it's like this body armor defense thing that she has to recuperate by being in the water, and it's not so much a dynamic break, but I think it's something that you can knock off. I'm also... Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if you break certain parts of her body, it will weaken her veil on those parts of the body. Because I could have sworn if you damage her forelimbs, it means that when she reconstitutes the water veil, that it doesn't work nearly as effectively on her forelimbs. If that's the case, I think that's a really cool dynamic. I might just be misremembering, so someone can correct me if I'm wrong there. Good design. It's another thing. Really solid design, very weird, mixes a lot of things together pretty well. Really solid gear for the most part. I like the armor a lot, I like the gun lance a lot, some really cool looking stuff. Interesting way of using water. I kind of like that she's a water monster that doesn't actually have a water producing organ. I think that's neat. If that's what they're gonna go with, I think it's gonna need a little more, because it's really just slam, water current, slam, water current, slam, water current. That's not bad, but that's 80% of it. So I think that she needs probably either like a different way to manipulate the water around her. Maybe some kind of like hip checks that sends the water off to the side. Some tail slams that sends water behind her. Give him some like 360 degree shit like that. Maybe like give her some ability to like kind of wrap the veil up in front of her face to kind of cover her weak spot like that. Do a little bit more with the veil and not have it just be a thing that kind of passively exists. Kind of like what Asa was saying, like little with Lala Barina. Little more. Just kind of take the gimmick. The gimmick's good. The gimmick's solid. Push it. Just see what you can do with it. Because as is, it's good. It's fun. It's a neat idea. It's solid. It needs more. Because it is very, very one track. You do that, I think that's pretty cool, because you have a monster that is able to... She has a lot of mechanisms to defend herself and makes herself very kind of tanky in ways that no other monster has, and I like that ingenuity. I just think that ingenuity needs a little bit more ingenuity. And then I think you have a pretty darn solid monster there. Let's see, anything else? The music is good. It's a really good theme. Kind of like the other Apexes, I think it's the weakest of the Apex themes, but it's got some nice danger to it. It's pretty solid. The weird thing is she spawns in some areas where I think she sucks in. She needs a lot of space. Once you get to kind of like the upper areas of the forest, where it's like the big basin right in front of the dam, and then even kind of above that, that's really fun to fight her at when she just has a lot of space to move and can do the tidal wave attack and all that. I like that she can fucking like salmon ladder up a waterfall even though she's gigantic. Yeah, no, if you take the gimmicks and then just go nuts with the gimmicks and like make her like a really kind of defensive monster that you got to plan around her ability to guard herself and then kind of counter those abilities so that you can get in and do your damage. It really kind of incentivized me to want to fucking fight against those tanky gimmicks. And I think you have a genuinely really unique monster that does things that nothing else really does. As is, just needs some fleshing out. So I think I will put Uth Duna in lower high. Oh, hello, advertisement.
Together is golden.
I didn't think we were going to be getting one of those. All right, Firestone tires. Come on. Come on. There we go. I just have you on loop. What are you doing? Okay. No, not that. Not that. I'm just gonna do this. Minimize.
Shout out 216 in the chat.
And minimize.
Make sure to like the stream because we like doing this, and if you like it, it means that YouTube will see that you like it, and other people might like it. I'm seeing a lot of names I do not recognize, so we're on the right track. We're on the right track.
Yeah. All right. Lower high. I think I would go out of my way to fight Lala Barina before I go out of my way to fight Uth Duna. So I'm gonna leave her one below Barina. Below high. I don't think any of the, as much as she is the weakest of the Apexes, I don't think any of the Apexes are below high for me. All right, I'm gonna read chat for a little bit while I let you go.
I think I've said it in the Discord again. What I think about Uth Duna. Now, I as much as I want to be the guy to say, oh, weakest of the 4 Apexes, weakest, of the 5 if you count Arkveld, I guess. That's kind of stacked. That's kind of a tough one.
It is. Yeah.
That's really, really tough competition. But I'll start with the monster physically. I think it is an insanely cool monster. I think, maybe I will judge based off trailers and stuff. I think how much it plays in the water was a tad oversold. I think the cutscene with Olivia and the slow motion hammer hit to the head is the most exciting thing about this monster. Not talking looks. Looks, it's very pretty. It's very cool. The water veil is very interesting. I would love to enjoy it. But in like the 2 or 3 quests I have, they jam Uth Duna in a hallway where there's no water. And I hate that. Uth Duna should never leave the dam and the water surrounding the dam. That's plenty of area. She needs a lot of room to play. And then when she does have room to play, doesn't do anything. She does like the, you're behind her. She lifts up her back leg and rears up and bang and slams it down. She loves doing like the corkscrew belly attack where like she literally defies physics and like slows down and spins really slow.
Kind of feels like that, yeah.
It's exactly what happens. I'm not imagining it. That's exactly what happens. If you dodge that, that's about all she can do. The waves or whatever, they knock you down. Woohoo. Once you fight Uth Duna once, you fought her, man. I mean, there's not anything special that's going to happen past the first fight. The gear doesn't excite me. I don't care for the gear. It's cool. It's pretty. I like the colors, but I don't like how it looks. Like the actual how the gear is like shaped. I wish there was more, and unfortunately, I don't have an idea of what could be more because she's just so damn big. A water beam attack, something. Different wave attacks where, like, Rajang, when he comes down and punches the ground and it goes out in, like, 3 directions. Something. I think the vibe is there. It's like Kieran. The vibe is there. We're just... The restaurant is beautiful. The food ain't hitting, though. She needs a little more sizzle. Again, what would I do off the top of my head right now? I don't know. Gorgeous monster. Meh. At best fight. Definitely the weakest Apex, but again, that's a tough comp. I think she is at a high. I don't like her in high. I just... I think Balahara, sorry, better fight. I'm sorry. Uth Duna is graciously gifted with cinematics. Again, though, the weakest cinematics. The rain, and personally, the forest in Fallow is one of the worst. I'll just wait to talk about lightning when Rado comes up. But Uth Duna is aided by cinematics, aided by music, and it's just not enough. I wish she did more when, look at Jindahad, right? It zooms out and you have to hide behind a rock or you'll die. Uth Duna goes out to the ocean or the water, the deeper water, swims around. Then what? She jumps back, does the same thing every time. Yeah, Jindahad does the same thing every time. He does his big wind-up attack. But it's about 7,000 times cooler. So I don't know. I just want more, and I think I want more than Connor does. So I'm gonna put her in high mid. Better than Quamatrice. Quamatrice just can't hang with something of this scale. Now, I want to mention there's a big gap between Quamatrice and Uth Duna. I think what is going to hurt Uth Duna more than Lala Barina is I expected more with Lala Barina, but that's not her job to do more. It's Uth Duna's job to do more. Uth Duna was sold as an Apex. Uth Duna was sold as, what's call her? The freaking, like, she makes the sky fall. Lord of this, whatever the hell they call her. Lord of Water. No. Monster, gorgeous fight. Meh. I want to see more. Lala Barina, I expected more, but it's different, so I like her where she is. High mid, graciously aided by the cinematics, but not as good as Dosha,
no.
Not as good as Balahara. I don't even think the gear looks that amazing. They fail, in my opinion. Fail is dramatic. It's not as bad as other big fish in world.
Jura?
No, like high, master rank, big, fancy.
Oh, Namiel?
Yes. So, Namiel looks way better, and the gear is just heinously ugly. But Uth Duna, the gear is colorful and nice, but it's not as bad. So, they don't make fish gear very good unless for some reason it's Giratotus. So, I think the rain is cool, but it's the weakest of the four. Everything about her is just the weakest of the four. There's just no comparing her to the other four, and that fight's boring. I don't go out of my way to fight her. I actively ignore her. I think she's kind of meh at best.
Yeah, I definitely like the fight a little bit more. Like I was saying, I like her tools on paper, and I think they're fine in execution. It's just there's no variation. I kind of like the idea of a tanky monster that has a lot of tools. I think Murdoch said it really well. She has a lot of get off me tools. I like those get off me tools, but then when you're actually up in the clack, not very engaging. I will say I have found that I enjoy her quite a bit with Hammer, because I think using the tether thing to kind of duck and dive around her slams and then get at her head has been fun for me. So I have found a weapon that I think is a very fun matchup for her, and that definitely helps me. I found a matchup that I enjoy. But yeah, no, I think everything you said is valid. All right, before we get into like the big man, Rompopolo. Again, this is a brute wyvern. This is a weird fucking brute wyvern. I almost feel like this should be a bird. Because it's with like the beak and the little baby scythe hands. And he's weird. I like weird. I like when Monster Hunter goes weird. We've had a lot of weird. A lot of the Wilds monsters are ugly. And they're just savage. And they're barbaric. Rompo is weird. And I like weird. He is this inflatable, scythe hand, beak mosquito, red-eyed, purple and blue gas explosion, fucking mosquito dinosaur that sits around in the fucking oil swamp. That's weird. There's nothing like him. It's kind of cool. He's immediately very memorable to me. I will definitely remember Rompo quite a bit. Let's see. I think the fight is okay. The biggest disappointment for me with Rompo is I thought that this guy was going to be like the poison monster. Like the gas explosions, that's poison. The breath attacks, that's poison. It's just the breath attack. The breath attack is the only poison that he has. All of the air pocket gas bubble explosions, that's just damage. It's not fire, it's not poison, it's just damage. Speaking of monsters that have a gimmick and can kind of like mess around with it and do a lot of stuff with it, Rompo's got, at the very least with his gas explosion gimmick, he's got like 3 or 4 attacks, and I think that's kind of cool. So he can do like the get off me tool where he puts the tail on the ground, he does the big column explosions around him in a circle. He's got one where he'll kind of just like sweep his tail and that'll do like a line of blasts, so that actually forces you to go like really, really in aggressive or to back out, and that kind of clears distance, so you can figure out how you want to deal with that. Or he can do these kind of like targeted single shots where he's just kind of directly trying to get right under you. So he's got a little bit of strategy, and he's got some interesting spacing, and he can do a couple of different things with his gimmick, which I like. I like that. Is it super dangerous? No. Is it the most engaging thing in the world? No. But like they gave him something interesting to do and then thought up ideas with how to do it. So I think that solves a couple of issues with like what we were just talking about. And then he's got like his poison breath. That's the only poison that he does. He's got like a tailspin. He's got like his really quick little scythe hand things. He's got a peck attack. That's about it. Not super engaging as a melee opponent. It really, the bulk of his stuff comes down to the gas attacks. If it was a little bit more physically engaging, I think that would bump him up a little more. The gear is neat. A lot of his weapons are really, really interesting. I like the vibe. I like the aesthetic with what he's got going on. Good color palette with the purples and the blues. I think that matches pretty well. Good design that I like. For the weakest monster in the oil well basin, I think he fits that pretty well, as he's still like relatively dangerous, and he's like, he's one thing that I really like about the oil well basin is that it's a fire map, and it's kind of underwatery, and it's also kind of the swamp map, and he feels swampy. He feels like a swamp monster. He feels built pretty fucking well for where he goes. Another neat thing about him is it's not necessarily a dynamic part break, but it is a dynamic to his fights where you can temporarily pop the air sacs on his body, and if you can get like a really big knockdown where they all pop, you lock him out of being able to actually do his gas blast attacks, because he doesn't have the air in his body to pump out into the gas and blow it up. So that's a nice dynamic that I really enjoy. There's a lot of neat little bits and bobs and details to Rompopolo in a package that I enjoy, and in a place in the environment that I enjoy. The gear's not really my vibe. I like the weapons more than I like the armor, and I don't think he is particularly engaging as a melee combatant, nor do I think that his gas stuff is hyper dangerous. I don't mind fighting him. He's pretty non-threatening. His body is literally, I think it's almost just like one giant weak point. The only part on his body where I think it's not like a really, really good hit zone is like his legs, which I think is one reason that he's pretty easy to bully, is that it's just nothing but really good hit zones. But he has a lot of stuff to offer that I think he does pretty darn well. So I think... maybe still low or high, or higher mid. Maybe higher mid. I like what he does, but it's just not threatening. At least, like, Uth Duna's boring, but at least he does, like, a lot of fucking damage.
I feel that as well.
I think I like Rompo. What would I go out of my way to fight if there's a Rompo or an Uth Duna on the fight? What would I fight? What would I have more enjoyment with? What would I go out of my way to fight between the two?
I bet you do like the armor, Murdoch.
I feel very similar. It's like very, very similar placement for very different reasons, which is the thing that's kind of got me tripping up.
Oh, I see what tanked me. Someone just said, I definitely fall asleep at the wheel for this monster. And I thought he said, I would definitely fall asleep at the wheel. And I'm like, is that supposed to be like a compliment? I'm like, what does that even mean? It means he gets bored fighting.
Yeah.
I was like, is that supposed, like, Connor, dog, I'd fall asleep at the wheel for you. Yeah, the armor's
high mid.
Valid. Okay, yeah. So I won't harp too much into the lack of dangerousness, because it's definitely there. I think he fills a really nice role of just being the weird guy. I think it's different, right? He's not Doshaguma, where he's stupid useless, but he's not Kulu, where he's like stupidly annoying. He is the weird loner, like weird mad scientist cast out that plays in oil all day and has no friends. And then the gear represents that. I think the gear is very Plague Doctor-y. It's very like Bane with all the tubes all over it. And I think that fits him very well. Do I like it? No, I'm not going to put it against him, because I think it fits the monster well, vibe immaculately. I think the ugliness is super cool. I think he falls right into the perfect freak category of Doshaguma and Balahara. I think he does more for that. The deflating of the airbag is just so cool. I love that. It's different. I wish they kind of leaned more into the range. I wish they didn't, Brute Wyvern, like the chicken's a Brute Wyvern, right? He doesn't do anything, except for hit you. And then he has some tail attacks that spark off fire at the end. I kind of wish they leaned into this guy being, I wish he was a little faster. I don't want to say I wish he could fly. By fly, I mean flutter. Like, I wish he was kind of like mosquito-esque, where he like kind of flew and like went from place to place to place. I wish, instead of you trying to get him off you, I kind of wish it was the other way around. I wish he spent more time being at range. He loves attempting to hit you with his tail. Does not work. I like his attacks where he digs into the ground and like puffs up the oil. I wish they were faster. So I wish this guy just had a little more jump to him. I wish he was a little more praying mantis-y. I wish he was, because that's kind of his vibe. He's like a mosquito praying mantis with the scythes.
Yeah, he's a little bug. He's a little bug-like.
Yeah, so I kind of wish he was a little more, hoppy and a little more just faster. So I think he fits his role of being the weirdo extremely well, and he's not annoying because you know me. Kulu being a doofus doesn't sell me anything, so I think this guy fits into the creepy scientist in the basement that no one wants to talk to category very nicely. So yeah, he's cool, but you gotta admit, doesn't do much. So he's gonna go into the mid. I like him more than Congalala.
Cool. Alrighty.
Can I get my shit off? Can I start with my boy?
Do it.
I know you like him as much, but I just
do it.
God.
Go.
Dude, I mean, is this guy just the coolest monster? I mean, I'll get there because he's not perfect, so I'll get the bad out of the way. I sometimes he leans into the big flipping wing attacks where he comes crashing down a little too much. But again, he's a dragon, so he, I wish they gave him a little more with his tail. I don't love the Ferris wheel Raytheon spin. I don't want that, but I wish he did a little more with his tail. Like I wish he could stick his tail up in the air, get hit by lightning, and kind of conduct that through himself, and maybe do kind of like a Gravios out of the stomach attack, but obviously not out of the stomach. It'd be more like of a lightning aura. So there's a few things that I would like to see more of. His gear, disgusting, terrible. I mean, it's just garbage. Not all of it. There's pieces of it that I don't like. The elf ears, that's what I'm talking about. The helmet is just terrible. It's just disgusting. It's just so bad. The swords, though, very cool. The swords, I love his long sword. So I like him a lot. Obviously, he's my favorite. I mean, he's one of my favorites. Someone else has thrown his hat into the ring with my favorites. We'll get to him later. But, I mean, dude, you want to talk about Arkveld can go fucking catch the next train to the, fucking who cares? I mean, this guy is so much cooler than Arkveld. Arkveld is very good, and we'll get to him soon, but this guy sells the copies, man. This guy gets into the clack. He has the coolest nest. He has the coolest weather effect. When I see the rain, I go, oh, it's raining. Okay. When I see what even is the fallow for the ice place? I don't actually know off the top of my head.
Just snows a lot.
Woo! Jindahad is a different story, but when I see the lightning, I go, I am stopping everything I'm doing. He is here. And then I run as fast as I can to wherever I can find him. I love his attacks. I kind of like how every time he shoots you with the lightning, and the lightning, it's not super easy to dodge, but it is, when you don't dodge it, it's punishing. That's how it should be. Uth Duna does her flippy attack. You're gonna live. It'll hurt, but you're gonna live. I like how he gives you some nice, really counter punishes where he comes skidding across the sand and he's dragging his wing, and then he lands and he opens his friggin' transformer ass face, and you can hit him there. The design is just peak. I mean, the crystal shards hanging off that they use for chandeliers, how he that's how he connects to the to the town Kanafa. So I think that's amazing. He's got an amazing nest. He's got I Will Die on This Hill, the greatest OST that Monster Hunter has ever pumped out. I do not care. He is the real Apex. He is the real poster boy. I want to see him and Nergigante fight. I want to see Nergigante get blasted by lightning. I mean, he's just the man. S tier everything. I don't really give a shit about his armor's not that bad. It is terrible, but it's not that bad to bring him down from anything lower than S. I have fought this guy God knows how many times. My hunting card, is the theme on my hunting card is his OST. He's got these giant razor blades on his wings. I again wish he did more with the tail. But like when you go up and mount him and jump off with longsword and you do like the sheath, oh my god, I vibrate. So let's get him up to where he belongs, because he belongs in S, and I just don't think it's debatable. I mean, holy shit, he's just amazing. And just looking at who's ahead, you know, like, he doesn't win often, but this guy is my rival, man. I do a thing where I shut the whole HUD off.
Mm.
And so it's nothing but Raydao, and his nest, and I just go and fight him, and I turn his music up all the way. Easy S tier, not even close. It would have been if you asked me early on who's my favorite. It would have been easy. I'm not saying he's not. I'll leave that up to who's coming up soon. But someone threw their hat into the ring during one of the streams. And I just love this guy. I love this guy so much.
This is one of the coolest fucking designs they've ever done. Holy shit, this design is so good. It's perfect. It's beautiful. It's fucking Unicron railgun dragon with purple lightning crystals coming out of his wings and his tail. He's fucking gigantic. The scale texture is amazing. The wings are big fucking scythes coming out of the air. The horn structure is so damn cool. The face is awesome. And like Austin was saying, when it comes to like the dynamic weather and the inclemencies and the storm raging in, and like, by God, the weather he has come. The only one out of the four is like, oh fuck, it's this dude's arriving. It's Raydao when the fucking thunderstorm rolls in. Like, yeah, the downpour is kind of neat, and like, oh man, the giant fish is out in the water, or like everything's on fire, and like the squid demon is back and whatnot. But dude, when the thunder clouds come rolling in and you're fighting some other monster, and then you hear the coolest shit is when you hear like that kind of like electric humming jingling sound when he's flying over you when you're in the middle of doing something else, and you look up and he's just like appearing in and out of the clouds and the lightning is flashing. Oh dude, it's cinematic fucking porn. It's so cool. And then, is it the best theme? There's like 15 or 20 answers for what the best theme in Monster Hunter is, and he's on that list of 15 or 20. It's good. It's perfect. It is such an encapsulation of some demon coming out of a storm, some lord of a thunderstorm arriving on a battlefield. It's the composition and the instrumentation and the arrangement is perfect.
If you asked a robot and described this monster and the desert and the lightning storms to it, like how they encapsulated what it must sound like to fight a lightning dragon in a lightning storm in the desert. It has that like deserty, like, you know, Spanish kind of like vibes, and then it, like, in Spanish is dramatic, but you know what I mean. Like, I love, one of the best desert themes is from Legend of Zelda. You know, they have the, like, the Spanish guitar theme.
Oh,
so
yeah.
like the vibe from that, how they captured it so perfectly is beyond me. Go ahead.
Yeah. I saw a couple people pointing out that, like, yeah, he's kind of a little bit of a bitch in the story because he's really just there for, like, Arkveld establishment and not just character development, and yet no one cares.
But
like,
someone said it. He got revived by lightning and was ready to box.
Dude.
Dude.
And then, so that doesn't matter if the fight's not good. The fight is good. Could you, maybe a couple more attacks? Maybe a little faster? Sure, yeah, you could tune him up. You could tune him up for sure. There's room to work with. I feel like if you wanted to do something where, like, he's flying in midair and he's, like, strafing it and he's doing, like, the little quick thunderbolts or whatever, and then he goes and, like, the wing drags and whatnot. But, oh, dude. And maybe on the ground, maybe a couple more attacks on the ground. But, like, when he's doing like the big wing drags on the ground and he's carving up the full deserts, and then he wraps around and flies up in the air, folds the horns up, and does the big fucking lightning bolts, and he does like the smaller burst shock bolts. But yeah, like couple more, a little bit more when he's on the ground, and then I think we're good. But like, and then he flies a lot, but it's not annoying, and he like lands in between most of attacks. It gives you ample opportunity to hit back, and like his horns will unfold, and like you give a good kind of counter shot after he does the big lightning moves. And dude, it's so cool. The weapons are great. Everything neck down on the armor is solid. The headpieces are yeah, but like the neck down, it's good looking armor.
Yeah, whoever was the brain behind Arkveld must have had beef with whoever was the brain behind Raydao, because someone just said it. Why do you have to get beat twice?
Yeah.
You know, that's blatant disrespect at that point. I don't know why I decided it's a really cool attack. Would have been kind of like Nursilla's like pincers, where she like sticks him out and like snaps him inwards and like grabs you.
Yeah.
Imagine if he had just like a punish attack where he grabbed you with his horns, and then you were stuck in his horns, and then just this lightning blast. Oh my lord! Then like you know how Arkveld has the thing where he grabs you and you have to stab him and stab him and stab him, and you're like stuck in his grip.
Yeah.
Imagine that, but if you don't stab enough, Raydow's going to lightning beam you to dust.
Oh yeah.
So, and then again, the tail needs to do more. Does he even swing his tail off the top of my head? I honestly can't remember. But holy crap, dude. I mean, if I had to make a tier list of every monster I've ever fought, he is up in the top. Man, Devil Joe's so good. I love Devil Joe, but I like him way more than Legiana, and it's not close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The singular only thing is just like little more, little faster. Just like a couple more physical attacks, and like that's it. Little faster, a little bit more physical, and that's it. The presentation is so damn good. The design is so good. The music is probably perfect. The weapons are great. Most of the armor is really solid. The only reason he is not my favorite in the game is because there's a couple of monsters where I think they hit pretty much all those notes, and then their kit is a little bit more complete. I think if you can do like a fucking AT Raydao, and he's just like fucking punching you with the wings and doing some kind of quicker lightning shots and stuff like that, comes around, wraps off the tail, the fucking like holds up the wing, that gets struck by lightning, and he comes like fucking pile drives you with that or some shit. Little more. And then he's like top of S.
Yeah, I mean, like, this guy is like, he owns that whole area. When it's Thunder and Lightning, it's Raydow's area.
Oh yeah, that's his fucking map.
I don't give a shit about all the little crystal caves that he doesn't go. But you know, like when it's raining out and Uth Duna's out, there's so much other forest that is its own thing. Jindahad doesn't even go in the regular Ice Shard Cliffs. This guy, it's his map. It's his map. And yeah, he is just, oh god, he's so good.
Someone said he needs combos. Yeah, give him combos, and then we're like locked.
Let's dig into the chat a little bit here. So yeah, someone said something I was gonna bring up. Multiple tail attacks. Again, I'm not saying he doesn't have tail attacks. I'm just saying they're not memorable that I remember them. I listen to his theme in my car all the time when I'm driving. Yeah, he's just insane. Someone said something about turf wars. I think Apexes should have turf wars, except for Jin, where they just dog on anything that tries to fight him.
Yeah.
You know, like, Quamatrice is like, you know what, I'm feeling tough today. I'm going to go up against Raydao. Raydao friggin' comes in, claws him like an eagle, another attack idea, and puts him on the ground, beams him in the face, and Quamatrice runs away. Quamatrice just does no damage. Like, that. I think all the Apexes should do something like that. I mean, yeah, he is just insane. I do need an AT version.
Yeah.
I need, you know, because he's killed me, but he's never beaten me. He's never 3-carded me ever.
The tempered one is strong, but yeah, no, I feel like if he gets some good combos, I think this is like fucking god tier. That's the only thing, is like, I think the fight needs some combos.
Yep. We're on the same page for sure.
Yeah. Was there anything else I was gonna... Oh, I was gonna say, he's like, he almost kind of does have like little.
Yeah, he does.
Because like, if another monster rocks up in the arena, he's like, "Who the fuck are you?" And you just like automatically, bam, just blows him away with the like. It's with a prejudice if he sees anything else on the map. The fucking lightning shot goes off, and it's like fucking 2,500 damage to that animal.
Yeah, I like how with his horns they were a little more creative than I thought they would be. They have the big nuke. It's not even really a nuke, but they have the big one where it gets like really dark because it's so bright. And then they have like a mini version of it, and then they have like a little version of that one.
Yeah.
And then they have like the little taser ones where he like zips back and forth. So like I liked how creative they were with that.
Yeah.
Couple more. You know, he's not perfect. But I like him a lot. I mean, I like him insane. I mean, he's top 3 monster in this game. He might end up being top 1. I'm kind of trying to be a little eluding.
All right. Nurila. All right, back to me leading. So, Nurila, the original spider monster, the pioneer of the skeleton back in Monster Hunter 4. And as I said earlier, has gone on to be a very successful category for even how small it is. Nurila comes back, not changed all that much, but it's given some just kind of universal tweaks that Wilds offers with the kind of mobility and maneuverability and all that kind of stuff, and just succeeds. Again, not a ton of health. I went out of my way to deliberately fight a high start tempered one to really kind of get a very proper feel for how dangerous and powerful she can be in this game, and enjoyed myself very much. Always liked her, and Wilds has I would say bumped that up, my estimation of her up just a little bit. It was already a very high opinion, and she's just like a little bit better in this game because they didn't really go out of her way to give her anything too crazy new. So Nurila fits in this game, again, what I was talking about with like the focus mode. It's kinetic energy, it's maneuverability, it's repositioning, and it's flanking. And Nurila has a lot of ways to move. So she's got her web zips off the ceiling, she's got her web zips that are straight shots, she's got a lot of skittery side-to-side movement, so she's just a lot of energy to her that lets her kind of get around, which is really cool. Then she's another one, a lot like Lala Barina, where she's very setup-oriented, and I think Nursila's setups are quite a bit better. So what she wants to do, what her core game plan is she either wants to net you up in her webbing with the triple shot that they fires off, which is at a pretty good arc, where it's spread enough that it's still useful, but narrow enough that if you dodge for like the one in the center, you might still get cropped by one of the side ones. So pretty good angle on her web shot. Or she wants you to get under her to get over aggressive. She'll stick you with the sleep stinger. If she can get either of those setups, she rears back, those fucking mandibles come like ripping up out of her mouth, and she goes for the big poison clamp. And again, if you're fighting like the tempered 5-star Nurila, like I was doing for fun runs, if she can get that setup, it hurts. And then the poison is going. So if you aren't on items or whatnot, the stronger Nursilas in the game have a pretty nice chance at killing you, which I liked. Nurila felt nice and dangerous at her highest possible power level in the game, which I really appreciated. Her ecology is still super cool, so for those of you who aren't aware, that mantle, that cloak that she wears, that is skinned alive Gypos that is dead and drooped over her body, and the purple spikes coming out of her are solidified crystalline poison coming out of Gypos. Because Gypos has a resistance to electricity, which she is hyper weak to. So she drapes that cloak over her to protect herself from lightning. If you can break that cloak up, she takes extra lightning damage, but you can use fire to try and break the cloak faster. You can also smash up the crystals on her back. She's also got the mandibles, which are particularly, or the claws rather, which are particularly difficult to break because they have a very, very high durability to them, and they also guard her face, which is a really good hit zone. So there's a lot of little bits and bobs and mechanics to her fights, which makes her kind of, she She's one of those monsters that is very puzzle bossy with her part breaks. I generally very much enjoy those, so that gives her a lot of stuff for me. I just saw this in the chat. She has a turf war with Gypos, which ties into her lore where she tries to like wrap him up and kill him and gets flashed off of it. It's a really cool turf war that fits these two animals very, very well. They even added little baby hatchling Nursilas running around in her cave, which is kind of funny. The only thing about that is if you do get slept in that little cave with the little babies, they have a good chance of waking you up and ruining her setup. So sleep becomes considerably less dangerous with the overzealous little babies. Excuse me. Looks excellent, especially if you know that lore about her. The detailing and how the Gypos skin mantle looks is excellent. Looks really cool. It is odd that they put her in the ice zone, but it kind of fits her. Kind of these like spooky dark ice caves for her to skitter around in. But yeah, very fun. A lot of maneuverability. Fits focus very well. Has a really good grab bag of statuses with poison and webbing and sleep. She uses those in tandem to get her setups to do her big damage, which I really like. I think that's a very good way to do a monster with multiple status effects, is if they combo together, so I generally really like her. She can be very spastic and explosive, but she can also be very meandering, which makes her a little bit tough to predict. They just worked in a whole bunch more of her ecology that was already established, which I really appreciate. And yeah, Nurila is a big win for me, especially at the highest levels of her difficulty, where she can pose a very good threat. Yeah, like I said, tempered 5-star Nurila, very, very fun fight for me. I had a blast fighting that. So I think Nurila is going to go in medium-high with Dosha. And let's see, would I fight a Nurila? I would fight a Dosha over a Nurila, but not by that much. I think that's my current... If they were both on the same map, who would I chase? And I think I would chase Dosha over Nurila, but not by that much. I think she stays right there in medium-high. Big fan.
Yeah, as I kind of alluded to in the beginning, I think she is better than Lala Barina. For all the reasons Connor just said. She punishes you. She moves way more. Lala Barina moves, and it's just kind of all fluff. It's just all like, look at me. Get it? I'm a ballerina. Get it? It's in the name. Get it? And Nurila moves a lot and hits you, you know? So, like, I like it. A lot more creative with the attacks. A lot more spidery, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not just because she uses webs, but a lot more spidery. Lala Barina's a spider, kind of. The legs on this one are way less exposable. I think they're a little tougher. That's just kind of like game design stuff. So I mean that, you know, but I you know, not my fault. So I think the legs are a little harder to just blatantly expose with wounds. I did not know that about the ecology. That's really cool. Why she beefs with such a stupid monster is beyond me. But the nest is very cool. I was also thinking kind of the same thing. Why is she in the ice shards? But it still works. I think the wet, gross, disgusting ice caves still a vibe. The armor, sneaky good. Very Power Ranger villain.
Yeah.
The weapons, sneaky good. They don't look anything like her, but they're good.
Yeah.
They don't look anything remotely like her. But they are cool. If they didn't look like her and they were stupid, it would be a knock. But because they don't look anything like her and they're cool, I count that towards her. Spider babies. I wish they did a little more. I wish...
They really kind of exist to die.
And I get that they're babies, you know, so like, I mean, I think they definitely look like babies. I wish they did. I wish all the little monsters did more. Congas, Blanco, whatever the fuck, Blankos. I wish they all did more. I think if you don't spend, I mean, they're not that hard to kill, but if you don't spend a couple seconds hacking them up, I think they should like totally swarm you, climb all over you, knock you down, and then if 30 of them are all over your body, they put you to sleep, and then Nurila can punish you that way.
That could be cool.
So I just wish they did more, and that is definitely not her thing necessarily. But I like her a lot. I like how she leans into the spider. She moves a lot more. All the things in which Lala Barina did. So let's get her up. Let's get her up to I am in the opposite camp. I would fight a Nurila before I fight a Doshaguma.
Okay. Cool.
Doshaguma's fine, but I think Nurila is very good. I wish they leaned into the creepy spider in the caves a little more. I know they love shoving Rove in there.
Yes,
but,
they do.
Which is just amazing. But yeah, I like her. Very solid, very good armor. I don't know the theme, if she even has a defined theme. I don't know
It's
it off
just the
the top
map
of my
theme.
head. Okay, so I don't even know the map theme really. Yeah, very good. I like her a lot. With, nothing to complain about. Nothing super holy dog shit S tier amazing, but significantly better than average. Nice B student.
Hirabami. This one's I don't hate it. I don't hate it. It's weak. It's a little weak. The fight's nothing, especially when okay. Hirabami is kinda like Paolumu, but it's less endearing and it lacks that kind of like big, obvious hit zone to smack at when he's floating around. He's very floaty, he's very lethargic, he's not super damaging, but he's just kind of like this goober who flies around in the cold zone and just kind of hovers around and uses this thing coming off of his neck to catch on wind currents and just drift around. Very much like Paolumu. The thing about Paolumu, though, is Paolumu's got this nice, big, fat hit zone that you can smack around to still kind of get some satisfying hits. If Hirabami's up in the air, you're just kind of whacking at its tail, and that's not as fun. And then, there's very little in his move pool that I think is hyper-engaging. He's got the Frost Breath, which it's really just kind of a nice shot. The neatest thing that he does is when he, like, kind of starts to rev himself up and then goes flying around and spinning around in a circle. That's kind of neat. I think it's weird. Okay, there's three things I really like about Hirabami. One, his armor is cracked out with Evade Window, and Evade Window is my favorite skill in all of Monster Hunter. 2, his lance is a banner lance. Banner lances are based as fuck. I don't care if that lance is literal dog shit. I will run that lance against a monster with an ice weakness. A lot. I run that thing against Raidao all the time. That could be the worst lance in the entire singular game. And the third thing that I really like about Hirabami is that when he like goes for his tail attacks, the little mandible metal claws on his tail will start clacking around and clicking around, and I kind of like that sound effect. I think his tail kind of whizzing and jittering and whirring. I think that's some nice sound design. And those are my 3 favorite things about Hirabami. The armor also looks kind of cool. I do fuck with that vibe. Maybe not the headpiece, because I don't always enjoy helmets that give you hair. But like,
I hate wigs. I hate the wigs too.
Yeah, but like, it's
a
another
nice
one. Like,
vibe, not me.
It's another one where like neck down, I kind of fuck with it. I kind of like the robe look, but then like the wig ones, not always a fan. Design's okay. I think it's pretty neat. It's not one of my favorites, but there's nothing particular. I don't think there's any bad designs in Wild's roster. The metal mandible tail is kind of cool. I like the sails on his head and how those expand and contract when he's on the ground versus when he's in the air. The weirdo head shape is kind of cool. The little shark fin nose. The purples and the blues, but it's not as... Rompo's got better purples and blues, though. This is a much more kind of faded, desaturated purple and blue. But yeah, no. He's the weakest monster on the Ice Shard Cliffs. I'm very rarely going to go out of my way to fight him. I got my lance out of him, and that's really about it. There is a pack mechanic that's very rarely used. The nice thing about that, though, is that they're so kind of lethargic that when they're together in a pack, they do kind of blend fairly well, just because then you have 3 of them going at it, and none of them are, like, too fast or too erratic, so there's, like, a pretty decent pace. But they're not really in a pack all that much. Yeah, no, neat gear, favorite lance in the game, solid design, solid armor design. Maybe my least favorite fight in the game. Weakest on his map for sure. Barely used pack mechanic. But not garbage. But I do think he is probably He is my least favorite in Wilds. He's my least favorite on the roster. He goes... Yeah, lower mid, because there's a whole bunch of, like, 70% of that fight is me just kind of kicking him in the tail, and that's not super fun. But he's not garbage. He's not garbage, so he's in lower mid.
If you know me, you know that armor is right up my alley. This game's Randall. I wish they leaned more into Snake and less into flying around, because even with longsword, sometimes the way he just dangles, he's still almost too high to hit. So
The head, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of wish they just kind of put him on the ground and made him a snake, and because he kind of has like the sails kind of make like a viper shape, not like a viper, you know what I mean, like the neck shape, the heart. So I kind of wish they just kept him on the ground and just made him a snake, but they didn't, and that's bad. He's nothing crazy. Why they shove him into some quests is beyond me. Even hunting them as a pack. Someone said try hunting them as a pack. I have.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's not bad, but it's not that good. He's just fine. He does these like stupid swinging tail attacks, like where he just kind of is up in the air and he just rocks back and forth. Like whatever. I kind of wish he did more snake, bite attacks where he dove at you. So like open up the mouth a little more, make him more of a snake. Very nice armor, very nice weapons. Just nothing to write home about. I just think the direction they took him is just poor. So I'm gonna go, like I did a double in the hollow. Horrible. Oh my god, it was such a slog.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put him in low mid as well.
All right. Yeah,
it's not
garbage. There's stuff I like about him.
Yeah. I don't like the monster nearly as much. The armor is severely gripping on as hard as it can to that Garbo low mid area. But yeah, no, he's just okay.
Yeah. I think this is the weakest one in Wilds, and it's not garbage.
I don't. I have another one.
Okay.
That is for show worse, in my opinion.
Alrighty. Sneaky fucking holy. I love a Jarakan. I love a Jarakan, dude. This guy fucking rocks. I liked him in the trailer. And then they did the IGN thing. I'm like, I like this guy now. And then I fought him in the game. And it's like, I fucking love it. It helps. It helps that he has one of my favorite quests in the entire story, when it's just like you and Olivia and two Ajarakons in a fucking rectangle, and it's the four of you just beating the fucking brakes off each other, and then Olivia takes one and goes dipping off into another region, then you dip off in another direction with the other one. Oh, this dude's sick. He's so cool. He's so cool. He's cool enough by himself. I'd really like him just as he is in his base state, because he's got the shoulder dive, and he's got the punches, and he's got the ground rip attacks, and he's a monkey, but like he's like made out of rocks and whatnot. He's got this he looks like he's got like solidified fire coming off of his back and off of his tail. He looks like a statue. He looks like someone carved this thing out of like gold. And the color palette is so cool, because it's got like the golds and the brasses and the reds and the oranges and the blues and like the little bits of cerulean in there. And he's so like low-key pretty, with like the kind of like the metally brasses and golds as a base, and then it gets into the reds and that's so nice. The armor looks sick as fuck. His weapons look sick as hell. He's just this really super awesome, just mid-tier. Like, you going down to the basin, he's a bruiser. He's dangerous. Yeah, there's New Udra and there's Gravios and there's Rathalos that can outpower him, but like, if a Najara still like rocks up on you and you're not being careful, again, deliberately went and fought Tempered Ones last night just to like see, he can fucking dome ya. And then he's got the fire state where he starts to like crack it. I love how he goes into his rage mode, where he like lights up the flints on his back by just smacking his tail off his back over and over again. He's amping himself up and he's getting ready to go and he's like fucking hyping himself up to go fight, and then he just explodes up in fire. And then he's got like this flame rip where he creates a tremor and then just rips the ground up. He's got this fire drag punch to him. He can throw exploding rocks at ya. The charge attack where he like grinds himself up into the ground, shoots up into the air, and then there's like the little anime ting, and then just comes crashing down. I have landed offsets against that attack. It put me on like fucking half-mast, dude. It's timing that shit is so sick. He's got a bunch of moves. He's got physical shit. He's got range shit. He's in a cool ass map. He's a cool part of the arena. He's got a great story mission. His gear fucks. Odogaron rocks, dude. This guy is so sick. He's so goddamn I knew I was gonna like him. And then I fought him. I'm like, this dude fucks. He's rad as shit. So yeah, dude. Odogaron. First higher high for me.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was insane. The quest that made me go, wow, is this like one of the best monsters in this game? Was the double Odogaron in the hollow.
Oh yeah, dude.
When there was one of them that was like absolutely massive and he was a crown, and then one of them was like a little smaller. When I KO'd him coming down from the nuke attack, I was rigid. I was absolutely, oh my lord, dude. I put a couple clips of him in the chat the other day in Discord of me like I double offsetted him. He did like the big spin attack in the ground. I love the monkey bars that they put out there for him where he's like hopping around from place to place. I love his like pro wrestler moves, where he does like these friggin' collegiate wrestling, dragging himself around and like, oh my god, all this grappling shit. Oh, he's so cool, dude. And he's a monkey.
Yeah.
His son Wukong is such, because like you said, I like the back thing looks like such like a Buddhist kind of statue of like all his gods and stuff. Yeah. So like, man, he's very cool, and I really hope that he gets a subspecies. I really hope that he gets another element or something cool. He is one of the coolest monsters. I use his dual blades all the time. They are probably my favorite set of dual blades that I have. And gosh, he is a great sword fight. He's a great anything fight, honestly. But hammer, great sword, my favorites. So I love this guy, and he is right now my second S tier monster. I have an absolute blast with this guy.
Nice.
Pun intended. But yeah, after that double quest that we had, I was like, wait a minute. That's been one of my favorite like you, me, Nate, and Kerry versus two Odogarons in the arena. The exact same thing. I was sitting there like, this is awesome. This is awesome. Fun or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was one of the just most unhinged, like just fun I've ever had in this game. Yeah, I love him. I think he fits the great unhinged monster kind of role very well. And just like the way he interacts with himself is just super cool. So yeah, I love that guy with a passion. And I really do hope we get other monkeys. I think it'd be really cool if they kind of developed a Doshaguma aspect where there was always a big one, and then like every big one walked around with like a couple of slightly smaller ones.
Yeah.
And they had better pack aspects. Like I wish they were a little better packy, but obviously that's not their point. But they kind of like make it seem like they run in pairs because like they throw the two at you in the mission, they throw the two at you in the hollow a lot. So yeah, I really wish that they did run in pairs. I wish there was always a smaller monkey with the bigger monkey. Goated. He doesn't poop, but he's still just peak. I mean, so peak.
Doing a project on MH phylogeny with friends, and this dude is a bit of a headache, crazy beast. Yeah, like he is an ape or a monkey, but like there's no fur and he's got scales. Like, what the fuck is this thing?
Like they called him an ape in the game.
Yeah,
they were like, the great apes are here. Yeah, I want to see. Oh my god, a Rajang Odogaron.
That'd be
fight.
rad.
Woo!
Yeah.
someone else I wanted to read. Very surprising. He was some Gold said it. He was a surprise, very much welcome surprise.
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to be nearly as good. I didn't watch. I was really going through it when all that shit about him came out, so I didn't expect much. But holy dog water, did I love him like from the first moment I fought him, and then like I said, that duo quest was like, holy crap, this is the most fun I've had this game. A very welcome surprise. There is a bigger surprise. That really like coming up that is even for me bigger than this guy, but wow, I mean everything about this guy, he fills it all. S tier armor, S tier monster, S tier ecology, S tier weapons. I mean holy crap, I mean he's just so peak. Radow still beats him out though, but I do like this guy very much. He will for sure end up in my top 3.
All right. Now for the apex of the oil well basin, Nuudra, the Black Flame. Who is better, Acharakan or Vol'jang? I gotta fight Vol'jang a little bit. I kind of think
40 in the chat. Shout out.
Sorry. Yeah, no, we're doing great. I think I might like... I don't know. Vol'jang just kind of has a couple of whack-ass hitboxes. I think you can make Vol'jang better than Acharakan, for sure. But Vol'jang has a couple of hitboxes I don't really love. It's kind of it. I gotta fight him a little more, I think. Alright. I could give a proper lecture on what I've found so far. Speaking as a biologist, MH critters are bloody wild, and there have been so many missing intermediate species. Yeah, that's definitely gotta be a thing. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's like in the middle of Monster Hunter Monsters that like, I wish I knew what that was, because that would explain a couple of things, probably. Alright, Nuudra, the first cephalopod monster. So they start the category off with an apex, with, again... In a game with just masterful cinematics, what a damn... You beat back the double Ajarakons, and, like, you think you've saved the village, the flame spring goes off, 3 more Ajarakons show up, and then these black oil tendrils start, like, snaking up, and, like, tossing them aside, and drags another one down to, like, hell with it, and then this thing comes, like, up on top of, like, the main platform. The silhouette of this dude with, like, the fire in the background is sick. Like, he looks really, really good. The design's beautiful. Let me think. Fight's really, really fun. I like that they had this idea where, like, all right, we're going to communicate to you how Nuudra is going to fight by having these sensory organs, which he uses to see, which is like the fake eyes up on his false head. And those same sensory organs are on his tendrils. So you see those and you see what attacks are going to come at you with. He's got a good grab bag. He's got a lot of slaps and a lot of slams, full body slams. He's got like the coiled up fire explosion burst, which is a really cool get off me tool. He's got the thing where he's got like the sack full of fire on his back where he can like drag that up with his tentacles and use that for his grab attack. It's probably the coolest grab in the game. And then he's got like the fire beam that you can lance walk through, which is really cool, which is the best lance walk, like guard walk through a laser beam in the game. The design is sick. They pulled off a brand new category in cephalopods, really cool. He's probably one of the most intricately animated monsters that they have. Let's see. Yeah, no. Like I think Nuudra really spells a lot of good things for how complex they can get monsters, because we've had things like arthropods, like the crabs and the bugs in the games for a while, but there's a reason they cut those guys down to 4 limbs, is because the more stuff you're animating on that stuff, the harder it gets. Nuudra's kind of saying, like, yeah, we can kind of start to, like, push some shit. We have, like, 6 active limbs going at the same time, with the head as well. And we just do more shit. And the different tentacles, like, act independently from one another. They each have their own attacks from the different sides that they can do, which is really cool. He's got a good grab bag of fire and range stuff. Some of it's a get-off-me tool, some of it's a projectile tool. So he's got, like, the mini shots. He's got the full ring-around attack. He's got the distant to, like, mid-range fire blast. So he's got, like, he can cover a whole bunch of angles. He's nice and maneuverable. Really good silhouette. A lot of really nice weapons. A really, really good theme. With a lot of very kind of erratic use of strings and trumpets and whatnot, and then it just kind of has this nice big crescendo. I think he fits in the oil well basin perfectly. One of the coolest things is when he's like doing the scene transitions where he's like rapping along on the pipes and shit and like dragging himself along in like the debris of the map that you can't go to. That's super cool. His nest is awesome. They use like the cephalopod thing where like there's no bones in his body, so he can go into super tight spaces. I think it's really cool, but he can also jump from like one half of the map to the other, which is a little annoying to try and chase him. Very good looking weapons. Let's see, pretty damn good looking armor, funny looking cat armor, generally really fun. I think the other cephalopod, I think I like to fight a little bit more. This is the more cinematic one. The other cephalopod is like the slightly more tightly put together one. In terms of cinematics, really well done, and then it's not all flash and no substance. I think New Udra is a very good monster, a big triumph for the initial outing of a brand new monster classification, some really good cinematics. Yeah, I like New Udra quite a bit. Let's see. I like a Jarikon. A Jarikon, I think, just kind of... I like the aesthetics a little bit more. I like the fight a little bit more. Again, Nudra's got a fun, very flashy fight. It's not quite as tight. There's a couple of moves that are really flaily and are communicated kind of weird. I think a Jarikon's just like a little bit snappier, a little bit crispier. But yeah, no, the presentation is very immaculate for New Udra. I'm gonna put him right at the top of medium high for myself. Austin.
Yeah, so I wasn't like super thrilled when I first saw this guy. I was like, oh, whatever, it's a squid. And squids are cool, squids are creepy. But I don't know, I just wasn't super thrilled with like what I saw. And then I actually fought him, and I really I think he's got a lot of options to keep you on your toes. The big fire breath attack is it comes out fast enough that it kind of gets me a lot. So that's something I really like. The big like curtain attack when he like rears up and like makes himself a giant sail and like falls on. I wish that was a little faster. And then like you said, he's just kind of crazy. He's just kind of crazy that he like does all these things with his tentacles. I like the little tiny things where like his tentacles are like flop around when you cut him. I like how they make you work for his tentacles. I like how they're not just like cut-offs that like you hit him 6 times. I like how they make you work for his wounds. He doesn't get wounded super crazy easily. So I really like how they actually like coded him into the game to be a little tougher, and he feels a little tougher. Again, yeah, he is aided by the cinematics a lot. So like when he rears up and he shakes and all the friggin' like little meteors come off of him, for lack of a better term, it's cool. I like where he sleeps. I think he interacts very well with the area. I think when he sleeps in that little bucket, it's really funny. Going through the walls is very cool. I like how they brought him into the game. I thought that was really cool when he comes out of nowhere and just slinks up and like starts pulling monkeys away. Very nice. So I think he interacts with his area very well. I wish Jin, kind of had the same level of interaction, but he's just so unyieldly large that it's a little tough. So this guy kind of beats him in that aspect where, the actual interaction with the oil well. Because the oil well is very sneaky cool. I didn't realize how very sneaky cool it was till Wednesday when I was playing when Connor was streaming. Very nice area. So I think that this guy complements it extremely well. He's very fun, but he's a group fight. I don't love fighting this guy alone. Just because he is, like you said, a little less polished and just kind of flopping around sometimes. So fighting him alone is a little tough. Not in terms of like tough as like difficulty tough, but tough in like, I wish I had a friend.
I think I agree with you. I like fighting him more when you and Nate are with me than fighting him by myself.
When me, you, and Nate fought him that one time and we were really like, we're like, don't kill him. We need to get all these. That was super fun. Trying to get all his tentacles. So yeah, very creepy, very cool. I like this guy a lot. Is he S? No, but I think he is high. I like this guy in high. And that's where I'm going to stop because I want to try to not spoil the other guy coming up.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Not like a lot. Oh, and then go to theme. You said it already. Go to theme.
Oh, yeah,
I'm going to go piss.
Cool. All right. Then I You left to piss on one that we kind of already covered, but all right. So hopefully this doesn't take too. I'll yap. I can talk.
I'll be quick.
You guys know me. I can fucking talk my shit. All right, Guardian Doshaguma. So the first of the Guardian monsters that you encounter when you go to the ruins of Wyveria. Just kind of bumbles in and crashes into your fight, and there's this kind of thing of like, what? The same thing the characters do. It's like, what the hell is that? So it's Doshaguma with an orange face and a big shock of white fur for a mane, and he's got these blue lines coming off of him, and he's in this weirdo environment where you have no idea where the hell he is. He's weird. And then you learn how the Guardians work and all that kind of stuff. So Guardian Dosha has the bulk of the merits that the normal Dosha has, minus some of the environmental interactions and the pack interactions, due to the fact that the ruins of Wyveria, I call it the Thunderdome. That's the boss fight arena where the bosses live. It's not as much of an environment as the other maps in the game. Still a good fight, for sure. Someone just said good introduction to the Guardians. I think this is a really good pick for the introduction to the Guardians, because Dosha's already a really solid fight. He's a good bruiser, does some good damage, he's kind of chunky, he's very honest, he fits in with the mechanics very, very well, like I was talking about earlier, and he is probably poster boy number 3 of Wilds, behind Arkveld and Raydao. So, Dosha is a good choice for a Guardian. Also, a good choice for the Guardian is that he is elementless, because the way that the Wilk crystals work is that they are charged by elemental energy, and usually what you're going to have with the Guardians is they're going to have an element that they're going to fire back at the crystal protrusions that they create to try and get the detonation before you can get the detonation. Guardian Dosha doesn't have that, so he introduces you to the mechanic whilst not having a way to detonate them himself. What he can do is crack them if you're not fast enough. So he can still destroy them, but he can't make use of them. So I think that's a sneaky way of introducing the Wilk Crystal Guardian blast mechanics with the elemental ammo. And of course, your Hunter makes mark of it, and there's elemental slinger ammo all over the place. So he is a good monster to introduce the Guardian concept and the Guardian core mechanic. That's really kind of the biggest change. He has an issue that all the Guardians have, where the kit is not changed all that much, nor is the design. The recolor is good. It is a good recolor. I think they all look pretty cool, with the blacked out eyes and the white fur and like the blue lines crisscrossing all over the place and everything. It's a solid design. I was having a discussion with this in some of the VCs with some of the guys, is that these are supposed to be like artificial monsters and whatnot. There's not a whole lot visibly artificial to them, minus what like Alma says, where, you know, they have like their reproductive organs taken out and their esophagus and their stomach have atrophied and things like that. But that's not visually apparent on Dosha. If, like, they could have just taken this model and this design and say that this is a rare species of Doshaguma, given them some different mechanics, and that would have worked. The Guardians aren't quite, like, as artificial as maybe they could have been. Like, there's no real malformation. It is a Doshaguma with different colors and different mechanics, and not a lot of different mechanics. I think they could have gone nuttier with how the Guardians worked. It's not bad. It's not bad looking at all. The gear looks very, very cool. He's got a very nice looking lance. Like the white and the black colors on top of the normal Dosha stuff looks really nice. And then, the biggest thing that Guardian Dosha has is he has his Reign of Defense down snot. It's minus the Wilk explosions. I think it's really the only thing he really does differently. Most everything, he might have some, I think he has some slightly different physical attacks and some slightly different combo work. It's very similar, though. It's similar enough that it's kind of tough to pick apart the exact differences here and there. But the biggest thing that he has is the defense down snot. And it's a nice spread of them at, like, different intervals and different arc and whatnot, where if he's shooting in the general direction that you're in, it's a good chance that you're going to hit you, because it's got kind of like a nice cone effect of that snot. Defense down is a debuff that I particularly like, because it makes fights tougher, it makes fights scarier. I like it when monsters use defense down. I think he's the only defense down user in the game thus far, so I appreciate that. It's a debuff that I think is very simple and effective, and it kind of just makes this one a little bit more different. So yeah, most of the strengths of Dosha are still intact. I think he's a good introduction to the Wilk system. His gear looks fine. But yeah, no, I think in terms of kits and designs, the Guardians could have been a little bit wackier and a little bit weirder and a little bit more different. As is, he is a Doshaguma with Wilk crystals and defense down and a neat little design. But he's still a Dosha, and I really like Doshas. So I'm going to put him at the... I still like Dosha's combat way more than Uth Duna. So I'm going to put him right there in lower high.
I'm kind of in the same boat. I wish they did more. He has like 3 extra attacks. That's about it. His armor isn't particularly that much more amazing. His weapons are kind of the same concept. They do a lot of damage, but they don't do anything else crazy. I think they just picked him because like he is kind of the second poster boy in a way because he got the most screen time in the very beginning. So, could they have picked someone more interesting? Sure, but I do understand like why he was the one to get picked to do this, just because, you know, like I couldn't imagine like a Guardian Rompo or like a Guardian or a Jarakan. So I get it, but a little boring in that I expected more. But like Connor said, can't really knock him. He's not that much different than the other one.
Yeah.
So I'm in the same boat, 1 tier below. Wherever my Doshi is.
You got him in mid-high. Under Balahara?
Yeah. So like, I think they could have done more, but it's not just a him problem. It's an all of them problem. It's Fulgur has the same problem.
Yep.
Odogaron has the same problem. So, he was just the first victim. So, yeah. I just want more. But other than that, nothing. I mean, he's still a good Doshaguma.
Yep. All right. Guardian Rathalos is the best Guardian in the game, as far as I'm concerned. Rathalos is really good in this game. We're going to get to Rathalos. I'm going to pop the fuck off about Wild's Rathalos, dude. And Guardian Rathalos is the best Guardian in the game by my estimation, as he is the most different from his core monster. It's still not super different. It's still overdeveloped body parts, changed around some of the attacks a little bit more. At least Guardian Rathalos has enough different. What they do a lot with Guardian Rathalos is a lot of really big, heavy claw slams and like strafing hits. The coolest thing he's got is like when he comes flying in and he comes crashing in, the explosion kicks off and he goes like spinning around, goes on like a half circle and like the crystals like form up around him, rips off with a fire. Like you gotta hit those crystals quick with the burst or he's gonna like immediately go into a fireball and do a chain explosion and try and cover him. Like he's really, really quick with his follow-ups and whatnot. He's a little bit more grounded than the normal Rathalos. He fights on the ground a little bit more, has a few less aerial attacks than the normal Rathalos does. He's got like the really, really big, heavy claw slams that also do the big explosion and kick up the crystals and whatnot. And that's really the neat thing about him. Big Rathalos, looks really sick. Rathalos in this game is fucking awesome. And yeah, this one's got some slightly different patterns, some slightly different attacks, some really big cinematic explosions. I still think the normal Rathalos is better. I really do. I'm gonna talk about fucking Rathalos in this game. But Guardian's good. Guardian's good. I think he's the best Guardian I think he's the best Guardian in the game. His gear looks really good. He's got some very nice fire weapons. I think the black, the red, and the white looks awesome on Rathalos' gear. Yeah, not too much bad to say. Still, all of the Guardians needed more. But of the Guardians, like, not having a lot of new original shit, this is the one that has the most original new shit. So, I think Guardian Rathalos is quite fun. Still gonna fight the normal one over him. So I think Guardian Rathalos is at least gonna get into medium-high, just because there should be more to him. And he's Rathalos in this game, so I'm still gonna put him over Nurila. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so fighting him made me realize that Rathalos is good, and he was not good in World. I don't care what anybody says. He was not good in World. He was not crazy fun by any stretch of the imagination. He was as middle as possible. And again, you've heard my opinion on that 1,000 times. I'm not going to go into it. But fighting this guy, I was like, whoa, hold on now. Did they make Rathalos good? Because I was kind of upset. I know that they're never going to make a Monster Hunter game without Rathalos and Raytheon and Rathalos. But when I saw that he was in here too, I was like, oh, not this guy again, man. And I know that some people feel the opposite. They see this guy and they're like, it's the boy. There he is. He's in all the games. Obviously, I've only played 2 games. I don't even count Rise, honestly. Played it for like 60 seconds. So when he was actually good, I was like, hold on now. We are cooking. A heavier, slower Rathalos that does a little more damage, has a little bit of hotter fire, blows things up. I mean, I'm in. They really did make Rathalos good, and I think the best Wrath I've ever had was Gold, and I don't even think he really cracked higher than low high. I am very critical on the Wraths. Yeah, very cool. And I didn't look at leaks or anything. Like, I didn't know this guy was coming. I thought it was just going to be regular Rathalos and regular Rathian, but I like this guy. I like this guy a lot. So I'm going to put him in the same area. I like him a lot. Is he one of my favorites? Me, not particularly. Because I do think, I agree, there is a better version of him. Unfortunately, I don't even think I don't even think I fought Rathalos in Wilds. I don't think I did. Sorry, so no, I like Gold, so I like the Wrath. That was my favorite Wrath. Someone said Silver. Yeah, I know that he is the Silver one, but I was talking about both of them. I like him more than Doshaguma, but I fought more Nursilas, so I'm going to put Nursila with him.
Cool. Alrighty. This guy.
Oh my god, dude, stop. One of the greatest monsters ever.
This guy's
and I know
sick.
that, I know that that's our meme. He's the guy, for us, but holy shit. I'll do kind of sorry, I don't know why I'm just taking the lead here, but I am.
Go for it. Do it.
I kind of have, I'll start the same with the bad about the bad. There's nothing bad about him. The less than stellar things about him. Funny enough, Uth Duna suffers from the same problem, and this guy does more, even though he's about the size of a train. So he has more attacks than Uth Duna, but he does kind of suffer the same thing. I think he could have 1 or 2 more attacks. But he does play the big monster really well. He's akin to like a Safi in my mind, so large, but all his body parts seem to operate like independently. Like, it's not like I feel like if you just sit under his legs and hit him, he won't notice you. All his legs attack. He's got a tail attack. He's got plenty of beam attacks. I just would like 1 or 2 more physical attacks maybe. But other than that, I mean, he's amazing. I mean, he has amazing armor. He's one of the best fights in the game. He has one of the most satisfying part breaks in the whole game. I love making sure we broke every single part of him. The monster science behind him, ecology, where he heats himself up in free, and when he gets cold, oh my lord, dude, he's got a supernova. He's got an eschaton. It's not really eschaton. It's not as painful, but it is just as cool. Might be cooler. When he coils up in himself and makes like his own little friggin' igloo that he's flaming up in. Oh my lord, pulling the rocks down. So cool. I think he runs a little fast in the first phase. I think the first phase should last a little longer. But the third phase makes up for it because it is the best phase. It's right up there with some of the best phases in World or Wilds. I mean, it's the best in Wilds, but it's better than Safi's third phase. I mean, this guy's amazing. Goated weapons, some of the best in the game.
Mm-hmm.
They're simple in such a really cool way. I mean, like they're very nice. And then like the way he operates on the ground, where he like he's so big, he has to do like U-turns and stuff on the walls. Super cool. What could they do as a variant or a subspecies? I really don't know. I don't know where they take this guy, but I hope they do. I hope they do something else with him, just because I want more of him. I don't want, like, there's some monsters where it's like, oh, I hope they do more because I want that monster to be better. But like with this guy, it's like, I just want more Jin Dahad in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
So yeah, very cool. This guy has an amazing fight. I never get tired of it. The moment I see him on my map, I'm like, game time. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
S tier armor, double S tier theme.
Mm.
I just have a personal bias towards Raidao, but double S tier theme. Just oh my god, is this this guy was made for dual blades. Whoever made this guy was a dual blades made. Perfect dodging the ice blasts. Kaiser says you can perfect dodge the Nova. I will have to try. Yeah, no, there's really not anything really bad about this guy. One nitpick if I had to. A couple more attacks. That's all I wish. But double S tier everything. So he's obviously right up there. However, I don't think he is as good. Okay. How do I say this? Raydao is not as much as Legiana. Legiana was like a real personal favorite who, like, even though other monsters were better, Legiana was just more favorite. Raydao is a more personal favorite, but he's no, he goes toe to toe with Jindahad. But what puts him over is truly just my personal bias towards Lightning and Raydao himself. But Jindahad is in second. But he may be better. He may honestly be better. He really is. He may honestly be better. So, yeah, I'm in. And I know Tin Can has fought this guy probably 700 times. So second, Desert Jindahad, that'd be peak. Jindahad, that's really funny. Old for you? I'm sorry, you don't like peak Redhorn. I apologize.
All right.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading chat. He has like 3 attacks for each body part. So many get off me things. Yeah, I mean, like and then again, he was like my first. Honestly, he didn't even really give me that much trouble in the story, but he 3-carded Connor and I mean, we were trying. So yeah, very peak. I love this guy a lot.
Yeah,
but Raydao again is just a personal favorite, but I think Jindahad might be better. Lightning, Dragon, the theme is one of my favorites. He's just biased, so I love him a lot.
Yeah, so I can fuck with the notion that, like, the first phase especially is a little light. When you get to like the bottom of the cliffs and you're fighting him in phase 3, he's super good. Did he maybe the 3 phases feels less like it's actually 3 phases of a fight where it's like really kind of broadening, and I feel like that, like, oh, he's a 3-phase monster. It's like, not really. He's like a 1-phase monster where he just gradually kind of expands on his move pool and he just kind of goes lower and lower. There's other fights, like, say, the 3 phases of Geismagorm in Sunbreak, where, like, each phase, like, really fucking overhauls the fight. This one, not really. It is not the most dynamically, mechanically increased fight. Does that make it bad? No. Does the 3 phases feel like a little bit of a novelty? Yeah, it does. It's really kind of just like a cinematic progression more so than it is a major mechanical overhaul phase by phase. Does that make it bad? No, not in the slightest. Phase 3, I think, is very, very fun. The first ones are kind of slow, but once he starts to, like, actually thread his attacks together, which I'll talk about in a bit, it's pretty great. So, I've said before, I was aware of leaks and whatnot. I totally just opened the fact that I read them, I saw them. I've not been shy about that whatsoever. So I knew about artificial monsters and stuff like that. When I saw Jindahad for the first time in that trailer, I had no idea what it was going to look like. If you are someone who kind of kept up with those leaks, you would know all we had for Jindahad was a number and a classification for a very long time. So a lot of us had no idea what the fuck this thing was. And then he showed up in that trailer, and he's this big brass armor, like, ancient gladiator super, like, what on earth is this thing? He almost doesn't look real. I almost thought that this was going to be like another artificial monster, because he looks like a robot almost, kind of. But no, dude, like, this is a naturally occurring thing where, like, he himself, kind of like the other Apexes, doesn't have a lot of natural temperature control via, like, an internal, like, sac or an organ or something like that. It's all in the armor. He's a living, breathing, like, PC cooler where all those vents and all those rivets and bits of metal coming off of his body is all heat control. It's so sick when he does, like, his ice blasts, and like Raydao, he, like, fans everything out and, like, lets his whole thing cool, and, like, as he's gradually getting agitated, his back spikes will start to light up and whatnot. What an idea. What a fucking idea for an ice monster where he's like using these fins and these bodies like to, like, manually heat and cool himself, and he's like sucking up heat out of the air and like absorbing it into its body to preserve itself, like siphoning the cold out of the environment. It's so crazy. And then he turns that into these projectile shots, and he like can like send that throughout different parts of his body. Like he'll freeze over his own claws so that he can stick to the ice rocks and shit like that and climb around. Seeing that thing climbing in the cutscenes when he's like climbing around on the rocks and everything, it's
so cool.
so fucking sick. Yeah, dude. Again, like phase 1, whatever, you're kind of just kicking him. Phase 2, yeah, he's got the ultimate, yeah. Phase 3's really fun, because he's got, like, the big ice blast. He's got the water heater explosion. He's got the sweep beam. He's got the straight shot beam. He's got the ice blast down in front of him. He's got the full body ice get off of me. He's got kicks on his legs. He's got the tail sweep. He's got the attack where he's, like, running up the... he bangs a U-turn off of a fucking wall. That's fucking cool. And I found that, like, I really like fighting him with almost everything in the game. I fight him with Lance, I fight him with Gun Lance, I fight him with Greatsword, I fight him with Dual Blades. There is ways to make a lot of matchups against him really, really fun. And that's cool that, like, because I like to find the matchups that I like. If I find a monster where I have a lot of matchups that I like, ooh, that keeps a monster really fresh for me, which is awesome. So I've already fought him with, like, 4 or 5 weapons. Really like all of them, and I do, like, vaguely different things and vaguely different strategies with him. Could he use a couple more attacks? Maybe, like, a little bit more coverage with the legs, maybe some body checks, maybe some kind of snipes with the tail, maybe some better ability like Safi to kind of turn his neck around, look at you attacking his flank and go with the ice beam. Yeah, I think he needs a little bit more get off me on his sides. You do that, I think you got some good coverage. He's got some good combo ability. Like, if he can freeze you to the ground with the frostbite and go for the ice laser, especially the tempered one, you're dead. You're fucking dead. You're gonna die. And the audacity of this thing, right? Where it's like, all right, we're gonna do a baby Safi Jiva. And he's not an Elder Dragon. He's got Ire, and he's got a Sapphire of the Emperor. He's got a Rock Drop mechanic. He's not an Elder Dragon. He's just in the back end of low rank. We're just gonna plop him in there. This isn't a title update. This isn't the final boss. This isn't fucking an Elder Dragon. It's not a flagship. This is just a dude, like, in the game, just doing, like, with a baby siege fight. That's nuts. That's wicked nuts.
Flail.
Yeah, the Sword and Shield. Oh, the best Sword and Shield they've ever made, ever. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this guy's insanely peak. I mean, it's crazy how good he is. So yeah, I like him right up there with Rado.
Yeah.
Someone asked, Sarah asked, will we ever see magnet spikes? I'm gonna assume no. I've never played Frontier, but I just know it's no.
You can get the way that game works. You can get a full like second of iframes on that thing. No.
Tonfas, those look fun.
They'd be reworked, but they're more doable than fucking Magnet Spike.
Personally, I don't think this game is not going to get a new weapon. I don't think.
No, not this one.
I don't know when we're ever going to get a new weapon.
Yeah, weapons are great.
Loaded.
Theme's great. Yeah, I think, give them a little bit more get off me tools on the sides, and I think you're golden. And then, like the first two phases are really just kind of a novelty to kind of create a cinematic bypass. Phase 3 is excellent. It takes a little bit of time to get to the really, really, really good fight, but like it's not like the other two are bad. That just takes a little bit. It takes you 5 minutes to. He's like medium high for 5 minutes, and then he's S for like another 7. So he still S.
Nuts and testing inspector. That is true.
AT Jin would go fucking nuts. I hope.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I did not know that he was. I thought he was like I thought he was more akin to Zoshia, where he was made. I didn't realize he was a real monster.
That's just an animal. Like that. Like that's so crazy. Alrighty. All right, Guardian Ebony. So we fought this one last night because I really needed to remember it. It's kind of like Guardian Dosha. It sure is an Ebony Odogaron. The weakest thing about this guy was that if you knock him out of his like hyper enraged state, he's really just Guardian Odogaron. Like, when he's fully charged...
Yeah, we found that out last night. I didn't realize that till you pointed it out. When we were fighting him, you're like, why isn't he doing any, like, things? And I was like, oh, yeah, he's not. And then he got enraged, and we were like, oh, shit.
Yeah. When he gets enraged, and he's, like, at full power, and he's doing the Wilk shit, then he has the spit shot, and then he's got the spin attack, and then he's doing, like, the Ebony Odogaron stuff. But, like, once you knock him out of it for, like... like 60 to 70% of that fight, it's just Guardian Odogaron. Like, he's just straight up, like, he can have dragon properties on his bite attack, but he doesn't have the spit, and he doesn't have the spin. It's still Odogaron. It's nice that Odogaron's in the game. I wish that the normal Odogaron was in the basin. And then maybe Guardian Ebony was in the Ruins of Wyveria. So, yeah, I like Zodo. He's good. And Ebony Odo's good. He's not Ebony Odo for about half his fight. I think the normal Odo should have been in the game in the basin.
I wonder if that was intentional. I wonder if that was like, well, we're not going to put regular Odogaron in the game, so why don't we make this guy half?
I think so, yeah.
Why don't we, I'm not putting regular Odo, so let's just do half of an Odo and half of and half of an Ebony. Because, yeah, I agree, man. I mean, like, unfortunately, okay, I don't even say this. It's still Odogaron. I don't think that they made Odogaron worse.
No.
But it is the same. I mean, nothing's really changed. I do like I like the areas they let him fight in, that with like the couple inches deep water, or Wilk rather.
Mm-hmm.
And I like when he does like his tail spin, they explode. It's like a big explosion. But I mean, like, yeah, it's still Odogaron. But other than that, they just said they need a monster with dragon. Possibly.
Could have been, yeah. Yeah, he's good. Odogaron's good. It's
still Odogaron.
Yeah, no, him being a guardian and being only a guardian, because like Dosha and Rathalos, fine, like they're in the game. I want Odogaron to be an animal in the game. Like Guardian Ebony feels like a boss fight from Boss Fight Land. Less like an animal. I get the ancient civilization's reason for having him for like a pragmatic reason, but like I wish Shoto was just an animal in the game, and I think that would kind of improve my viewpoint of him. Yeah, no, it's still Odo. It's still good. Still really good. But the ecology's odd, and he's not Ebony for like half his fight. So, yeah.
I'd have to look at the list. I really hope, actually, yeah, I really hope all the callbacks from 5th generation, and, I really hope they're not all Guardians. Because I think that was their cheesy way of fitting them in.
Mm-hmm.
Going like, oh, they modeled them after previous monsters. And then now it's like, oh, they want to get someone back in. It has to be a Guardian. Like, that would be kind of disappointing. Rathalos does not count. It's Rathalos. You know what I mean? So, like, he doesn't count. But, like, I really hope, like, if, like, Devil Joe or someone, like, I really hope if they do want to call back another world monster that it's not,
yeah,
not a Guardian. So,
yeah. The Guardian. I feel like the Guardian retcon, or not even retcon, but like the Guardian, like the only Odo in the game is a Guardian Ebony. Like that's I don't like that.
I am also going to be a little more critical of him. Not more critical than you, but like equally critical, because at first glance you might think, well, where was Odogaron and Ebony on my tier list? Well, they were up in S.
Yep.
So they should go there now. Not quite, because Doshaguma, this is his first game, and the Guardian Doshaguma, whatever. If you're gonna bring back Ebony Odogaron, I want more, and they didn't do anything. It's just Ebony Odogaron, who just happens to be in the game. So that is extremely disappointing. Was it nice? Did I go, oh boy, Odogaron, I love him? Yes, but him being the same is a big knock, I think, and I don't like that he's the same. I really wish he was different. I wish they did different things, because although it's modeled after a monster, like the Guardians should. I know Doctor said it earlier, they're not animals, they're like basically machines.
Yeah.
So like, they don't operate creatively, they just kind of do what they're told. I get it, but I still think they could have made it different, and they didn't, and that's upsetting. So he's gonna go into the same area you put him. I'm gonna put him down in we'll go high mid. I have fought more Quamatrices than Odogarons, so I'm gonna keep him. Yeah.
Check mine.
I don't seek him out.
Put him like there. Yeah. It's still auto. I'm gonna put him there. Sure. Okay.
I love this next guy.
Zuwu, or I think it's actually Sheiwu is
I say Zhu.
yeah, everyone says Zhu, but I think I think it's like a Chinese phonetic thing. But what a fucking freak this one is. This might be like the most cold, inhuman alien monster they have ever made. And Xenojiva has like the word Xeno in it, like the word like alien.
Supposed to be an alien.
Looks
yeah.
like he looks like a space alien. And this thing is just like, he feels unfeeling. He feels just cold and chilling and creepy. And like he's the only really kind of major point of like super ecology is like, yeah, we have these guardians, these artificial animals. Well, this is the dude that like fights them and kills them. And this dude's sick. Like, I think he has individual turf wars where he beats the shit out of every single guardian on the map. And I think they're all different. This guy has ways to take down basically like knows how to systematically take apart every single guardian, kill them and eat them. And he's not that big. He's not that crazy. Like New Udra is the big, flashy, cinematic fire kraken. Zuwu is this kind of like cold, inhuman, very precise, very professional, very kind of like dignified and astute not serial killer. He's an assassin. He's a killer. He's a murderer. Like, and it's tough, dude. He's got like this like weird false mouth looking thing and then a beak on top of the fucking mushroom head. And he's got this like wiry, feathery stuff coming off of the tentacles. He's got the same tentacle chops that New Udra has, and then like he has this very kind of like unassuming, kind of chilled out demeanor and whatnot, very kind of precise. And then it like he'll rear up and show you the underbelly, and he's just the fucking eldritch monstrosity where it's nothing but teeth and blue and tendrils, and it's horrifying. This is probably one of the single creepiest dudes they've ever made. And then the fight, like I was saying with New Udra. New Udra is the cinematic one. It's a good fight. It's a good team fight. It's very, very fun. This one is precise, and it's polished, and it's pristine. He's got long range shot with those kind of like those crystal things he can fire off of him. He's got mid-range shit with like how extendable his arms are and how he can drag himself around. He's got close range stuff. He kind of fights like a swordsman, but again, it still feels animally. It's not like it's not too anthropomorphic, but he feels like a swordsman. He's got like individual slashes, and he can hook his tendrils and make these little scythe blades. And he's got like these big haymaker heavy attacks. He's got the pin attack. He can like box you out and keep you out from a distance. He can heal punish you, and then he can drag himself in and then go from attacks that direction. Just like a really good grab bag, a lot of good range, lots of options. He's elementless, which is very interesting. I don't even think he has like a debuff on him. Someone said he might have defense down, but I've never been hit by it, even on his
Then
crystals.
a couple other people said he didn't have defense down, so I don't know. I don't, off the top of my head,
Well,
I don't
maybe
know
then that guy's just a liar. He's got a really cool nest that's all to himself with like this little cave with all the lights in him. Also, I think he has the distinction of being the first. No, not the first, because there's stuff in like quest descriptions, but like Zuwu kills a guy in this game. Like there's
I love that.
There's a sub quest for him where it's like, hey, this guy went missing, and your hunter's like, yeah, we found clothes. That's it. Like your guy's dead.
That's so cool.
Zhu thought he was a guardian and killed your guy. Like it's morbid to be like, oh yeah, but like no, like that's cool. Like he's dangerous. He's an animal. Like these things like hunt down, and these things should be a threat. Like it's cool that this guy murders a man in a sub quest.
Yeah, this happy-go-lucky, no one ever dies shit in world is mad annoying.
Yeah,
I love it in Wilds. They killed. I think I said it on stream. They killed the man.
Yeah,
I was like, so cool.
Yeah, it is.
And he'd do it again.
And he'd do it again. Yeah, no, he murders a guy. That's It's funny to say that without a context, but I think if you know what we mean. It's kind of cool that he kills a guy.
No, it is. That is. I like it. I like that. A tough.
The
better, you know?
The armor isn't my aesthetic, but it's good. Holy dog shit, if this isn't some of the best weapons they've ever made in terms of just design. Oh god, they're nice and chunky, and they're ornate, and they're littered in these gold tidbits. Again, they could be the worst weapons in the entire game. I don't give a shit. Those things are gorgeous. Put layered weapons in the game. Sure, I'll run these weapons even if they're dog water garbage. They're so cool. Yeah. I think he's low S for me because there's minus the pin, there's not a lot of flash. But
really?
the point of him is that I don't think there's a ton of flash. Or cinematics rather. There's the pin is the most cinematic. But again, that's the point, and he does the point really well. But some of the stuff with we were talking with Ray and Jim DeHaan, and how just massively masterful cinematic some of their shit is. He's not cinematic, but he's not going for it. So he's still S, but he doesn't quite kind of take my breath away. But he is one of my favorite fights in the game.
I agree. I just worded it a little differently. I think that the fact that he is so exciting with no cinematics makes him that good.
Yeah.
For all those people who were saying it, I saw a couple people who were saying it that agree. This guy is better than New Udra. He just is. Dude.
I agree. And I really like New Udra, and he's better.
A lot of people were like, Zuwu sucks. And I'm like, you're out of your mind. Zuwu is so much better. I was shocked because when he came out, I was like, oh, a second squid. I was like, oh, good. Okay, octopus, whatever you want to call him. And I was like, whatever. And then I fought him, and I was like, holy shit. When he, sharpens up the edge of his tentacles and tries to spear you like a freaking needle. What? When he folds in on himself and is basically inside out and then dives at you across the map. What? That's so cool. He flies up into the air and flings I think it should have been more akin to because he does vibe with acidic glaive where when he attacks you, he has these green, crystallized parts. So I think he should have had some kind of element, or status or something. But the fact that he pretty much does nothing but straight up damage is very cool. Bleed would have made a lot of sense.
Sure.
Defense down, all the non-element things I think he should have had. I think he should have had defense down. I think he should have had bleed. I think that all would have made sense. I'm a pro hunter. I've never got hit by that pin attack, but it's super cool.
Oh, yeah.
I hear Carrie was screaming when we did it together. Yeah, he looks like a JJK villain. He looks like a JJK spirit. He does. He's so cool. Yeah, the way he goes through walls, just as cool as New Udra. He's a more exciting fight. And doesn't have any of the cinematics that New Udra does.
You know what it is? New Udra's a really cool group fight. Zuwu is a really cool 101 fight.
Yeah. I he just it just feels like he hops in on you, and that's why I think they fit him in story-wise. I think they fit him in immaculately. This guy is gonna attack you. This guy's gonna jump you when you least expect it. He doesn't care that you just fought another monster. I like that they stacked him back to back.
Yeah.
So that's so cool. And yeah, I just think that I don't know what they could do with him to make him better. And by better, I mean give him a variant or a subspecies. I don't know what they could add on to this guy. Cause it seems like the point is he doesn't have element.
Yeah.
He's just a straight cold-blooded murderer.
I think they could do a variant kind of like what you're talking. This is the straight up one, but then they have one that does it's an assassin one that does a poison and a bleed and that kind of shit. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. So super cool, better than New Udra. And it's hard not to compare them because, they're both cephalopods. So love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
Yeah.
He's goated. He's up an S. I forgot about Jindahad, honest to God, because I was so ready to to ruin everybody's day, because everyone was like, no way, Juwoo's better. Juwoo is better. I said a Jericon would be in my top 3. He's not. I apologize. So we're going to move him over. I think his weapons are water because he's kind of a squid. So I think that's kind of their angle. I love a Jericon, but Zuwu is better. Jindahad and Raydao cinematics, it's tough, you know?
Yeah. What a cool, sneaky monster. He just shows up out of nowhere and he's goated.
I did not expect it at all. I mean, he's insane how good he is.
Yeah.
It's wild how good he is.
And then honestly, no matter how you split him, what a success for the introduction of the cephalopods. 2 monsters in their first outing.
Oh, yeah.
2 fucking awesome monsters. Okay. So I'd be willing to kind of just like skip this one because they're borderline the exact same thing. There is.
Oh, I didn't even realize we were going to.
Yeah.
Separately.
I just have, because this isn't a list I made. This is someone else's list. We can skip Guardian Arkveld and go to Arkveld later.
Just put him at the end of the list, so he's not hanging out in the front. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See if you can slide him down.
Yeah, I will say the story stuff is interesting, even if the mechanics are very, very kind of loosey-goosey sci-fi. Guardian Arkveld. So the normal Arkveld theme is good. The second phase, like the full proper theme of Guardian Arkveld, is fucking awesome. It's up there with Raydao and how good Guardian Arkveld's theme is, and it only plays once in the entire game. Fuck you, Tokena. It's really good though, and like the purple glow and shit is really cool. I like the narratives and the thematics, but we'll talk about Arkveld later. But he's there.
Real quick, Kevin joined the Discord, and I'm like, I just happened to pop on Discord while you were talking, and I see joined the group, joined the server, Kevin in parentheses dead, and I was like, is that Kevin? I was like, is someone just making a joke? I click on it, it is Kevin, and his pronouns are 6 feet under. You were talking, and I had to like move my mic.
I see you in the chat, Carrie. Hi, how you doing? All right, so we'll talk about Arkveld later. But yeah, Guardian Arkveld has some stuff in the story that I like and has a really, really good theme. And the purple is cool. Yeah, Guardian Arkveld's cool. But
Gark. I like they just Catman called them Gark.
Yeah, they call the names that they had for him in the leaks were Garkveld and Flarkveld for Guardian Arkveld and Flying Wyvern Arkveld.
I like nothing will ever beat when we made the jokes about the variants, and someone, I think might have been Quack, said Barkveld the dog variant.
Yes.
I think of that every day. I really do. I love saying Barkveld to myself. It's so good.
All right. So we'll place him probably like right one behind the regular Arkveld.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Okay.
I don't really know.
This is an interesting one. Because you can only up until I'm pretty sure his high rank form is coming in TU1 because they've been saying on Twitter is like coming up in TU1 something that's harder than all the tempered monsters. So I'm like, okay, so it's high rank Zoshia. Like you want us to make the Ardian weapons and then they want to throw us at high rank Zoshia.
I'm in.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Zoshia is interesting. You'll know the fight stuff and whatnot. I know who this is and who this is in terms of relevance. So for those of you who are uneducated, Monster Hunter had a series of art books that date back to like the original releases of the game. Some of those art books are really just proof of concept artwork that had a lot of stuff to do with stuff that was like some very loose concepts that were tossed in. They were really just kind of like stuff that were thrown out as ideas. They weren't really meant to directly be canon. And then there was loose translations and false translations and some misinformation and some stuff like that. And there were a lot of images floating around, and there was stuff that people thought were canon for a good long while. But turns out they were really just ideas that made their way into a concept art book. One of those is something called the Equal Dragon Weapon. I'm sure even if you don't really know Monster Hunter lore all that well, just because of Zoshia, you've heard that term being thrown around. So what the Equal Dragon Weapon was this super weapon built by an ancient civilization, which was this mismatched amalgamation of like a whole bunch of Frankenstein dead dragons to make this one super ultimate mega dragon. And it was probably like the most despicable thing that humanity ever did, and it was impetus for a war between dragons and humanity. And I think there's some differing information back and forth between whether or not this kind of stuff was a result in Fatalis burning down the Shade Kingdom. I haven't read those art books, but there's a whole lot of stuff that was mistranslated, misinformation, tossed around, blah, 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 blah. So the EDW has been this point of contention for a long time. Reddit hates the Equal Dragon Weapon because there's a lot of people who thought it was canon, even though it kind of wasn't. It looks very different, in fact, but this is kind of the same concept, and it's the same. It's an interpretive version of the same concept because if you go online and you Google Equal Dragon Weapon, look at its head, and then you look at the Guardian Arkveld armor, it's the same head. So this is the Equal Dragon Weapon turned into a new form, given a slightly different origin, some bigger context and whatnot, and renamed as Zoshia instead of the Equal Dragon Weapon. So this is the translated, repurposed, new canon iteration of that classic old art from an art book from like 20 years ago, and they made it into the final low-rank boss of Monster Hunter Wilds as like this ultimate thematic device of the folly of humans playing God and trying to like create their own God, and how that is their own undoing. So
can I comment on that before we get off topic?
Sure, go for it.
I see why people would think that, and there's a lot of evidence pointing to it, and obviously I did not know what it was until everybody started talking about it. But to me, the Equal Dragon Weapon sounded like a amalgamation of like every monster you can possibly think of to make this like crazy monster that's amazing at everything and like has no flaws because it's every monster slammed together. This one is really just like a Fatalis callback, so I think you're right. I don't think this is them saying, look who it is, it's the Equal Dragon Weapon. I think it's them like nodding at it and like acknowledging it and like working it in with their like, without making it canon. I think this is like their way of making it new-ish.
Yes.
So like I half agree and I half, because like if you read it, it sounds a lot like it. The ancestors of the current monster hunters, whatever. Kept in a secret facility. Okay, it sounds like it, but this one really did a lot of Fatalis stuff. It didn't really do like if it was doing like monster attacks from like, it started pulling out like Legiana attacks and it started pulling out like Zenog. Like okay, I'm in, but so Agonized Frogger just said it. Combination of like 1,000 Elder Dragons.
Yeah.
It was mostly Fatalis. I know there wasn't all Fatalis, but it was mostly Fatalis. So I think you're right. I think it was a nice, interesting way to bring it up, but I don't think it was them being like, yep, here it is. It's 1,000. It's undeniable. It is the Eagle Dragon Weapon.
Yeah.
I think it's fun to call it that because I think that name is sick.
It is, yeah. I think they're both sick. I like Zoshia is a really cool name.
But yeah, I don't agree that it is, but I do agree that it is a nod to.
Yeah, no, it's not exactly the same thing. I think this is that concept repurposed, retooled, reinvented, and like compressed down. And then this is the canon version of that concept art. And I think it's really kind of spelled out because, again, like the Guardian Arkveld helmet is the head of the Equal Dragon Weapon from that art book.
And some of the people, the Fatalises are obvious, you see them. Some of the people saying, there's these ones and these ones. Some, I've seen videos, some of them are a stretch. So the Fatalis ones are obvious, but the more monsters you tack on, the more stretchy it kind of gets. But definitely Fatalis.
Yeah, so this one's a little bit more compressed, and I kind of like what they do with it. So instead of being a super ultra mega amalgamation Frankenstein of 1,000 monsters, basically what the Ardians were trying to do was they were trying to make a super cool original OC Please Don't Steal hybrid chimera of the most powerful dragons on the planet. So they really kind of just went with like the cream of the crop type stuff. So there's stuff from all three Fatalises, from the normal, the crimson, and the white. There is stuff from Alatreon, Shara Ishvalda, Safi Jiva, and Geismagorm. So he has attacks from all of those monsters. So, and it's kind of interesting in the fact that he's like, I kind of like the fact that he's definitely weaker than all those guys. Because like the ancient civilization was trying to create God, and they made something really powerful that like blew them up. But like clearly Alatreon and like the actual living organic God level monsters are more powerful than this thing, which I think is the correct decision. And I think it probably means that we're likely going to get some like Black Dragon representation at the end of the expansion to kind of sell that point that like, no, the actual living, breathing thing is the mightier animal than the perverted thing that should never have existed. I think that's going to be a thematic point that the expansion is going to make. And I kind of like that. So Zoshia by himself, he's a cool fight. I want to fight him again. I'm looking forward to the high rank version. Lot of flash, not no substance. Some of the damage is particularly high. And again, he's got a really big grab bag. So he's got like Shara Ishvalda's drag attack. He's got like the Fatalis drag crawl. He's got big gouts of fire. He's got the crystals you can knock off of him. He's got a couple of big slams. He's got some fireballs. He's got some downfire. He's got the big zone clear attack and all that kind of stuff. So it's not a fight of all flash and no substance. There is definitely some grounded stuff. Some stuff where it really kind of feels like he's properly fighting you. That's good. So it's not all purely cinematics. I love the transition between the two, where you have kind of like the glassy, kind of like crystalline, very, very odd type of dragon that he's kind of supposed to be. But then once you get under it and like the Fatalis, this is an interesting theory, but like the Fatalis aspects when he starts to get angry start to like overgrow and bypass the more white crystally wyvern milk stuff. And it's like this, it's almost like the Fatalis stuff is like trying to overpower the Zoshia stuff and kind of reacclimate to its own thing, but it's all matted and it doesn't really have a proper face and it doesn't really have like proper dimensions and whatnot. The horns are disjointed and they're all fucking over the place. And it's really, really cool. This is going to be something that they're going to have to go into, whether or not, because we know that within some capacity, Fatalis has regenerative abilities. That is, how far they want to go with that lore-wise is up to them. We do know that the most he has in terms of like stuff that's actually happened in the games is there's a great sword in Freedom 2 and Freedom Unite made out of his parts that can regenerate if you knock parts off of it, which is kind of sick. So there's some fan theories going around that like Fatalis is trying to, like, whatever shreds and little bits of Fatalis were put into Zoshia are trying to like assume the consciousness of Zoshia and take it over. That's kind of tough. I think someone pointed it out, but yeah, there are some Fatalis Evil Eyes that you can find buried on the model. I don't think they're visually there. But yeah, no, the thematics are cool. The reinterpretation from classic lore is interesting. Waiting for the higher rank fight. There's no gear to judge. I'm sure there's going to be probably in TU1. So that can bump them up or bump them down. The fight was pretty fun. There's tighter, cooler, more precise fights. There is a lot of flash with this one. It's not bad. The themes are really cool. The first one is very kind of big and loud and imperialistic. And then the second one is how you know what this thing actually is, because the second one has some of the main melody of Zoshia's Phase 1. Then what it does is it actually starts to go into the Fatalis medley, and then it starts to kind of like crack and distort it and like downplay it and change it around and break up the Fatalis music, and that's kind of sick. So I can't wait to fight him again. Probably going to be at the start of April. Very interested to see what the gear is. So it's a little tough to rank them right off the bat. I like the reinterpretation of the lore stuff because I was into that lore when I was much younger. So this is something that I never thought they were going to do, but is something that was a part of my like younger experience with Monster Hunter. It's a little tough to judge. I think I'm going to put I'm going to put him like right in the middle of my medium highs, I think. I can't put him too high because I really gotta remember all the stuff that he can do. He's definitely good, but I really want to kind of like, maybe I'll like, you know what? While you talk, I'm gonna freshen up on his fight. And I'm gonna watch it back. So you talk for a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. So this guy definitely, and like Connor said, he's not nearly as hard as the other guys. Like, fighting Xeno alone was kind of a slog.
That is nice. This one's not a slog.
No, not a slog at all. I fought this guy totally alone. And it's good. I really love, I remember texting Connor when it happened and texting like all the Bone Boys because I was laughing so hard. My favorite thing is Nada is finally going to step up and Nada's finally going to do his job. And then the hunter's like, wait, Nada, there's another option. And Nada's like, sick, I ain't doing this shit. And he runs away. And Nada's like, or your hunter's like, Nada, we don't need to shut it off. I'll shut its soul off. Let me run the ones with this dragon. And it's really cheesy, but like the cutscene when he comes out is really, really cool. Yeah, I kind of want them to get a little more creative. Not with the dragon. The dragon is very cool, but back-to-back games, not counting Rise, back-to-back mainline games, real mainline games, where the dragon is tucked up in a big energy bubble and he is super important to the ecosystem. You know, like, that's, you know, Xeno is the same thing, wrapped up in a little bubble, sitting there, and it was an egg, and, you know, it popped out, and this guy was pretty much just in an egg, just cooking, you know? So I kind of wish they got a little more creative with, like, him and, like, where he was. I think it would have been way cooler if instead of you going and being like, all right, let's take him out, I wish he kind of like busted out. I think that would have been a little cooler. But yeah, I just kind of wish they were a little less Xeno-y with his presentation. Yeah, Nada, let me run the ones. I have an ego to maintain. And then Alma and Gemma is there for some reason. Gemma is just shoving herself into every quest when she should be like, I don't know, making weapons. Yeah, like. Yeah, Nada doesn't even know how to tie his shoes. His ass ain't killing God. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, this idea that Nada was just going to shut him off. I do love, I don't know why I'm just bringing this up, just trying to give Connor more time because Connor covers so many bases before me. I love that they gave your hunter voice lines, and this was why.
Thank God.
Imagine in World if this happened, and a little boy who has voice lines walks up and is like, all right, I'm going to do what my father would have wanted. My father, oh, you know, like, I need to honor my father. It's what he would have done. And then the moment it's like, you don't have to do that. He's like, sick, I wasn't going to do it anyways. And he runs away. Imagine if the hunter just grabbed Nada on the shoulder and went, And Nada went, really? And the hunter went, like, yeah, like, that would have been stupid. So, like, I love that the hunter had voice lines. I think it's really cool. Maybe it's just because I picked a really cool voice for my hunter. But I think it's really cool. The fight itself, again, oddly not flashy. Oddly, I wanted something. I don't know why.
I don't know. It kind of gets a little flashy.
It does get crazy, but like I don't know. I like Jindahad a little more. The Fatalis stuff was cool. It's hard for me to grade him. I'm not gonna lie because I was in the mindset of like I need to catch up to Connor. I need to get rid of this guy as fast as humanly possible. So I kind of blew through him. Visually very cool. I like what Connor says. It's not, at the same time, it is Fatalis, but it's so mangled and like just ripped up and like disoriented.
Yeah, I'm looking at his head right now and it's just so gross.
So yeah, that scene where like the bit flies off and like cuts your hunter's cheek and he just like, you know, crazy. The fact that Nada is less scared or is more scared than my literal just a cat, and the cat is ready to clown whenever you want. Oh yeah. That cat wasn't scared of this guy. Nada was. Nada's a bitch. Anyways, I really hope they make Nada like cool. I like that they made him a hunter. I figured it would happen, but yeah, I don't know. Like this idea that like he was like ready to do his father's duty, and he was so. You know, I thought he wasn't going to wanna. And then he's like, I'll do it. And I was like, oh, shit. All right, here we go. And then at the first out he can find, he's like, no, I'm good. I don't got to do it. So But again, I wish they made him a less Xenojiva-y where he kind of comes out. It's the same, man. It's the same.
Similar presentation, yeah.
The fight is flat. It's a boss fight. It's an end story boss fight. So it's good. It's great. I think it's a little higher than Connor. But yeah, World Hunters, that would have been really weird. Just, like that would have been boring as hell.
Yep.
So I don't have much more to say. I'm just trying to give Connor as much time to watch this video as possible.
Yeah. I will say, because you talked about it, but it's one of my favorite memes I've ever seen. I think it's just grafted over a different meme, but it's the trolley problem. So it's like, look, little boy Nata, this is the trolley problem. See, if you allow the trolley to go as it is, it will run over these 5 people. Or you could manually divert the trolley, but it will hit this one person, and you will be the cause of that one person dying. And Nata goes, my, what a conundrum, what a moral quandary this is. And then there's a dude in the background with holding a gun, and they just Photoshop the hunter's head over it. Is like, I have a solution. What if we kill the trolley? And that's basically exactly what the encounter is. It's just killing the trolley.
I remember laughing so hard when he's like, wait, there's another option. And then the music like starts, and I was like, oh my God. And then he's just like, Nada, step off to the side. I'm going to run this fade on this dragon real quick. And it's like, dude, it's like, come on, dude. It's like, I almost liked this story. So yes, it was so long ago. It wasn't really, but you know what I mean. It was so long ago. I only fought it once, and I was just really in the mindset of I need to catch up to Connor. Yeah. So, based off flashiness, it's an S. It's very fun. No armor, no nothing, but the theme goated, and the fight. I remember having fun. So I mean, and it's an end boss, and I do remember it being like, I remember being like having fun at the time. So yeah, I'm gonna put him up in S. I like him a lot, but bottom of S.
Yeah. Watching the fight back, he is doing a lot of cool shit and more physical stuff than I remembered. I think once he has armor and weapons and I fight him again, I think he's... So when we run this again for the TUs, I think he's going to be an S. But for now, medium high's fine for me. Okay, so now we go into the post-low rank stuff. Yankutku. I like Yankutku in this place, because, like, you do the super crazy, like, bullshit artificial monster storyline and all that psycho shit, and then what's the next fight in the game? The original training monster from the original Monster Hunter game, like, the original teacher. And not only that, but you go from Chimera Devil Cyborg God to screamy flail chicken bitch that tries to just run you over and light you on fire.
By my own order, I will kill the shit out of this monster. I just love it so much. Nada, step out of the way. I can't see you being a sniveling little bitch anymore, so I'm gonna kill this thing instead.
Yeah. Kutku's fun. Kutku's fun in this game. I said when I ranked the first gen monsters originally, Kutku came out at a time where the Flying Wyverns basically all kind of did very, very similar stuff. So Kutku was kind of like the ground model baseline for pretty much every other wyvern with wings, the Flying Wyverns and the Bird Wyverns, and didn't really have a ton of his own personality by the time he got to the other monsters. They gave him some cool stuff in 4, but it was really not a ton. I think in Wilds, he's allowed to stretch a little bit more, because most of the other wyverns are out doing kind of their own thing. They've adapted on their own, so Kutku's still very familiar, but it's a lot of it is just kind of his now. And then they added to it. He's still very spastic. He's very explosive. He's very erratic. He's very quick. He's very quirky. The design has always been very good. They kept his soundscape pretty consistent. I've always liked how he sounded. I've always liked how he looked. They didn't add a ton to him. They just made him a little bit more than he already was. As an aside, where are the Concho? I miss my Bali boys. Yeah, I miss them for Kutku's sake. I don't miss them for my sake. I wish he had the Conchu bowling back that he had in 4. That would have been nice. But Yeah, no, he runs around and he flails around and he breathes fire. They gave him a couple of new fire attacks, some bigger fire attacks, some different angles to him. I think, I saw this pointed out, but for those who know, there is a special event quest in Monster Hunter Online. Now, this is particularly obscure because not a lot of people know about Online, but there is there's like an April Fool's variant of Kutku where they basically just gave him Tigrex animations. It's really funny to watch. And I think they paid allusion to that in this game, because Kutku has a charge attack where he gets on all four limbs, digs his beak into the ground, and rushes at you. I think they made a Kutku Rex reference in this game, and that's kinda awesome. He's a pack monster. I like fighting him as a pack with a lance, because you kind of need a shield, because he's very erratic and very running around and screaming and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, he's fun. He's really, like I said, he's fast, he's erratic, he's explosive. That's what Kutku should be. That's what he does. I like seeing him around, I like seeing him flying around. Just a good monster. Just good. I'm gonna put him... I'm gonna bump him, like, right... You know, I'd fight a Kutku over a Barina. We're gonna do that. Yeah, he's cool. He is what Kutku historically was, plus a little bit more.
Yeah. Obviously, I don't know anything about old Kutkus. But this guy, I was afraid he was going to fall into the Kulu category of like, oh, he's just stupid. Oh, he's just a doofus. Like, oh my God, I hate him. I don't hate him. Is he like my favorite? No. But I was surprised at how hard he hit. That kind of shocked me. And I do kind of like, because at first I was like, well, I would have preferred a Jan Garuga. But I kind of like, as what Connor said, like after that big dramatic thing, there's just this like little idiot bumbling around. But he's not like so reliant on the little idiot like Kulu is. I think he's got some interesting attacks. The Frenzy one was also kind of cool. So yeah, I like this guy a little more than I like Kulu, but is he my favorite? No, because I just don't, me in this vibe of goofy guys. I'm not my thing. So he's lower for me, but he's still in like the mids. He's probably in high mid instead. I don't have much to say about this guy. I haven't fought him very much. I have way more horrible things to say about the next guy. Yeah, not as good as Uth Duna. I fight Uth Duna more, but yeah, no, he's fine. He's fine. I don't hate him, but I don't love him.
All right, Gypsaros.
Now, see, you say, I remember yesterday I said, man, this guy might be like the worst monster in the game. And you're like, well, I remember how bad he really was. If this guy was worse than what he is now, I am sorry you all had to go through that. Because I don't even think it's necessarily like the monster design. Mm-hmm. Do I love his design? No. The way they like AI coded this guy, and maybe you can speak to this more, he has like the worst AI in this game. Like, he doesn't even attack you. He just like attacks. If you just stand still, he'll probably miss you. Like, except for the tail whip when he flashes you. Like, his poison running, he just runs by you. Like, you don't even have to move or dodge. Like, I don't know if it's like just a me thing, but, and maybe that's the intention. Shitty intention, but maybe that's the intention. He, like, his AI doesn't even target you. It just kind of does its thing. He only has like 3 attacks. His flash is like, whatever, and his tail whip is whatever. And then he bumbles around and poison spills out of him. This guy sucks. This guy sucks so bad. And like, I can't imagine that how much worse he could have possibly been, because I hate this guy. I fought him like twice because I had to, and not good. I mean, like, just not good. So maybe it's just the way they coded him. I don't know. But I don't think this guy's interesting. I don't think this guy's fun. I don't think this guy's cool. He leans into the doofus category, and I know he's not like lore-wise, I know he's not really stupid. Like, I know Kulu is stupid. So like, I'm really curious about like why they picked this guy, because maybe it's just for the Nurila like lore, But like, I feel like this guy doesn't fit. He doesn't vibe. He doesn't do anything good for this game. He adds no value to this game. He is my only Garbo monster. There's nothing I like about this guy. There's nothing redeemable about him. He flashes you once in a while, and then he tail whips you. That's the only attack that hurts. And then he just runs around doing whatever he does aimlessly, not at me. So I think this guy's garbage. I have no fun fighting him, and I think he adds no value to this game.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, I do have some comparison to draw. This is definitely better than the original one. The thing that makes
That's a horrifying thought. That's scary.
the old one's bad. The old one is like bottom 5. The original Gypos is like bottom 5 in the entire franchise.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I think this Gypos is fine. So what I remember my major point was with the original version of them is there is like no synergy. The original Gypos is very mechanically dense for when he came out, because he comes out in the original Monster Hunter game. For the original Monster Hunter game, he's probably one of the most mechanically in-depth monsters that they have, and none of it blended together with one another. He just kind of did things. In this game, I have found that he does things substantially better together. For one thing, though, they did remove his item stealing, which is a little lame. I kind of wish he still had the ability to steal his items with his beak. They did give him poison on his peck attacks, though, which it's not the same, but it's still there. He's always had the elastic rubbery tail in the classics. That didn't mean anything. It didn't do anything. It barely went any further than any other tail in the game. In this one, he's like actually using it as a whip, as like this pounder thing. He's lashing out and attacking with it and strifing at it. And yeah, no, he's actually trying to use it as a follow-up to the flash gimmick. So the flash gimmick hits on a full circle around him. It gives you kind of like a little bit of an aura of where it's going to hit. What I do kind of like about the wound system is that you can block that out if you can get a hit off of it with a wound closer, though it is tough because he keeps his head up, so I think that's kind of neat. I like that. I like that his head has a second break on it now, so that the flash bit can stay in the fight a little bit longer than it normally did. Because usually, your Gypos crest is going to get destroyed almost automatically in a classic fight. This one, it at least has the ability to stick around a little bit longer. I've had fights where it stuck around about half the fight, 65% of the fight, which is nice that he keeps that around. What they needed to do with him is they needed to have it be so that when his flash fails for the first time when it's broken, he never goes for it again. Because I almost feel like when his flash is broken, he tries to go for that attack more when it's broken. And it's like, okay, just give me the free hits, you stupid idiot. Yeah, I like the blending of his abilities. I like the blending of the flash with the tail. And he does have the kind of like the flail poison run. What I think he's trying to do generally is he is trying to clear distance and kind of break aggro. And what he does is he does this kind of like side strafe bombard with the poison launch. It's something, I think he actually stole it from Rise's version of Pookie Pookie, where he'll kind of like break off, he'll strafe the area where you are, and he'll lob poison in your general direction. So he's not running at you, he's trying to break distance and attack you from afar, which is a neat little gimmick. The only issue with that is I don't think he re-engages particularly well, though sometimes he'll go with like the tail lashing to kind of try and box you out. Kind of an underrated thing about him for me is I like that some of his poison globules don't have any knockback on it. I find that it's particularly easy to fight this Gypos, get poisoned, not register that you've been poisoned because of a lack of knockback, and then your health starts chunking. So I feel like he is a good little punisher of bad habits if you're not being careful. He has a pretty good amount of poison output so that he's able to get it off particularly easily. He gets the amount of poison out that I thought Rompo was going to be able to do. The armor looks a little bit better than it did classically because it's scaled back a little bit. The weapons have always looked fine. They're not my favorite, but they're not horrible. The new Turf War with Nursilla is cool. I think he's mostly in this game because they wanted to put Nursilla in there, and those two are intrinsically tied. But yeah, I like the I like how dangerous his poison output can be. He does a lot of different things with his poison. He's got the flail run, he's got the bombard run, he's got the ceiling shot where he can stick poison up to the roof and it'll drip down, which is kind of like a delay, and he's got the globule shots that can sometimes not have knockback on them, so he can kind of punish your bad habits. I like the sync up between his flash attacks and his tail attacks. I like that his tail is an actual factor now. This is not a bad Gypsaros. I think this is about as good as a Gypsaros can probably get, which still isn't great, but like in comparison to like where this guy was in like probably bottom 5 of the whole series with one of the worst subspecies ever. Yeah, no, he's not bad.
Oh, that's crazy. Over Hirobami. That's so crazy.
Oh yeah, no, I like.
Yeah, no, I hate this guy. I hate Nurila for making him be in the game. Murdoch just said, hard to believe that this is him at his best.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, oh god, I don't like that guy, and I actively go out of my way to not fight him. Hello, Ty. Welcome in.
I'm gonna bump you down.
Haven't seen you in a while, Ty. Unless I'm just smoking crack, it's very possible.
I'm gonna bump you up.
Yeah, yeah. Nude needs to be up there for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured it was low mid territory, even for you, but yeah, that's wild. I don't think Hirobami's that bad. Where did I even put Hirobami?
I think you put him in the same. You have him the same. You have him on lower mid.
Okay, but I still stand Hirobami is better. But yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
I think I would fight Gypsaros over Hira because like Hirobami is like I'm just hitting its nothing tail.
Hirobami should be terribly offended. That's no. I'm not saying that Hirobami's that good. I'm saying that I think Gypos is that bad. Is it Kulu level hate? No, Kulu makes my spine shiver. Like I hate that piece of garbage. Yeah. So yeah, I stand on that. Got a job, been busy. Good for you, Ty. Good for you.
Nice. Any interest in a collab regarding monster phylogeny? Me and a few other paleontologists want to really sort these issues out. I mean, if you got something for me, send it my way. I'll hang out with you guys, sure. All right, let's move on.
I'm gonna poke through chat for a second. That Hirobami would be really upset if it could read. I respect the fact that Gypsaros is a monster we have seen since Generation 1, but yeah, he's a bit of a meme. So he's like that bad?
Bottom 5, whole franchise, bottom 5.
That's wild.
Yeah, he sucks in the old games.
That's crazy.
In this one, I think he's just fine.
A couple people saying Kezu. I'm all right with no Kezu. We need red Kezu. I don't need any Kezus, to be perfectly honest.
I actually kind of like red Kezu. Red Kezu's better than the original by like a lot.
Obviously, I've never fought red Kezu, but like I just, Kezu.
Okay. So, Rathian. Wild's Rathian. You know what? I'm going to get, like, actual art for Rathian. Because I don't like that render all that much.
Richard, I didn't know you were here since you weren't donating money every time you messaged. Welcome. It seems like you just joined because I haven't seen your name all night.
Let me do...
Why? Yeah, Kuma, that's a name. I'm not even going to try. I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's not as, I'm just blind. Kumatora, yeah, you like Gypsaros? He's goofy. Yeah, unfortunately, if you know me, you know that is, like, the anti-me. Like, I don't like that. I like my games to be serious, tough. Yeah, so yeah. You don't like gold, Ty? I love gold. Gold is my favorite Wrath.
All right.
Yeah, I love gold. Rathian is good in this game. I'll let you take it off.
Yeah. Rathian's good in this game, and it's not really because she got anything new, like overtly new. Rathian is good in this game just because she benefited from a lot of the universal changes that monsters in this game got. So I've said it a number of times. It's the stuff with the focus mode. It's the repositioning. It's the movement. It's the kinetic movement. It's that kind of stuff. Her fire's got a lot of nice, really kind of meaty impact to it, though. I think they tuned up her fire effects a lot, which is really, really cool. Looks awesome in the savannah, kind of out and around the Ceratinoth dinosaurs. I like seeing her out there. Looks good on all of the maps she goes to, actually. Compare up with Rathalos out in the basin and in the jungle. Though they're not like a dedicated pair like I wanted them to be, they still pair up fairly often, which I think is good. Yeah, no, Rathian is just... I've always liked Rathian. And I feel like she might be due for some new stuff. She is due for some new stuff. But all of her upgrades in this game are technical. They are universal upgrades that have to do with how this game functions, how intelligent the animals in this game are, and how they fight. So they basically took her entire kit and updated it so that it worked with that intelligence. So she has better flying maneuverability, she has better combo work, she has better flanking and stuff like that. It's just a whole bunch of really good movement, really good intelligence, good combo work, good spacing, good ability to box you out. They kept the property on her tail cut, where if you cut her tail off, her backflip can no longer poison you. That was the best thing that World added to her, and they kept that consistent, which is great. Looks solid, fights solid, still a really good training monster. There's a lot of really good training monsters, and Rathian remains probably one of my all-time favorites. I can throw basically any set at a Rathian and have fun and learn a weapon very comfortably, because I'm very aware of how she fights. I'd like maybe a couple more, like, ecological things, maybe a new move or two, but I like how dependable she is. And like I said, the universal upgrades just make her fun. One thing I know that you can do, and it's a big thing with the focus mode, is her triple charge, where she just runs around a whole bunch of times, is, because of focus mode and how it works, is no longer the most boring, annoying piece of shit attack ever, because you can just, you block off or roll the first one, you auto turn, she comes in with the second charge, you can get like an offset or a perfect guard off of that one. I've seen people like running greatsword against her where they're like, perfect guard, clash, she comes up for the third charge, goes into an offset pop. So you can actually make her triple charge not boring, annoying, stupid dog water anymore, which is good. Yeah, no, universal tech changes makes for a good Rathian. I really like Rathian. She's updated however she needs to be. I'm gonna put her right at the gatekeeper of lower high.
I agree. Yeah, and someone just said it. Two people just said it. Yeah, she has a couple pink attacks in there as well.
Yeah, she's got the Tatsumaki spinning backflip.
Yeah, which is you know me in the Rathian spins, not my favorite, but everything in this monster is just was so desperately in need of an update, and I'm glad I got it, because wow, I would have been really upset if this roster would have taken a tough hit if those two monsters, Wrath and Rathalos, were bad, or the same even, because I really did not like them in World, man. So I like that it was upgraded. It was in desperate need of an upgrade. Not much else to say past what Connor said. So I'm in the same. I'm literally in the exact same spot on my tier list, top of low high, because I like fighting the other things more, and I like the flashiness a little bit of Guardian, but Rathalos, who is coming up, is better.
All right. I don't think we need to spend too much time on Guardian Fulgur. I feel like
it's Fulgur, man.
I feel like everything we said about Guardian Ebony applies, but I think this one's better. I feel like this one's a little less gutted.
I'm still gonna put him in S because it is Fulgur. I mean, it's just so good. I mean, I had a blast fighting him. I fought him a couple times. Yeah, I mean, it's Fulgur Anjanath. He's an S. I mean, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed, but he's prettier and colorful and in a new game. I mean, didn't expect him. Did not expect him.
I'm gonna bump him. I'm gonna put him over Guardian Dosha.
Yeah, for me, he's an S just because of his name.
Mm-hmm.
Just so good. I just love him.
Cool. Yeah, no, not too much to say. I feel like everything we said about Guardian Ebony really applies. Although, like I said, this one feels substantially less gutted than Guardian Odod is. Alright, we're just gonna move right along. Okay.
Yeah, the blast, that is true. Fulgur, but the lightning looks better.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the lightning's great. Okay. I'm gonna talk my shit. You want to talk your shit about Rada?
No, I don't have anything to say about Rathalos that you probably won't say, so by all means, take it over.
Alright. Everybody knows I like Rathalos. I like Rathalos a lot. This is my favorite game franchise of all time. This is the mascot of my favorite game franchise of all time. I've always really liked him. Always really have. From original games up to World, he was either bad or he was mid. In like GU and World, he was mid. Rise comes along and Rathalos shoots up in the rankings. Like, he's really good in Rise. Like really good in Rise. Then this version comes out. Right? And they keep basically everything that the Rise version of Rathalos does. The only thing he doesn't have is the one kind of strafing Fire Blast move that he gets in Sunbreak, but that's okay because that's a Master Rank attack. They want to just bring that back in Master Rank, whatever. So they do all that. They bring over Rise Rathalos. And then they stack all of the universal tech upgrades that Focus Mode brings to Monster Hunter. They give him new combo paths. They give him a theme for the first time. They make his armor really cool. It's probably not as universal as his set usually is with like attack and weakness exploit. It's like really cool, like dual blades armor and lance armor too, honestly. They give him a cool set bonus with some fire buffs. I adore Rathalos in this game. I've always loved him just because of who he is, because he's the mascot of my favorite franchise. Now it's like, oh man, he's on the map. It's kind of like Raid Out for you. He's like, dude, he's on the map. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm gonna go fight him. I love, especially with Switch Axe. With Switch Axe, I think this dude is fucking amazing. Because I made a video about Focus Mode. The way this dude works is he takes off at an angle. He comes sweeping in with the claws, goes past you, fires off a fanning shot with the fireball, swoops around you again, goes for the claw strike, down to the ground, bite attacks. Then he goes back up in the air, just like the curling flamethrower attack, zooms out, comes back in, strafes overhead, fires off a fireball, crashes back in. The combo flow is so fun. Like, he stays up in the air a ton, but he's always engaging with you over and over. The combos are great, so you're weaving and you're dodging and you're countering, and a lot of the offsets are uppercuts, so you use those offsets to get at his claw attacks and at his stomps and whatnot, and you can use like the Switch Axe counter to ding off his fireballs and whatnot. He stays grounded a good chunk of the time. Like, he'll usually kind of thread his combos back and forth and keep his combos pretty good. He's got a really cool new kind of fake out fireball attack where he'll kind of like dip and duck back and forth, and he'll shoot off his fireballs at like these weird curveball angles. That first one is almost like pre-programmed to miss you, to make you commit to dodging that one so that the second one has a really good chance of hitting you. So I like that. That's really cool. He's got the double bite combo that Silver got. He's got the fucking flamethrower. It's great. And then what they do is, since he does fly a lot, even though he's still very engaging, the flying isn't boring, but you can still flash pot him out, but they give him an air stagger. So if you do enough punishment to him, you'll lock him in place, it'll kind of falter around and droop around a little bit. If you can do a little bit more damage in that instance, you get a knockdown. That is such a great remedy for your heavy, heavy flying monsters. You apply that to an Azure Rathalos, to a Shrieking Legiana, to shit like that, those dudes that just don't come down and they strafe and fly around a lot. That's a major fix for guys like these who get very, very annoying. The Swax matchup is so fun. The armor is so cool. It's awesome. It got me into playing dual blades in this game. It was a good lance set for a little while. It looks great. It's got a cool bonus for fire weapons. He looks, oh my god, they finally fucking gave him theme. He's the flagship of Monster Hunter, and he hasn't had a theme music in any of the games. And finally, and what they do is they give him a theme, and it's a mix of the original Proof of a Hero, the original map he debuted on, and the town theme from his original game. They blended all three of those melodies into a very kind of intense, understated, aggressive, and primal battle track that sounds really good, and it just immediately kind of just puts this fear into you, because if you're fighting like in the oil one, you're fighting like a Rompo, or you're fighting in a Jaracon or something, and then like the music gets like really kind of just low and aggressive, and then the forest and hills theme, but it's a much more just primal and aggressive form of it starts going, and it just immediately just flips the entire tone of the fight. Even if you can handle him pretty well, the way the battle track sells him is incredibly good. He looks good, he sounds good, his combos are awesome, the flying changes are excellent. Oh my god, he's so I've loved this man for like 15 years, and now he's so good. He's so good. And it's definitely a personal thing. It's definitely a biased thing, because I love Rathalos. I always have. But yeah, no, I think there's a little bit of competition maybe, but I think he edges out Raid just a shred for me. And it's part of it is a personal thing. I've always wanted him to be this good, and finally he's as good as I always thought he should be. And that means a lot to me personally. So I love what they did to him in this game.
Yeah, obviously. Can't relate. I've only had mostly negative experiences with the Rathalos. Not negative, but just mediocre. But in this game, he is just blatantly better. He looks better. He just looks finished. I don't know what it is. Like, he just looks more finished, more polished. Just looks so much crisper. And I think he looks really good, especially in like the when the oil well is all like on fire. I think he looks great. I think the color design on him is really good when it's all orange around him. The theme was surprisingly dramatic. I was really shocked at how like Gregorian chant orchestral loud it was. But it was very nice. So I like that a lot. The fight again is just better. His fire is cooler. Like you said, oh my god, thank God he actually tries to fight you the whole time. Azure Rathalos is horrid. I mean, where it just flies and never hits the ground, it just keeps floating, and it's like, come on, man. So yeah, again, a much needed facelift, better than the rest of them. And he is an absolute blast. If they just did World Rathalos again, that would have been a crime.
I'd be miserable.
Yeah, so and again, he's like the flagship, and maybe the idea that he doesn't have to be crazy, he's just the middle of the road guy that shows up all the time, and like that's his job. I'm glad that they kind of broke that trend. So I don't think he is. Let me slide Fulgur down to high. Honestly, no, New Udra's better. Now that I'm sitting here thinking about it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put Rathalos at the top of high above.
Okay. Udra. Cool. Yeah. I think these are very close.
It's the same concept, man. I mean, it's just a personal bias that you have with them.
Yeah,
and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more meaningful. I also think Rathalos' kit is like a teeny bit more complete. Like there's maybe like one attack from Sunbreak I think you could add to Rathalos, whereas Raidao is like, give me like 3 more. That's how I see it at the very least.
James just said, I wonder if they'll do metal wraths with Guardian Wrath. I really don't think so. That's a lot of wraths.
I don't know. They like to do a lot of wraths sometimes.
They do. I hope they don't.
Right. Let's do Gravios.
This was one of my biggest surprises because obviously I've never fought this guy and I don't know anything about him. So when he started doing Death Star laser beams at me, I was like, oh. Like, I thought he was just a big chunky dude chonking around. Like, I was really surprised when he started doing all these crazy laser beams. So like the only knock on him that I think is his armor is huge. I don't love his armor.
Mm-hmm.
Not my type. Obviously, you know me. I don't like big chunky armor. Sometimes he gets a little, because he's so big, which obviously that's the point. It gets a little annoying sometimes trying to hit him in the stomach over and over and over again, because you literally do no damage if you hit him anywhere else in the beginning. So sometimes like the slog gets a little much trying to just hit him in the stomach nonstop. But once you do, and you can actually hurt him, I mean, it's a great fight. It's a really fun fight. I thought it would be super like dependent on weapon. I was like, oh, I have to use hammer against him. I have to, but not really. You can pretty much use anything against this guy as long as you hit him in the stomach pretty consistently. I like how he pumps out different elements out of his stomach. I think that fire attack is, to me, when I think of that, I think of Radoban because he was the first one that I ever saw do it. But I like the fire one. What's the other one he does? Sleep? This is not sleep. It's
he can do sleep
poison?
and poison.
Sleep and poison. So both of them. I think those are really cool, and they always get me every time because I'm, you know me, man. I'm unga bunga. I am in the clack. I'm never not swinging. So I love just being up in the fight, and then he squats down and poops on me, basically. But I said this on stream the other day, man, dude, when he's exhausted, it's a sad look.
I got that last night, and yeah, he looks constipated.
Dude, it's so bad because he's like drooling all over the place, and then he like goes down, and I can just hear him go like, and then like nothing comes out, and I'm like, oh God, I'm like, stop, take some prune juice, old man. Like, don't make me watch that again. I was shocked at how amazing this fight was. I'm gonna put him in. It's bouncing between S and high. I really liked this guy. I fight him a lot. I thought it was really fun. Better than Folger for sure. Folger, honestly. Yeah, no. Folger's good. It's Folger. Stop, Austin. Gravios over New Udra.
Nope.
That beam is really cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a simple man. Oof. Rathalos is all around better.
Okay.
So we're going to keep him. But the beam is so big.
All right. So, let's see. Someone reminded me real quick, because I've yet to break his back when actually fighting him. Did they keep the thing from Monster Hunter 4 where if you get the back break, the gases come out of his back? Because that will change my ranking a little bit. I've yet to be able to do it because I think I need to run like a gun or like insect glaive on him. It's tough to break his back.
Yeah, because I've never broken his back.
Yeah, so someone can remind me. The stock bear growl sound effects in his roar are kind of weird, but otherwise, yeah, I don't know why they did that. I mean, the classic Gravios sounds are there, but like, I don't know why they added the bear stuff. It's not like it's unfitting, but I know it's a stock sound effect.
I was gonna say, I think it's not the bear sound; it's the generic stock bear sound.
Yeah,
that, like really throws me off guard.
Yeah,
if he just sounded like a bear, it'd be different. But he sounds like the bear. You know what I mean? Like classic, just like every man bear from every video you've ever seen. So yeah, no, I agree. Odd, but like not doesn't bother me.
Yeah, no, the classic sounds are still there. I just don't know. Yeah, no. Why did they do the movie studio bear sound?
Yeah, exactly. That's the weird part.
Yeah, I'm like 80% sure it's here. Okay, have yet to break the back.
No one's broken the damn back.
I guess not. Yeah, Lance against him is really fun. Yeah, because you can do like the beam walk.
The beam walk. Yeah, it's peak.
So. Yeah, all right.
They should have gotten their own bear.
He swallowed a bear before the fight.
Yeah, did ours take the day off?
Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, they did a couple of really cool things with Gravios. Even if the back thing isn't there, which I guess we're gonna have to fucking research it or something, or fight it with a glaive.
I have to fight it.
Yeah, because now I'm gonna need to know. Because the cool thing, Gravios in his original incarnation stunk. It really it wasn't good. It really wasn't good. First and second gen Gravios was not particularly good. He comes back in fourth gen, and they do some interesting stuff with him where he's a puzzle boss, where you need to get mounting attacks to kind of break open the chest, because that's a major weak point. You want to break the legs, because if you break the legs, that creates weak points on his legs and can interrupt his stomp attacks. You want to break the back, because if you can break the back, then that means that his gases will vent out from the back. So he's a creature of disassembly, where you want to get all these part breaks, because getting his part breaks will change up the fight. And for the most part, I'm not sure about the back one yet. Yeah, I think we're researching that one as we speak actively. They maintain a lot of that. So if you wound his legs are these super bad hit zones. If you can break them, which is why I run Gunlance in this fight, not only are these now weaker zones that you can hit, but also if he does like the fly up stomp, he hurts himself coming back down and will like roll over and like keel over. So that's a dynamic part break. If you get the double wound on the chest, then that makes that a much better hit zone. Let's see. I don't know. You cut off the tail, then that means you get to knock out 2 really major tail attacks that he has. The wings are really bad hit zones. If you can wound the wings, then those become a better hit zone, which is kind of nice because he basically has a bunch of shields on his flank to help guard his sides a lot. So you really kind of either want to go at something that can get through his legs and his wings, or you want to go for the stomach. So I like to run Gunlance on it, but there's also stuff like Mind's Eye and shit like that. Yeah, so there's planning that you can do with him. There's breaking down with you can do with him. His part breaks really matter. I really like that. He's got a good design. They really kind of chunked and tanked him up in this game. He's not quite as tall, but he's way heavier. I think they made it that way so that you can hit his belly a little bit easier, which I think is a generally good change, because he can be a little bit far off the ground in some of the older games. I think that was a nice little change for him. And then, like, in terms of his actual move pool, he's really, really, really fun with the little mini laser shots and the big straightforward beam and the sweep beam and the double vertical beam and the fucking downward projectile beam. He just has so much shit he can do with the fucking Godzilla lasers. It's really fun. He's got some good melee engagement too with both the kind of like the spinning tail cudgel thing and also the multi-sweep he has with it. He's got his stomps, he's got his roll, he's got his gasket off me attacks. I think those are unblockable as well, so they're really good get off me attacks too. You can laser walk through his stuff. So yeah, they really kind of they made a really good Gravios. I know some people, he's so big-bodied and you can put so many wounds on him that he's a monster that a lot of people can speedrun pretty easily, but I don't think that's particularly a mark against him. I've seen, like, sub-20-second speedruns of Nergigante in base world, so whatever. But yeah, no, dynamic part breaks are good. The heavy armor is good. The laser attacks are really cool. I'm glad that they brought him back. I think he was a really great monster to bring back, and I like him a lot. I think I'm gonna put him. It's like the oil basin is really fucking stacked now that I look at it. I might even bump you to like bottom S. Like oil basin's got a lot of really good stuff, but I think I like Gravios like a shred more than Nudra. Yeah. All right. Moving on to Blangonga.
Yeah, monkey. I mean, it's a monkey.
Yep.
A lot of monkeys in this game.
Yeah, they brought back most of the monkeys.
There's a good chunk of monkeys. Yeah, I think I fought Blangonga a lot. Funny enough, Blangonga is my most hunted monster. Why? I don't know. Because I don't love him. He's fine. That stupid like donkey kick always gets me.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know why. Gets me every time. Ice Breath is cool. I like how he's aggressive. I like how he is always looking to punch and always looking to fight. I like how he doesn't just like kind of. I mean, Arjerikin's the same way, but like, I mean, I like how this monkey's like. Really, he does not let you breathe for a second, and it's nice because other than that, he's not that interesting. He's just kind of, he's just kind of here and does his ice breath sometimes and then dies a lot because I've killed him like 10, 15 times. So I don't have much to say past that, honestly. I don't really have like any deep insights into him past just my actual ranking of how I feel about him. So, I mean, he's probably in the mid category. I don't love this guy. Oh, whoa, hold on. His armor and his weapons are very good. His longsword is like been carrying me for a long time. So we'll go into bottom of low high just because he kind of gets picked up by that.
Cool.
But yeah, I don't have any great wisdom on this guy. I mean, he's just there for me.
Yeah. This is a good upgrade for Blangonga. It's not too crazy, but it's a good upgrade. Because the biggest issue that went into the classical version of Blangonga is he's really just a proto-Rajang. He's got a lot of the same moves, a lot of the same animations, and then just Rajang is just better. Yeah, and this one's different. He differentiates himself quite a bit. The ice sweep breath that he has is a nice big range. He's got his rock toss. He's got a dig attack. He can summon his Blangos to him, which is nice. They streamlined the design in a way that I like, so that the bump on his head is a little less of like goose egg and a little bit more kind of built better into his skull. I like how they reshaped and restructured him. Like Austin's right, that donkey kick is a bitch. I get hit by that all the fucking time. And his attack patterns are just kind of weird. They're very odd angles that come at you in weird directions. He's got some just odd. He's a little unpredictable. He feels smart, and I like that about him. Favorite fight in the game? No, not by a long shot. He's got some, like, kind of weirdo delays. He doesn't do anything super duper crazy. He's not hyper dangerous. But yeah, no, he finally got his chance to differentiate himself. He got a cool reference with his Power Clash, where he does the same basic animation that he does in the cutscene of Monster Hunter Dose, which is really neat. Yeah, no, they finally differentiated him. They made him pretty good. They made him feel smart. They made him feel fast. He's got some good combo ability. He'll go from, like, his dives in, like, he's really kind of setting up to kind of go into his donkey kick, like, a lot. If he can get his butt facing towards you, he's just gonna bash you in the chest with that shit. And I think that's kind of cool. I do like that his ice breath will freeze you to the ground so that he can get you with a follow-up. That's pretty cool. I like how they do ice blight like that in this game. Yeah, good monkey. Nothing fantastic, but a good monkey who finally got some respect and some differentiation, and I like him. I think I would fight if they were both on the same map. I would fight maybe a Lala Barina over a Blangonga, but I might come back to that one. Okay. Last two. Gore.
Yeah, obviously I've never fought Gore before. I was the pretty mixed reviews. A lot of people were saying they didn't like him, and a lot of people were saying they really loved him. I have no comparison for him. I think the only real problem I have with him is where they put him. I would have greatly preferred his own arena. I didn't like that they shoved him into the hallways of the Ice Shard Cliffs. I like how dark they made it in there, and I thought that was cool. Great sound design, great looks, great weapons. The frenzy is interesting. I almost wish he just does kind of like regular frenzy damage. And I kind of wish he did more frenzy status to you. You know, like if a frenzy monster hits you so many times, you end up getting, infected. Because he is like the frenzy monster, I kind of wish his frenzy did a little more. Rather than he hits you 10 times, all of a sudden you get it. You know, it took him like half a fight to frenzy me when we first fought him. And I only got frenzied because I forgot to eat a no berry. So I kind of wish he did a little more frenzy. I wish the frenzy bar went up a little higher. A little too cramped on the map. That's the bad. He's very cool, obviously. I like his like body, like his skeleton. Very interesting, especially as someone who's never fought him before. Very different. I like the way his movement is nice. He's fast. He has a lot of great ranged options that are like not easy to dodge sometimes. Some of those like heat-seeking frenzy, I don't even know what to call them. Like they, he puts his claw on the ground and like the beams kind of come out in the ground. I think he has great ranged options. He's great up close, and it should have just been in a different area. So I liked him. I thought he was great. Is he Raid out great? No, I don't think so. Is he even, Jinda great? No. But I like this guy a lot, and I think he was extremely good. An interesting monster to put into this game. To like be the kind of, he's the end. the end guy, I guess. I mean, like, it's him and Arkveld, but kind of already fight Arkveld, so like it's not as interesting as Gore. Gore's like new, like, you know, he's here for the first time. So I really like this guy. He's very interesting, very, very fun fight. But is it like, holy shit, it blew my pants off? No. I personally like Arjarakan more. Just personally. Is Arjarakan better? No. Do I like Arjarakan more? Yes. So I think he's an S tier monster. There's no debate. No debate. But I just like him more. I think the cinematics are very cool. Purple flying around, big explosions, and how dark they make it, just oddly dark. Very cool. It should have been somewhere else, for sure.
All right. I will kind of echo the sentiment. I think he should have been on more maps because Gore can go to a whole bunch of places. There are areas on the Ice Shard Cliffs that I like fighting. Sometimes they're too small. They're just way too small. Though I think in other places, I think the claustrophobia actually works really well because you have just enough space to maneuver around and just enough space to run around. But it's also like really, really dense because he's enormous in this fucking game. In the places where it's really tight and really cramped, but you still have the maneuverability, I like that fear factor. There's a couple of places where he goes where he's too big. And I think he should go on some other maps. So I do echo that issue. There are some places on the cliffs I really like fighting. I like his vibe on the cliffs because you have an ancient frozen goth cathedral with this edgelord dark doom dragon flying around. So when you do get him in a good location there, I think it works exceptionally well. And then other places it's too small. I love when he
goes to the cave. Yeah, when he goes to the cave, that's really good. Yeah, when he goes like up the stairs from like the second area he goes to, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
That's a great area.
Yeah. So some of the areas I think work really well with how big he is and how cramped it is. Sometimes they're just too cramped, and I think that is a legitimate issue. I have always wanted to love Gore Magala, and now I finally do. It really kind of solidified. I fought him like 3 times last night just to really kind of lock it in. Because, I've always preferred his adults, Shigaru. I've always thought Shigaru was better, especially Rise and Sunbreak really kind of kicked them apart, because there was something about Gore's fight in Rise and Sunbreak that didn't click for me, and I didn't really love it all that much. There was something about it I just didn't like. And Shigaru, I thought, was one of the best fights in Sunbreak, so that really kind of drifted them apart for me. I'm sure that Shigaru's probably going to show up and is probably still going to be very, very good. But this...
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, because a lot of people were saying, well, you can't have one without the other.
Yeah, I think Shigaru is eventually going to show up, but at the moment, Gore has some time to be by himself. That allows him to shine, and his fight is also much better than the Sunbreaks one. Yeah, like I said, I finally love Gore Magala from this fight. We'll talk about him after this, but Arkveld and Gore do 2 things particularly easy. Arkveld is a very honest fight that works with the clashes and the dodges and the perfect timing stuff. Gore is a very weird, tricky deceiver fight when it comes to the perfect guards and the perfect dodges and everything like that. He's got some attacks that feel they are built to kind of fake you out, where it seems like he is going to be going at you at this speed and at this angle, but it kind of holds off a little bit. The uppercut especially catches me a lot. So when I was fighting him and I was finally catching on to how his timings worked, it felt very satisfying to learn this battle, because the battle is particularly tricky. And not only is it a tricky fight, but it is the fact that it is a tricky fight that is as powerful as it is means that Gore gets to be probably the most dangerous and most powerful and most difficult boss in this entire base game, which I think is really, really nice for him, to be able to just be by himself, to shine like this, and to be probably the single most difficult boss in the entire game. I think that's really good for him. And like I said, it's because he's weird. His attack timings are odd. His frenzy shots are curved. He'll do the drag hit across the ground and then have the after explosions with the frenzy burst. And like learning his fight takes some time and takes some knowledge and takes some dedication, and I enjoyed that a lot because I fought him a lot last night, and getting those timings down eventually and kind of being able to not panic block through the the false perceived timings and then actually kind of get when I was supposed to felt really, really good. I think the overhauls to his toolkit are very good. He's got some really nice frenzy blasts. I like the curve shot and the straight shot. I like the diving attack that he has, where sometimes he'll just blow past you to get behind you and attack you from behind. The wing uppercut frenzy blast is an awesome attack. I like how gigantic he is. He could maybe be a little bit more purple. Maybe just a little bit more purple when he's in range. I think the color direction in Sunbreak is maybe a little bit better. I like the changes on his sound design. I think this is my favorite version of his theme. I think this is better than the original Gore theme. This is much better than the Sunbreak Gore theme. And then the gear looks great. Looks fantastic. Yeah, no, if I were to change one thing, it's to put him on more maps and then change his AI to not go to a couple of the more condensed zones. But I think when he's in a zone that is claustrophobic in a good way, I think he really works on the cliffs, and he fucks with that vibe of the cliffs incredibly well. So yeah, I finally love Gore Magala, and I'm very happy about that. Last night, fighting him a number of times, locked that down for me. I think this is my favorite incarnation of him by a wide stretch. I'm very interested to eventually see Shigaru appear, but as for now, having Gore be a tricky, challenging, difficult, fear-inspiring monster on a gothic map that fits him very well, have some neat little story presence in the high rank stuff, have some very good worthwhile gear, makes me very happy, because Gore was always a monster that kind of drifted around in the medium high to higher high for me. And finally, I think that Gore Magala, for me, is an S-tier monster that I'm going to put right under Zhuwu, because I think Zhuwu is enormously well polished.
And fifth Hunter Fabius. Go, Perry, go.
Yeah, I am here because I love this Gore fight. I am literally here just for Gore, and then I will butt out to let you guys continue your thing.
Yeah, go for it.
But I remember Gore and Rise. I remember, I think, fighting it with you and Nate, Connor, and it was a moment in Rise where I was just panicking. When I fought this Gore alone in Wilds, it was very much, I don't remember if you remember, Connor, the way that I was acting with Raydao in the beta. 100% how Gore went. He almost carded me in the first 5 seconds of this fight because I was obsessed with watching his move set.
Yeah. And
it was just, I love the purple and black, like the purple glow and everything else. So for me, weapons, S tier. Gear, yeah. S tier. And this is a monster I actually went back and fought after the story. And he almost like whipped my ass again in a triple cart.
He's fucking tough, dude.
Yeah. I mean, starting out in that smaller hallway was not ideal. I really struggled, besides just staring at him in absolute fear and horror and awe. When he moved into, I have nothing better than, I think, is the second area where it's like the inside of a church or something. I like sending him in that area felt really nice. I actually, after he went to a new area, I led him back to the church area because I really liked how I could play with the levels on that fight and do everything with him. But this was one of my favorite fights in Wild so far. For me, definitely near S tier. I do like Zhuwu as well more. I will admit I don't know, I think, both of your rankings right now. But this fight and everything they added to him from Rise and Sunbreak, I would agree with you that he definitely wasn't my favorite in those either. I don't know if that was mostly adrenaline speaking, because it was just a very stressful fight in Rise and Sunbreak. Along with Valstrax, those were two monsters I just was like terrified and would never, ever fight alone. But here, the things that, I mean, you spoke most of what I would probably say regarding his movesets and the intrigue and everything else. But his fight is one of the top ones I think I've done across Rise, Sunbreak, and World and Iceborne. So that's all I'm here to say. Thank you for letting me interject. And I will leave you to your last two monsters.
All right, let's hear it for Carrie.
Bye, Carrie.
Fuck you, Austin.
All right.
Yeah, Fabius being there was really cool.
It was, yeah.
They're still talking about Fabius in the chat.
Yeah. Even more so because he's a character from the game that Gore originated from, so that was wicked cool.
Yeah, which obviously I had no idea until someone just said it like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
funniest dramatic 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've said it before. I like that they have characters from Monster Hunter 4 who are in this, and it's like they're just their own characters. It's not like, remember the time I was in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Like I like that they don't do that.
Oh, actually, no. I think you did make that. I think you made that.
I did. Yeah, I know,
because
because I like making that.
We're playing.
Uh,
Isn't it like a theory that Gemma is another character from an older?
it's not even.
Monster game?
It's her. She is.
Is
Yeah.
it her?
She
Yeah, but
is.
She was like way younger. She was like a child.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. The flagship, and the final boss of the base game, actually, which is kind of nuts. Arkveld.
Yeah. Megatron.
Megatron. Yeah. Megatron versus Unicron.
I don't know why he's beefing with my boy so much. I mean, there's not a lot of bad. He's a very good monster. The story, how he wrapped up, like how he's wrapped into the story is like, whatever, you know, him and Nada's relationship, whatever. But goated armor.
Oh, yeah.
Goated cinematics in the fight. Like when he does that nuke shit, crazy. He's another one who kind of falls into the not the second time you fight him, but the first time you fight him, when he's Guardian, they put him in like a hallway, and I know that that's like the Guardian area, like where all the eggs for lack of a better term are. But like, man, dude, please God, fight me in an open area.
He feels great out in the plains.
Yes, when he's out and about, it's so much nicer. I fought him the other day in the oil well, which I didn't know he was. I didn't know he was there. And yeah, I like how his whips are a little different. I like how he's not. I mean, he uses a lot of whip attacks because obviously it's like the thing. But he doesn't seem like superly over. Like it's not like he's spamming the whips. He has a lot of different whip attacks, which is nice. I like how they also can move almost on their own, like they are their own, like, phalanges, and how, like, when he, like, rears up to do the nuke, they kind of go up, and, like, so that's different. Goated theme, crazy goated theme. Again, personal. I love my Raydal, but, so he's not super reliant on the whips, which is very nice. I like how he has all these, like, really just unhinged, like, rage attacks where he's just diving at you and like trying to get you, and he has hip checks, so he has a lot of variety, which I really like. Very replayability is extremely high. It is kind of dope that the flagship is an invader, Cody. That's a good point. But yeah, I mean, Athos just said it too. Yeah, and fight hasn't gotten old yet, man. I fought him a few times. I don't think I fought the tempered one yet.
Hurts.
Which I've heard hurts. But yeah, I mean, he's got everything you want. He's got the cinematics, he's got the vibe, he's got the music, he's got the armor. I really hope that this opens up the door for more tendril whip dragons.
I hope so.
Like my boy, I really want my bird from Frontier. And I think this might open up the door because they already kind of got it. So I really like the mix of the skeleton. It's not quite, like a Tigrex skeleton or like a Barriot skeleton. It's nice. It's kind of like a mix. So very good monster. S tier everything. I mean, he's very good. So he's gonna go way up there. Guardian's gonna go right behind him. It's the damn same. So better than Zoshia. Better than Gore. Better than Gore. I like Gore more. And then honestly, probably better than Ajarakan too. But Juwu is where I draw the line. I love Juwu. Obviously, put regular Arkveld over Guardian. I like him. I think they gave him enough variety. They didn't stick him to one gimmick, and then they gave him like that crazy friggin' flash bomb thing. So yeah, I like that guy a lot. Arkveld is a very good monster with a lot of variety.
Yeah. Arkveld is really damn good. 6th generation flagships are off to a particularly good start. I like his narrative. I like the thematics around him. I like how he's woven into the story. The exact kind of like sci-fi mechanics of it are questionable at best. He kind of like just finds the will to survive. It's very, very Jurassic Park. But you know what? If it's good enough for one of like the top 100 greatest films of all time, I think it's good enough for my Monster Hunter story. So I like what the story's going for. I like what it's trying to communicate about like nature kind of bypassing humanity, trying to play God and trying to be its own thing and bypassing the restrictions that we want to put on it and living to be its own free individualist self, and that we as people are better off leaving nature to its own devices and trying to understand it rather than control it. It's a nice story with a nice sentiment. And then, eventually I guess it asexually reproduces and there's more Arkvelds and they're going to try and find their way to be like their own thing again, and the damage that the ancient civilization did to their species can be naturally overcome. It's a neat little sentiment. It's very nice, with some mechanics that are very kind of loosey-goosey. The design is very awesome. I think it is the only other monster that uses Seregios' frame, so it's very atypical, and it barely even looks like a Seregios, really. It's super different. It is awesome that they found a way to re-implement the whip tassels off of Frontier, and it's very different from any of the Frontier monsters. He's very heavy. So, like I said with Gore is a monster who's very difficult, very kind of tests your intuition with like the perfect blocks and the perfect guards, because you kind of like are baited into panic, but then you recognize where his actual tells are and you figure out his very kind of sneaky, devious timings. Arkveld is also a very difficult, very strong opponent, who does up around the same damage. The thing about Arkveld, though, is Arkveld is more honest. He's a more honest duel. He's not as sneaky. His attacks are very, very heavy, though. He doesn't have a lot of delays, but you can feel the weight of the animations of his chains. And I think it's very cool, just how heavy he feels. And I gotta tell you, he works good with the perfect blocks. He works good with the perfect dodges. He works good with the offsets. He feels like he was very much built for the focus mode and for the perfect attack engagement options, especially perfect blocking. I run this guy with Lance and Gun Lance a lot, and it is a blast and a half to fight him with Gun Lance, especially. Really, really fun to learn the whip timings and just big hit, impact, clash, offensive guard, retaliation. Then he goes into big, and like learning how his combos work. His extensions aren't too crazy, but he's got a couple of long ones that you got to look out for. He's got some awesome cinematics with the big explosions, like the dragon racking up the wings and whatnot, and like the individual sections on those tendrils kind of like opening up and bursting full of dragon energy. That's cool. I love his soundscape. Like, they call him the White Wraith because he's very kind of mysterious throughout the story, but they actually give him these like very haunting, chilling, ghostly howls in his sound design that I think is really, really fun. The design is just overall really good with the fur and the whips and the white coloration and like the Megatron fucking head he's got going on. He's got a lot of stuff going. He's got big, heavy swing attacks. He's got massive, just overhead haymaker attacks with the chains. He's got big explosions. He's got precise elemental blasts. He's got head rams. He's got the tail punch. He's got another really cool pin attack that you kind of have to...
Variety's insane.
Yeah, he's just got a fuck ton of moves, and they're all so fun to engage with. Both the normal Arkveld and the Guardian Arkveld have two awesome damn themes. He's really fun to fight in big areas like the plains and the basin. The gear is awesome looking. Damn good. Damn good. I think I'm gonna put him right one over Jin.
Wow, okay.
One over. All right.
Jin is aided by the size, you know?
Yeah.
So I agree that, but I disagree at the same time.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna reassess, and then I'll let you reassess. Let's see. So, Hirabami, least favorite. It's pretty disengaging. You're really hitting the tail for most of the fight. It's not my favorite design. It doesn't do a lot with elements. Kind of lame. Do I like Gypsaros more than Hirabami? Yes, I like how his follow-ups work. I like that I have a better opinion of him because I know how bad the classic one works. Medium, mid for Gypsaros. Yes. Chata over Gypsaros. Yes. A little less annoying. Very charming. Good differentiation. Conga over Chata. Yes. A little bit more fun to fight. I like how his status works. I'm gonna bump you over Quamatrice. Quamatrice over Chata, yes. Quamatrice in high mid. I still like you quite a bit. I think mid is a little bit more fair. Bala over Conga. Yes. Rompo over Bala. Yes. Guardian Ebony over Rompo for sure. I'll put you over Uth Duna. Uth Duna in low-high. Definitely over Rompo. In low-high for Uth Duna. I like her get-off-me tools, but there's not enough differentiation on them. Like the gear, like the colors. Creative tanky abilities that just don't do quite enough. You know what? I'm going to demote you to higher mid. I'm going to top you out there. Yes, I think Guardian Ebony is the weakest of the Guardians. Dosha over that. Fulgur over Dosha. You know what? Fulgur can go over, because it is still Fulgur, even though the weaknesses of the Guardians. I think Fulgur can go there. Blango over Dosha. Yes. Lala Barina over Blango. Yes. Kutku over Barina. Yes. You over that. Yes. Rathian over Guardian Fulgur. Wouldn't be if this was normal Fulgur, but since it's Guardian, I knock points down because I don't like that regular Anjanath isn't in there. Rathian, Queen of Low-High, I like. Nurila over Rathian, for sure. That over that, yes. Rathalos is really good. Then Zoshia. Watching Zoshia's fight back, I think Zoshia gets a bump. Dosha, top of medium-high, yes, that's fine. Over Guardian Rathalos. Yes, because I still knock that. Zoe over New Udra. No, New Udra over Zoe. Yes. Gravios over New Udra. Yes. Ajara Khan up into S tier. Yes, over Gravios. I agree. Gore over Ajara. Gore over Zhuwu. Zhuwu's more honest. Does a whole lot with a little. Gore's biggest issue is some bad placement and not enough maps. It's neck and neck, but yes. Jindahad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah. Jindahad over Zhuwu. Yes. Arkveld over Jin. If it wasn't for the fact that the first two phases are kind of slow and are really just kind of punching them for a little bit, then yes. If the whole fight was just phase 3, then I think I would put Jin over Arkveld. Arkveld over Raid. I like Raidow's presentation a little bit more. Arkveld has some goofy stuff in the story, even though I like the thematics. Really like the presentation. I like the design on Ray a little bit more. I like the theme on Ray a little bit more. Arkveld's got the better gear. I think I like the fights about the same, and I think Arkveld's kit's a little bit more complete, but I think there's a little bit more higher potential in Ray, and I think the presentation of Ray in-game is so great. Rathalos, I think, is fully complete in terms of kit. Rathalos is my favorite monster in Wilds. Rathalos is my favorite monster in Wilds. Yeah, he is. All right, that's my list.
Okay. I stand by Gypos being where he is. I do not care. Hirobami, I think higher of him than you, but not by that much. Chatak Cabra, medium. Now, see, this is where we start. There's a big gap between Chatak Cabra and Hirobami. I think better of Hirobami than you, but man, to put Gypos above him, capital punishment. So Chatak Cabra is perfect where he belongs. He is that guy at the bottom, perfectly fine. He's okay with it. Look at his little face. Conga, yeah. Yeah, I'm not super thrilled with Rompo, so I'm okay with that. The more I think about Odogaron, the more I'm happy with him, because yeah, you're gonna get penalized because you came back sooner than everybody else. Like, you know, some of these guys have been off for years in multi-generation, so you were just out. You need to be different. If they brought back a monster from 10 years ago, but it was the same, no one would care because it's 10 years ago. Or even longer than that, because World came out when 2018.
Yeah.
So you know that's coming up on 10 years sooner than you think. So yeah, so I'm good with him there. He needs to do more. Quamatrice, fine. Kutku, fine. Uth Duna, yep, totally fine. Lala Barina, yeah, fine. Conga, Guardian, Lala, Wrath. We can slide Wrath up one. We'll go mid high for Wrath.
Okay.
Not as good as Dosha. Fine. It's hard to put Fulgur any lower than where he is because it's Fulgur.
Yep.
I mean, it's still Fulgur and Janath. I mean, I can't knock him because at least like Odogaron, it's pretty much all the same. And then they added like a Wilk explosion.
Yep.
They did make Fulgur visually more appealing in almost every way.
Sure, the lightning's kind of nuts, yeah.
The lightning is cooler. The lightning is more. You know, his charge ups are a little different. They ultimately end up doing the same thing, but the charge ups with the lightning are a little better. So I like him where he's at. New Udra. Yeah, I'm good with New Udra. Gravios is my one debate. Should I put him up? I really do like him. But I do notice that he is kind of a slog sometimes if you have trouble breaking his stomach. So we're gonna put him there. Wrath. I'm gonna slide not Wrath. I'm gonna slide Xochitl down actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't remember enough.
Yeah.
We'll put Wrath above. And then for pure cinematics, we'll put Gravios where he is. So I'm confident with Gore Magala. I only fought Gore twice, so I need to fight him more for sure. Arajakan is the friggin' Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, dude, he really is. He's so good.
Out of nowhere, no one expected it, and here he is. What a goat. Arkveld's fine. Now here's the debate. Now that I'm really sitting here thinking about it, is New Wu better than Jin Dahad? In my mind, I do appreciate what Jin does, but now I'm sitting here thinking, could I go fight Jin alone? And I don't think I would. When I think of Jin, I think of a group hunt.
No.
I would fight Juwu anytime. And I think, again, what Juwu was able to do with nothing, and the fact that the fight is as good as the people who are getting their own weather, their own friggin', crazy themes. Is Juwu better? I'm going to skip that for a second.
Okay.
Ray Dow is number one. It's not close. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Bree. Bree gets it. Jin is more spectacle, but the Juwu fight is just better.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got it real nitpicky. Let's line it up. Monster wise, who do I like more? Jin Dahad, so one for Jin. Weapon wise, I'm giving it to Juwu. 1-1.
Mm-hmm. I got my fingers up. You can't see them, but I got them up.
I trust you. Armor wise, you got to give it to Jin.
Yeah.
Fight wise, you got to give it to Juwu.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna keep it with Jin because I think the tiebreaker is the theme itself.
Sure.
So OST is there for sure. What other category could I come up with? I don't think I really can, unless I start like really pressing, So yeah, I'm okay with Jin there. Jin is a siege. It really is. No matter how you cut it, dice it. Don't say that to Tin Can. But to me, Jin is a siege, man. So
Borderline, yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna go I'm gonna keep it, but it's close, man. It's really, 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 really close. So, man, my gut says no. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it. Okay,
All right.
locked in.
Locked.
Right now, but I also need to emphasize the gap between Zhu Wu and Jin is very close. The gap between Raidao and Jin is not close. I promise you. Someone was asking, where is he? I think it was no, God, who was it? I don't know who it was, but someone's been asking for it. Put Ray up in Austin tier because someone kept asking for it.
You know what?
Yeah! It's only
Yeah!
yeah. So it's only fitting. Yeah, because someone kept saying, "Is anyone in Austin tier yet?" It might have been Sky. It was Sky. Sky Rexman has been asking for it. So yeah, that's valid. I mean, Raidao is just everything I love. I mean, it's lightning. It's a great OST. It's dramatic. You know, I love how they make the soundtrack makes it feel like this is like, you know, the big fight that everybody's been waiting for in the anime, and then it finally shows up and it's the first time you've ever fought him. You know what I mean? So like the way that that OST is just so amazing. It's man. I will say now looking at this list, it is more spread out than I thought, but I think I was a little critical on some of these people in the bottom. Vastly better roster base game than World.
Yes, by a lot.
And it's not close. If I'm not even going to pull up my tier list from World, but I'm just going to go off the dome. Taziki, garbage. Kulu, garbage. Jagras, low mid. You know, so there were so many monsters in that game that I'm telling you, when I tell you, and I mean this with my whole heart, I fought Jagras once, Great Jagras once, and then when it came time to grade everybody, I went, I've never fought that guy. I have to go back and fight him.
Yep.
That's how stupid he was. Kulu, the game is lucky that it forced Kulu onto me because I hated that guy. This is one of, I can't say that. This is better than World. I can say that.
Yes.
Because I played World. Is it better than Rise? I don't really know. I think so, because thinking back on what I played in Rise, that base game roster, those first 4 or 5 monsters we fight were really boring.
Yeah.
You know,
I think this is a little bit better than Rise.
So yeah, I based off Magnamalo was fun, but I know that a lot of people don't like him. What I want to see more of is just take a gander at this list. There's only 1, 2, if you get really, really specific, 2 dinosaurs. I want more dinosaurs.
Yep.
I think Fulgur being the only dinosaur, I think they need an OG dinosaur. I don't want them to bring up a new dinosaur or like
Glavenus,
I mean,
Devil Joe, Abiorugu from Frontier.
There's
Dinosaurs.
so many options.
I want dinosaurs.
I want a dinosaur. Another thing I think you can add, if you look at the roster, it is what? The Wraths and Raidao?
Mm-hmm.
I want another dragon.
Sure. Yeah.
I really want another dragon, and I really hope they do, and like I'm talking master rank updates. I really hope that every monster, let me rephrase it, every Apex gets a master rank, because I know like not every Elder Dragon. I mean, they got like, if they made like a fire Raidao or something, that's okay. But I really hope they don't just like abandon them and it's like, oh, you can only fight this monster. Like, I would rather have them just bring the same old Raidao into Master Rank, the same old Jindahad into Master Rank, because I have spoken about this. I really want there to be a rival thing. I want there to be, because it seems like they're setting it up to be Arkveld versus the now apparently, again, I didn't even know Shigaru existed until a couple days ago when I saw Bones talking about it. It seems like it's Arkveld versus Magala, which is a cool rivalry. Mm-hmm. And I want there to be a Raidao versus, his rival, and I want there to be like a counter to all the apexes.
Sure.
So another one, more water. I need more water monsters. I think they should expand on the water areas, and I don't know why Lagiacrus wasn't in this game. I've never even fought him, but I think they should put him in this game. I need more water monsters, more dragons, more dinosaurs, for sure. Those are like the big three that stick out, like what I want to see.
Alrighty. That's yours and that. Honestly, not like that different. Still got.
No, I am glad we made two separate lists.
I am
I'm
too.
also not. There wasn't that big of a difference.
Yeah, no, we're almost the exact same asses. Just like Rathalos is very, very important to me. A lot of the oil well big boys are up top. But yeah, no, like Nurila, Dosha, Rathian are all really high up. We're pretty, yeah.
If I had to, someone just said it. Someone mentioned something about the lords from Sunbreak being in the game. If I could pull something from World, I would die to see a Arkveld Nergigante turf war.
I think I would sell an internal organ to see that. I'm gonna be
like,
honest.
They don't need to be like, when I say rivals, they don't need to be like counter opposites. Like I don't need like, if Arkveld's really aggressive, then the other one's like, really, no, I don't need that. That's not what I mean.
No, yeah.
I just need like a competitive rival. So a wild ass Nergigante versus a wild ass Arkveld. Come on, no. I think Glavenus is a great pick to come back. It just, the game fits him so well. I think this game is so him.
Yep.
But yeah, Nerg would be a great one. Ray Dow. There's a couple of them that I know you can't pull, but like I would love to see just more. Fucking Velcana would be a good one. But I just know that she's kind of tied to World, and then there's a couple other ones that are tied to World, like fucking stupid AIDS dragon Valzak. Yeah, so yeah, no ruiner. I mean, just regular Nerg. And I really hope, what I hope they don't do? I hope they don't go like, oh, we should add in this monster that doesn't really need to be added, so we're gonna like cut out like another monster. Like if they want to do stupid things, like there was something someone said earlier, and I went, oh, like I guess, like if they really want to make like a friggin' Rompopolo, variant, which is totally unnecessary. I really hope it doesn't like kick someone off the list. So I'm okay with there being 1,000 monsters in this game, and it running for a long time.
Thankfully, World is the only game in the series that did that, where they had a variant. So like the normal version stuck in high rank. That's the only game in the series they've ever done that. I don't know why they did it. It was dumb for them to do it. So hopefully, decent chance that they don't do that again. Because Sunbreak doesn't do. If Sunbreak only left behind like one singular monster, and that's because it was like a story boss that you never fought again. And there was a more powerful version of her that was like an actual fight. So I hopefully don't think that's going to be an issue.
And I really hope you made a lot of really, really good calls for the Frontier video you made the other day. I've been asking, I don't know Frontier names, but I know what they look like.
Yep.
Big Red Turtle Man. I've been dying for that. And you made a good point. They kind of oversold how big these maps were going to be. And by big, I mean, like, obviously the scale of these maps is bigger than World, but like the vastness of them was gravely oversold. I wouldn't even mind if Red Turtle Man had his own area. Like,
that'd be fine, yeah.
He would fit this game so cool, especially him.
Yeah, dude. I just like one or two Frontier monsters. I'd love it. I'd be so happy.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm happy with my list. I'm happy with this roster. I'm happy with this game. Some of the things that I hear people say are really nitpicky and really dramatic. And a lot of it probably stems from being mad your PC can't run the game. But that is a valid excuse. They should have, and I want to really dig into, like, because I have other things like not monster related that I definitely know, like have to say about this game. So I'm sure we'll be in plenty of other videos between now and all the trailers that are going to be coming out and shit, and all the new monsters, and obviously there'll be a master rank tier list at the end of it.
Yep. And we'll talk about the title update monsters as they come out too.
Shout out to 186 people still in the chat. We just fell below 200 when Arkveld went up because obviously the list is done. This was probably the longest Bone Boys tier list audience that we were able to hold. I was checking for hours and hours and hours, and we were never really below 220.
Yeah, we hit 200
time.
and we stayed there until the list was done.
Yeah, and we ended up hitting like 250 at one point. So I think that's besides for some reason the Summer Games just popped off. Besides that, this is probably the biggest group we had held.
Yeah, this is at least in the top 3 audiences we've had, I think. Awesome.
Yeah, glad to have all of you. And it went so much later than I thought it was. I was telling Connor yesterday, I was like, nah, dog, we'll be able to hunt too. I was like, we'll piss through this list. It's bedtime.
I kind of knew I was going to talk.
Fucking bedtime. Yeah, I love tier lists. Tier listing one-on-one with Connor is like a blast, man. It's so fun to hold down these intelligent comments. Not that I don't like tier listing with the whole group, but you know me, I like time to talk because I can talk. So like more time for me. But I know Sam just messaged us.
I saw, yeah.
Do that tier list, man. So we'll get a Sam tier list and we'll get a Carrie. Honestly, we could all have our own video. There could be one with you and Nate, one with you, Carrie, and Sam. Who cares?
They'll watch all of them.
They'll watch it. They'll watch it. So yeah, it is bedtime. I am tired. So.
Alrighty. Okay.
So yeah. Yes. This is a long one, so I'm glad.
A good, we're like just shy of 5 hours. Alrighty. Thanks for being here, folks. Thanks for hanging out with us. If you haven't yet, leaving a like on the stream on your way out would be super appreciated. Tells YouTube that you like what we do here. Helps to promote the channel and all that stuff. And big number make brain happy. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, for talking with us, for participating with us, and for bearing with us as we just yapped. So I hope this was entertaining. Hope this was insightful. I'll probably crop this down into a video at some point. We are getting to the point where CR-VODcanic, the VOD channel, which you can find links to in the description of this, is getting caught up with all of the streams that I have done. I think by the time Wednesday rolls around, it's going to be fully up to date. So I'm going to remind everybody again on Wednesday and do some posts about it. We're getting to the point where as streams are done on the channel, they are going to be unlisted. They're going to be downloaded and they're going to be put onto CR-VODcanic immediately for the purposes of keeping the algorithm of CR-VODcanic nice and clean and giving the VODs a nice archive. So we're getting very close to that point. That is where this is going to be moving pretty soon. I think the Frontier stream on Wednesday is going to be the first one to be day of unlisted and downloaded. So if you haven't subbed to CR-VODcanic, you can find the links very easily. It will be promoted as things move along. So that's where the streams are going to be. But yeah, we appreciate you guys tuning in. We appreciate you guys chatting with us and talk with us and liking what we do. And honestly, mostly just kind of listening. Not a ton of chat interaction on these tier lists, but you guys are here to listen to us talk. So we hope that you enjoyed our points and our arguments and our discussion, and we hope that you guys are enjoying your weekend, enjoying your time with Wilds. We'll talk to you soon. We should be getting the trailer for Title Update 1 this week on the 25th, which I think is Wednesday or Thursday. So might do a little bit of coverage on that, depending on how crazy that is. And of course, when Title Update 1 comes out, we'll be covering it there. We're not going to do wild streams every single weekend, just because there's only so much to do. We're going to do some fun streams with you guys, just to play with you guys. But at the same time, we have some more Rise we can play while we're waiting for TUs. And we also do want to get our get back at Rathalos eventually. So there's some stuff for you to look forward to. Of course, videos are still being worked on. The celebration and critique of World has been going slow this month because of the Wilds coverage. But it is still being worked on. I try to get some script work done and some audio editing done as often as I can. It's still going to be a whiles out just because of how big that project is in comparison to running up against Wilds' release. I apologize for that. It will be done. It's just going to take longer than I thought, and it'll be worth the wait once it is out. So, we're going to wrap up for the night. Thank you guys once again, and we'll see you around. Bye-bye.